every couple of springs, tornadoes moving through, straight line wind, stuff like that. Went to the state of Florida, dealt with a lot of weather-related events, but most notably the '04 hurricane seasons. And then I went to FEMA. And again, a lot of what FEMA responds to is weather-related disasters. A lot of flooding, tornadoes, Tuscaloosa, Joplin, hurricanes, most notably was Superstorm Sandy. So pretty much throughout my career in emergency management, probably more than anything else, has been weather-related hazards.
Tell us a little bit about emergency management and FEMA and how they work together to mitigate after serious storms and other types of disasters.
Well, the first thing I think people need to understand that the reason we have emergency management in the first place is the org chart of government's not built for disasters. And that's true at the local, state, and federal level. So what's happened in the late 70s was the National Government Association began to realize that every one of these big events was almost reinventing wheels. It was never clear who the federal agencies were, what the roles were. It constantly changed. And that really drove the formation of FEMA under a reorganization order that President Carter issued. But the relationship is the way states are set up is they're the primary response to all disasters. Depending upon how that state's organized, generally our first line is local governments, mutual aid, state mutual aid with the federal government in case of FEMA, supporting governors. So every time I hear somebody saying, well, FEMA ought to be in charge, I remind folks our government's actually a federal government where states have the primary role in domestic emergencies with the federal government supporting them. And I like to point out that if FEMA was in charge of everything, it would have been hard to imagine an agency that could have responded to all the disasters that we saw during my term there without the leadership role of the governors, because FEMA just couldn't have handled all that. It really is this idea that all disasters are local. It doesn't mean we're abandoning everybody, but there are key roles and responsibilities. But like I like to tell people, when the disaster hits, we all work as one team.
And so, Craig, how hands-on were you with some of these departments, like the Storm Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center?
Well, I'll give you an example. Both at the state of Florida and at FEMA, our practice was when we had storm threats, we would have the National Hurricane Center, Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes, once we saw the rainfall forecast, Weather Prediction Center, relevant river forecast, and the affected National Weather Service offices all on those briefings. And I think, one of the things that I found when I got to FEMA was they were only talking to the Hurricane Center. And I'm like, you guys do realize there are other hazards, that there are forecast centers that deal with that. And the Weather Service in general, I think, really appreciated the fact that they finally had somebody that understood that the Hurricane Center isn't the only products that are being issued during these storm threats, and that, if we were seeing a significant flood risk from heavy rainfall, having the Weather Prediction Center now talking about that and amplifying that message.
What do you envision a response might look like to a hurricane in the age of coronavirus?
If you listen to what Mike said, and you go back several years ago and listen to him talking about hurricanes, he said the same thing. We've always recommended that people evacuate their friends and families, hotels and motels, and shelters as a last resort. So I think I'm less concerned about that messaging as the messaging we've been hearing that people have been told to stay home, socially isolate, the risk of COVID, and not understand that if you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to evacuate. I think it gives more emphasis to the fact that we've always said friends and families are a much better option than shelters, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You just need to get inland, away from the storm surge areas. And the other message, which is kind of a tricky one, is particularly in Florida, we've seen a lot of evacuations that aren't in evacuation zones. Essentially, people are trying to run away from the storm itself versus the storm surge. And Florida is trying to do some messaging around that of know your zone, know your home. That if you're not in an evacuation zone and your home's relatively in good shape, built to current codes, to consider staying home and putting up your shelters and riding the storm out. Again, reducing the number of people evacuate. But the biggest thing I'm telling people about this hurricane season is if you're in an evacuation zone, your plan is to evacuate, COVID or no COVID. And about the only real additions you need to make is add masks, hand sanitizer, disinfectants, and wipes to your go kits.
If you could find the disinfecting wipes. If anybody finds them, let me know. I will trade you toilet paper. I've got that, plenty of it.
What is your idea of what the plan is going to be for the rollout from emergency management perspective on shelters?
Well, the Red Cross and FEMA and the national organizations, volunteer organizations acting in disasters have a website. It's the National Mass Care Strategy website, where they've been updating information on mass feeding, congregate and non-congregate care shelter. Well, I'm an emergency manager. Congregate, non-congregate, what does that mean? Congregate care is your traditional mass care shelters where they're looking at how to screen, maintain social distancing, and minimize the spread of COVID in those shelters. But the other thing is looking at more utilization of hotels and motels, dorms, other spaces that usually weren't going to be picked for shelters. And I think there's an opportunity here. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it's going to be. And I'm like going, well, last time I checked, most hotels and motels are not really doing well. And FEMA will reimburse if you put people in hotels and motels. And I hear how hard it is to plan, but the reality is we have a lot of capacity, particularly in my home state of Florida, to put people up in hotels and motels. And FEMA will reimburse for that under protective measures. So we're still going to need mass care shelters. There's good information out there. It's updated fairly frequently as we learn more about COVID, and now that we're seeing cases increase. But the alternatives are, do you really want people not to evacuate because they're so fearful they have nowhere to go? Or do you prepare the shelters and understand that you're going to have to manage that with COVID and take the steps to minimize the spread?
Craig, the current administrator to FEMA, testified earlier today before Congress. We're taping this, but today, earlier on the 22nd of July, you had an opportunity as well to provide some feedback to members of Congress. What did you tell them about what you're seeing in the state of the ongoing coronavirus response?
Well, I think, again, my emphasis was on evacuations. We need to be clear about that and not mix messages with talking about how dangerous and confusing and everything else it's going to be, and really focusing on when you're in the storm surge area, that's the primary threat. We need to evacuate, and we need to acknowledge COVID, but we shouldn't use COVID as a reason not to evacuate. So we need to clear that communication up. But secondly, we know that moving people is a vector, and everybody talks about evacuations. I said, well, the other problem is going to be on the response. We're still going to need to move utility crews. We're still going to need to move search and rescue crews. But if you think about a lot of these disasters, we see a lot of volunteers moving. And that may not be our best tool. And everybody says, well, what are you going to do? I says, well, I don't know about you, but we got pretty high unemployment rates right now in Florida. So my question is, and having done this for a long time, there's not that much that requires people to have extensive training to be able to help in a disaster. And again, it's reimbursable. Why don't we hire people and put them to work locally? We've already seen this with COVID in states where local governments had actually hired restaurants to cook and prepare meals under contracts to feed people that were shut in or isolated or couldn't get to stuff. And again, I don't ever want to say we don't use volunteers, but I also think with the unemployment rates we have, particularly in the hospitality industry, I think there's opportunities to employ those folks during disasters to minimize the amount of people we have to bring in from outside of a community, but more importantly, start putting money back into the economy.
So let me ask you this one, Craig, because in your experience in not only preparing or helping communities prepare for disasters, but helping them afterwards too, I'm curious where your expertise and your opinion lies on the whole question of schools. Do you have an opinion or thought on whether kids should be going back to the classroom at this point?
This is going to be a hard one because I always like to talk about big numbers. Everybody's saying, well, there's little risk. Kids don't generally get that sick. We need to get the economy going. We need to get kids back in school. It's important for development. And I'm like, nobody's really answering this question. If the rate at which kids get sick and potentially the rate at which kids have serious complications or deaths are even like small percentages, like less than 0.1%. You're talking about thousands of children going back to school. Those are real people, and those are real numbers. And I don't think we have a good answer for that. I also think that there is opportunities to look at how we go back to the classroom setting. Everything from a lot of schools don't have enough room to do social distancing. So what if we split the day in half and we split the school up where half the school goes in the morning, half the classes go in the afternoon? What if we started doing more classrooms, weather permitting, outside? And again, because we're learning more about this is airborne and why masks are so critical in minimizing spread. How is that going to all happen? And I'm not sure we have enough answers, because in Florida, some of the schools will open up, in the middle of August. So I think it would be prudent to think this through, get some consensus on ways to do this. And again, I just don't think saying you're going to open schools is the answer. But I also don't think that keeping schools closed indefinitely is going to work either.
Shifting gears a little bit, you're passionate about the resilience divide. I see this here in Charleston a lot, where we have sunny day flooding, and it often affects places that are less affluent than places that are more affluent. A lot of the more affluent places are getting, they're getting some of the things like check valves. They're getting a seawall at the battery. But meanwhile, at the corner of Haggard and Fishburne, where there's low-income housing, you see at 6.8 feet tides, you start to see the creek overflow and start flowing across the road there. Several, we had 80-something coastal flood events last year. So let's talk a little bit about that resilience divide and how we can maybe bridge that.
Well, the resilience divide is really how I'm trying to talk about the current process of using cost-benefit analysis to make decisions about investing in mitigation and building projects, particularly for future climate impacts, as well as the existing impacts we're already seeing. And so much emphasis is on how many tax dollars we save. You probably heard this, that for every dollar we invest, we save anywhere from $4 to $9. And so if you're looking at dollars, you'll actually save more money the more valuable the homes are that you're trying to protect. And lower income homes, working class communities, don't score as well. So the bias, I don't think, was intended to short the most vulnerable communities, but by only looking at the cost benefit analysis of dollars saved versus dollars invested, we're going to see that divide go towards the more affluent communities, particularly those that can afford the cost share match of, in many cases, a minimum of 25% against the federal dollars. And I think we need to broaden the definition of cost-benefit analysis to actually talk about the functional impacts to families and communities, not just to dollars saved on property.
Jared, I want to take what you just said and talk about Charleston and the resilience divide and just roll that into talking about climate change and climate change adaptation. Craig, what does that look like from a FEMA standpoint?
Climate's already changed. I think one of the problems we have is we keep talking about climate change as something that's going to occur in the future. And quite honestly, that's the way we talked about it in the majority of the Obama administration, was something that we were going to deal with in the future. But when Sandy hit, President Obama, and we'd already seen a lot of tornado and flooding activity and a pace that we'd not seen before. And we kept getting these record-setting events, which I remind people, if it's record-setting, we've never measured it before. And these weren't just isolated incidents. It was like a drumbeat. And the president says something that really, I think, shaped where we were going to go at FEMA. He says, the discussion about climate change is over. We need to start talking about climate adaptation. And the problem is our infrastructure was built for the past century of weather-related events. And climate is changing faster than our ability to keep up with infrastructure, to keep up with the improvements needed. And this is why I think it's so important as we talk about federal investments, big infrastructure, federal highway bill, HUD dollars, the alphabet soup of funding, including the FEMA disaster dollars. We have got to move away from building to our last 100 years worth of weather data and start building the future risk. And I think there are more and more people that get that we can't keep building the way we've been building if we're going to survive. But I think there's some urgency that as much as people talk about reducing greenhouse gases, on our end of the spectrum, I think the change has already happened and we're not going back anytime soon. So adapting to what's happened, particularly our coastal communities, areas subject to flooding, we know that the extreme rainfall events is one of the clearest signal we've seen in the last decade from climate impacts. And we are way behind on both identifying, mapping, and explaining that risk, and then making the investments to start bending that curve.
And I want to kind of back up a step in keeping that same direction. We talked about Horry County. We talked about some of these areas that have been hit very hard by the watershed events from the hurricanes that have hit. Over time, things have built up, Matthew, and so on and so forth. Things have just gotten worse and worse over time. So these property values are down, and we get back to the resiliency divide and demographics. And so what is being done to help those that are less fortunate in the lower income or the lower value homes, per se, that can't get back the dollars that they put into their home, ones that that's their total investment. And then others they're getting funded for their properties, whereas these folks over here are not. Where's this going to be bridged at some point in the future? What's the plan for that?
It hasn't, and that's one of the reasons I think we need to draw attention to it. The Miami Herald ran an article a couple of months ago that looked at the National Flood Insurance Program, their buyout program, where they go in and buy homes out that are repetitive loss. And they found that there was a definite bias that a lot of that money went to the wealthier counties, not necessarily the most vulnerable communities. And I think that's why we need to talk about the resiliency divide. We need to get Congress to get behind this and really look at funding an adequate buyout program and focusing on the vulnerable populations, not just the property values or the cost savings that we may see in more affluent properties.
How in tune is Washington to how weather affects people? We live here in the Carolinas, the Charlotte metropolitan area, Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Over 2 million people live in that general area, and there's no adequate radar coverage to detect tornadoes, flash flooding. We hear these stories of folks who are continuing to have homes flooded, and they're not really getting the attention we need. Is this something that the Washington culture, the senators, the House of Representatives, they kind of push the weather and what it does off to the side? I know everything should be focused on, but do you think sometimes weather and their issues kind of get pushed to the side a little bit?
A little bit. The only time they get serious about weather is when there's a catastrophic failure in their district. I mean, think about it. The Weather Service couldn't even get a supercomputer to run better models until after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy showed how inadequate their computational powers were. So unfortunately, everything from getting WSR 88s, which was the result of several airplane crashes due to microshear, to the latest funding for the Weather Service in this Superstorm Sandy stimulus package, Washington tends to be reactive, and so until a member gets hit in their district, then it becomes a big issue. But overall, most people treat the weather, and again, it was always amazing to me, members of Congress that thought you could defund the Weather Service because you had other private meteorologists issuing forecasts, and the Weather Service shouldn't be competing with them. And they actually were promoting defunding the Weather Service and letting other organizations do it.
Craig, do you think we have a radar crisis on the horizon?
I think if we're serious about being able to rapidly detect fast-moving tornadoes, particularly now the warning systems have caught up with the forecasting. Just having better resolution on forecast, but we can't tell people more precisely, I don't think would have been a good match. But if you think about it now, we're moving away from county-wide warnings to polygons. We now have, with the weather, the wireless emergency alerts, the better ability to geocode cell phones, and now moving past the original 120 characters to start including links in that, we can actually now issue across cell phones more detailed warnings from the Weather Service than their current technology can really do. And they've been migrating that way. So now they can do polygon warnings, yet they're still basing it upon radar technology that will miss part of that. There's still gaps in that coverage. And everybody forgets, unless you're in severe storm mode, those things are scanning. Everything you're seeing is delayed. It's not what's actually happening. So, we've seen this before where the tornadoes will actually drop, hit, and pop back up before the radar completes its circle and it gets the updated forecast information. So by the time you see a hook echo, it's already done its business and dropped back in the sky.
Well, Craig, I want to transition us away from this last topic, and as we're kind of running short on time here, talk about something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the Carolina Weather Group, the Waffle House Index. That's something that we've talked about before. We had the PR director, Pat Warner from Waffle House, on last year in 2019 to discuss what exactly it is from the Waffle House perspective, but I'd like to hear about it from the FEMA perspective and how the Waffle House Index works its way all the way up to the president.
Well, FEMA will tell you that the Waffle House Index really isn't their index, and that was just me trying to be folksy. But it actually started in Hurricane Charlie. I'd been out on several disasters, and the thing I could just it was just accepted was if there was anything open, it was going to be a Waffle House. But in Charlie, we had gone down to Charlotte County, and I ended up staying down there for about 2 weeks. So we'd get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, try to find something to eat, and we'd spend the rest of the day working. And, we're doing 18-hour days, so if you didn't get breakfast, you may not eat. The first morning we get up, we were down near Fort Myers. We had to get on the interstate and head south because there was nothing open where we were at. And the first thing we get to is Waffle House. We go in and sit down, and this lady comes out with a mimeograph menu. You're so used to the big plastic menus. I already knew what I was going to order. But she says, the only thing we have is on this. And that was like, well, okay. And so we ordered, but, we got coffee, we got our eggs, we got a good breakfast. But it wasn't everything you would normally expect there. Next morning, we get up, and the actual interchange we're at, now Waffle House was now open. Went in there, same deal, mimeograph menu. So the folks I was with, Ben Nelson, who was our state meteorologist in 2004, he's now with the Jacksonville Weather Service office as a forecaster there. And at that time, Major Tad Warfel, now Colonel Warfel with the Florida National Guard, with me. And we were color coding the counties after Charlie, red, yellow, and green, using a stoplight to show indicators, EOC activation, search and rescue, schools, stuff like that. And they put into the slide deck the Waffle House Index. And that's where it came from. Green was open with a full menu, yellow was open with a limited menu, and red was closed. And I guess it would have stopped there, except we had changed how we operated in Florida. We weren't waiting for the counties to do assessments to say they needed help after these hurricanes, because I kept asking, well, why don't we just respond like it's bad? We'll get there faster, and if they don't need us, we'll go home quicker. Well, the question was, if you're responding out on the Panhandle, like with Hurricane Ivan, and you're driving out I-10, and literally we were going right as soon as the hurricane force winds passed, I told guys, we're going to be safe, but we ain't going to stay dry. We're not waiting for blue skies. So we were going right as the storm was moving out. And the question was, where do you stop? And that was kind of how the Waffle House Index got used. If you got there and the Waffle House was open, it ain't bad. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is open, but they got a mimeograph menu, well, we're dealing with power outages. We probably got a lot of mass care issues. But for the search and rescue teams, don't stop. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's going to be pretty bad. Go to work. And it just kind of became the shorthand. In Florida, it seemed like all these hurricanes going across the interstate, the Waffle House was a pretty good indicator of what was happening. And the other thing, because we never really talked to the Waffle House, about them getting open and all the stuff they do to stay open. It was just our shorthand for where do we stop and go to work when we're driving in the areas, because you'll start seeing damages 100 miles out with a hurricane, but that's not where the impacts are the worst. And so it just became a shorthand for us of where do you go to work in a hurricane.
So I got to ask, Craig, what's your go-to meal at Waffle House? I mean,
New York strip steaks. I like the steak and eggs, scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered and smothered, black coffee.
And if you're on the limited menu, what do you go with?
Scrambled eggs, omelets, whatever they got. I'm not picky if they got a limited menu. But generally they'd have eggs and bacon, stuff like that. The funniest thing was when I was in Joplin. we got out there. I was actually on the West Coast, had to fly back into Joplin, got there late at night. We did a whole bunch of interviews and things.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
About 3 hours sleep in about 48 hours. It's now about 6 p.m. We're heading back to our hotel for the first time. And there's a Starbucks, and all these cars are parked around the Starbucks. I'm like, hey, guys, just pull in. I need a coffee. And we pull into the Starbucks. It's closed. We couldn't figure out why all the cars were there. Then we realized they didn't turn their Wi-Fi off. So folks in Joplin they were just trying to get connections were circled around there. So we went back to our hotel. There's a Waffle House right there. I'm like, we're going in there. I know they got coffee. And sure enough, you go into the Waffle House, they got coffee because they're pouring bottled water into the coffee makers. Because all of Joplin was under boiled water orders. But Starbucks was closed, Wi-Fi was on. Waffle House, they're just pouring bottled water in those coffee makers making coffee. So I got my coffee.
So switching gears, Craig, I wanted to ask you, are there any memorable moments that stick out in your mind while you worked at FEMA? For example, the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama or Superstorm Sandy, anything like that?
Yeah, it was the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreaks was pretty impressive. And again, we came into Birmingham, picked up a Black Hawk, and I was flying up to the northern part of the state. And I don't think people realize how bad the northern tier of the Alabama counties got hammered. TVA had major transmission lines ripped out. We went to one town. They were basically lost everything. They had brought a command post from the southern counties. They used to go the other way during hurricanes. They'd all go south. But that thing, everybody from the south was going north. And they literally had 911 in this mobile command post, and they were dispatching. And everything, all their equipment was lined up on the side of the road because the station was just gone. And I remember, the president was coming in. He gets on, how bad it is. I'm trying to describe it, but it really was. It was hard to describe. He got there, he saw it, and that kind of came shorthand. So Joplin happens, and I'm on the ground in Joplin. I get the same call. He's going to come in a couple of days. He was always very respectful that he didn't want to get there when it would interfere with the response because he knew what happens when he comes in as far as security and stuff like that. But he didn't want to wait too late. So it was always, the governor, working with the governor, working with local officials, and essentially, my recommendation. So he's calling me about Joplin, and he's going, how is it? And I says, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he's like, worse? And I have to say, Joplin, as far as total devastation, is the first time I've seen total devastation. When you were down where that hospital was, think about a tornado that's powerful enough to rotate a steel frame building and actually turn it. Literally the area a mile wide, close to 10 miles long, varying in width. Anything in there was totally destroyed. Anything outside of it pretty quickly got to the point where you didn't even know a tornado hit. And I just remember that, describing it to him, and he's going, how bad is it? I said, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he was just taken aback because the impacts in Tuscaloosa were pretty dramatic. And I'm like, yeah, it's worse here in Joplin.
Well, Craig, one last question, kind of a fun question. You kind of, a little bit discussed it just a few seconds ago. You and President Obama, Vice President Cheney, you're sitting around. Did y'all ever talk about weather? Weather's a thing that a lot of people talk about. Did you guys just ever, talk about the weather, what's going on?
No, but, between I went out on a couple of disasters with Vice President Biden, and I remember going up into Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it was really funny because he's like, Craig, these are my people. And I knew he was from the area, but I didn't realize that, people on the street knew Joe and called him that. I'm like, Mr. Vice President. They go, hey, Joe, how's your, I haven't seen you. And Joe would be going, how's your grandfather, your dad, cousin, uncle? He knew people. So that was the thing that really struck me about Vice President Biden was in a lot of these communities we go into, he had a very personal connection, and particularly in that part of the country, they knew he was from there. They knew the families. They knew each other. President Obama, I remember two things. One, I was meeting him down in New Orleans. It was the anniversary of Katrina, and he's asked me how it's going. I said, well, we got hurricanes in the Pacific, hurricanes in the Atlantic, and fires in between. And he just looks at me and says, you're a smart ass. I'm like, hey, I'm just reporting what's happening. But the other cool thing about the president was I was told early on that they wanted me to wear my logo wear when I was at the White House during disasters. So during Matthew, I'm giving a briefing to the president in the Oval Office, wearing khakis and my FEMA logo shirt and my FEMA windbreaker, and everybody else is in suits. And there's this great picture of the president. I'm sitting next to the president wearing my blazer and my logo wear. Everybody else in suits for the briefing, and people said, how do you get away from that? Everybody else dressed up to go in there says, they basically told me to look like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I wore what I wore when I was at FEMA headquarters when I went to the White House to brief. In fact, if I was wearing a suit, they'd always look at me kind of excused. I said, hey, this is camouflage. When I'm wearing a suit, I just blend in with everybody else running around with a White House badge.
We certainly enjoyed having you. If you have a website, social media that account or anything like that our listeners and people who are viewing this can follow, how can they do that?
Well, I tweet a little bit. I guess that's you should be aware of that. So
that's how we met. Yes.
No, I'll tweet it, Facebook it, and LinkedIn it. Again, I've seen you guys out there. I've just thrilled to be invited.
Hey, we're
now I feel like I've made it. I've been on the weather group,
Well, we appreciate your time, and again,
I had to send Marshall Shepard an email. Says, I've been on your podcast, but it wasn't half as much fun as
the Craig, thank you for being with us tonight. Interesting conversation, and folks, again, it's very important to know the risk as we enter the COVID season or the hurricane season mixed in with the COVID, and hopefully you'll take Craig's advice as you prepare. So until next time, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you back here on the Carolina Weather. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Welcome to another episode, and tonight's going to be a fun episode. I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I hope I don't talk too much because we're combining weather and sports, and when we do that, it really makes me happy. Tonight we have on with us Sean Bratton and Mike Ventrisi from the Fantasy Football Weather Guys, and if you play fantasy football, you may have never thought about the weather element to it. And so tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the product and how you can follow along throughout the year so your fantasy football team is up to par and potentially beating the rest of your people who are not thinking about the weather. So we're happy to have Sean and Mike on with us tonight. And guys, we appreciate your time. We'll go ahead into the conversation since both of you guys are first-time guests with us. We always start off our questions like this. We want to know how you got kind of caught up into the weather bug, the weather story. So, Mike, what is your weather story? And then we'll let Sean tell his weather story.
Hey, thanks so much for having us, guys. This question always comes up, and it always starts off with, it's usually always the same answer, right? It's some kind of high impactful weather event that has just kind of brought us into the field. So I grew up on Long Island, New York as a kid, and ended up experiencing Hurricane Bob in 1991. So it knocked out our power. I'm like, what is going on outside? I originally wanted to be a veterinarian, and I would go home and watch the Weather Channel after that hurricane, just watching Cantore on there with during the season. And I realized I should probably change profession pathways and go into that meteorology just because of how nerdy I was just kind of sitting out under an umbrella watching a thunderstorm. So, but it was Hurricane Bob that really got me into that passion, and that's pretty much why I ended up getting a PhD in tropical meteorology.
So I didn't grow up too far from where Mike grew up. I grew up in New Milford, Connecticut, so it's in Litchfield County, Connecticut, and I actually still remember this day very vividly. I was in first grade, and we were on our, getting ready to pack up and go home, but they didn't let us because we had a tornado warning. So I was basically plastered my face to the window, looking at these ominous clouds and the rain, and I was just like in awe the entire time. Everyone else was scared. I was there up on the window, wondering what the heck was going on. And we were actually kept after school for quite some time until the night, until things got cleared up. We did have a tornado touchdown near our school in Litchfield, Connecticut. So it was a really cool event. And then also the blizzard of '96 was a big high impact weather event that happened in early January of '96. That was a big event for me. I remember that. We had off school, and it was we had like 24 to 30 inches of snow. So it was a really cool event too. And then of course, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but the movie Twister came out, and that kind of sealed the deal for me after watching that.
We were talking off air, but we've done this show for a while, and it seems like that there's a common denominator there with Twister and how many people is brought into this industry because of the movie. Yep. Like us, we all have our other weather day jobs, and we kind of do Carolina Weather Group, for fun, and that's what you guys do with the fantasy football weather guys. Tell us about what you do in your daytime jobs. I know you guys are both connected in the weather industry as well.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start off. And so I work currently for the weather company, which is owned by IBM. When I started my career there, I dabbled with a lot of energy forecasting, pretty much providing weather information to folks who were trading natural gas futures and some of the utilities. But since IBM has stepped into the picture here, they have been transitioned into more of a I guess you could say an analyst. My title is a meteorological engineer, essentially, where my main goal in the company now is to make sure that our forecast offerings are the number one most skillful product out there. So it's been a lot more of data engineering, software engineering, and playing with Twitter on the side, pretty much. It's kind of how it's evolved.
For me, I'm actually I teach AP Physics at a school called Lane Tech here in Chicago. So I teach honors in AP Physics, and then I also teach at the College of DuPage. I teach some weather and climate courses there.
This is very cool. And so, Sean, that's something weather. It seems like a lot of people are interested in, but you're actually teaching these kids. We'll get into fantasy football, but I find this really unique.
Yeah.
What is it like teaching kids weather? I mean, as something I know we all get to go out and do school talks, but you're actually maybe talking to high schoolers, college kids. Yep. What's the field like right now? I mean, is there a lot of interest in weather?
Yeah, so I have taught at the high school level and the college level. And in both of those cases, people are just kind of taking it as a gen ed, right, to take that credit. But one of the things that I found is the application of the content really goes a long way. So if you're going to sit there and just read off some slides, they're going to go to sleep. But really getting them involved with the weather, looking at current events, looking at maps. I had students typically do their own map discussions, run their own map discussions once we get into forecast mapping and all of that stuff. And they really seem to enjoy that. And there are a lot of students that have become avidly interested in weather as a result. I have a few people really interested in climate, some more in synoptics and mesoscale meteorology. That's been really cool. We also do kind of like these little trips. The National Weather Service locally here will do balloon launches. And they'll kind of go and kind of experience that, which is a really cool experience for them. But it's really cool. I mean, really just it's a really cool science to bring to life because you experience it every day. And students really enjoy that aspect of actually being able to experience the weather, make your own forecast, and kind of making it come to life.
That's very true. Well, let's talk about fantasy football, weather. I told you guys before I play fantasy football, but never really put the concept together until I came across your product. So tell us how did you guys become about? I mean, how did this website blog? I know you guys do a podcast now. How did you guys come about putting the product together?
Yeah, Sean and I have been talking about fantasy football and the weather component for a number of years. We've kind of gone back and forth and just saying, hey, did you see that snow game? Like Roethlisberger threw 4 interceptions. He was projected to be the number 1 quarterback of the week. What just happened there? It's been just kind of this informal thing for a while, and it's kind of evolved throughout the year, a couple of years now. We've been essentially, in a nutshell, Sean and I are probably the most competitive people you'd ever meet. And we need to be, essentially, we're competitive with everyone else, but also really competitive with each other. So we want to try to find any edge that we can when essentially trying to optimize our lineups on a given week. And I think this is kind of how it spawned out, Sean. What would you
think? Well, yeah, it's kind of funny because Mike and I first started listening to this fantasy football podcast, and we would be always going back and forth. And there's one thing that they always brought up, like, hey, you could become a part of our league of record, meaning you can join their fantasy football league. And these guys are big time. They're all over the place. Everyone knows them. That's in the fantasy football community, the fantasy footballers. And we were like, hey, I wonder what would it take for us to actually be able to be part of their league? And we were like, well, we're really in tune with the weather and what's going on week to week. Maybe we can trade our experience with weather and letting them know what the forecast is, and maybe they'll let us be in our league. And so Mike and I were actually kind of just pitching this idea, and we're like, wait, as Mike explained, we were thinking about all these events in which weather has played a major role, and we're like, we may have something here. And so last August, essentially, we were like, hey, let's do this. So Mike threw together a website. He's like, all right, we're going to meet at this time every week, do a forecast, and make projections for players. We had a data set we were able to work with at the time, and then we brought on our friend Colin, who's kind of our producer and behind the scenes guy, and our host, exactly. And he's been kind of doing stuff on the side, and it just kind of gained momentum during big weather impact games. We would get people on Twitter and asking us for advice and what was going on, and it's kind of built. And now we're at a point where we brought on Nick Schiraldi, who also has a PhD in meteorology, and he's working on our quantitative statistical analysis package and user interface on our website to really kind of nail down those numbers, and as Mike mentioned, to kind of give you the edge. So it's just a really cool thing that we kind of were like, hey, let's just try it out, see what happens, and it's kind of gained some momentum over the last year or two.
I just want to say one quick thing. All the fantasy football weather guys we just mentioned, we're all University of Albany alumni guys. So that's our deep root connection.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and share your website. Let's take a look at what you guys have created here. And I mean, this is pretty impressive because it looks like you guys have developed your own modeling within for the continental United States, or what we call CONUS. And so you have U.S. winds and precip primarily for these, with the key, of course. And it looks pretty simple to understand for the average person, right? I mean, for lay terms, this will show a forecast. If we take like west wind, if we have games out west, I assume there's a little bit of a learning curve here, but who came up with this idea, and how does it help enhance your the experience for fantasy football if folks want to get plugged into the weather to maybe determine their outcomes?
Yeah, so when we were thinking about these to try to bring up some kind of weather maps here, the first thing we thought about is how do we identify where the stadiums are for people to see what type of weather impacts they could actually be. So essentially, wherever you see those circles with the X in the middle, that's essentially the location of a stadium that actually is predicted is in the upcoming week of games. So you can see here that the Titans there must have a game coming up here. So those stadiums will actually change each week depending on where the home game is. So if you see a little circle with a dot in the middle, that's actually a game where a home game that usually has like a cover on it, so a dome or some kind of retractable roof, so weather won't be an impact there. But the way that we wanted to really get these maps to be helpful is when there are high weather impacted events, those circles will change colors. So you can see often when an area of heavy precipitation or some stronger winds moves in, you'll see that circle turn to an orange, or even a red. So like the orange would represent there's a possibility of some impactful conditions from weather if there's a football game taking place during that hour forecast lead you're looking at. If it turns red, it means there's a high chance for some impacts.
If I were to pick east wind and go forward,
you can just go forward.
We would see, there's orange right there. So we're showing the folks out there, if you just hit forward on these buttons, you'll see these impacts in time. And I'm trying to see how far out these go. Do these go out?
Yeah. They'll go all the way to Sunday. I think recently, the most recent model run, 18Z on Sunday. We got right there. We got one in Miami. I think they're supposed to get some precipitation and maybe some wind. So I think it was around 0Z Monday or 18Z Sunday for this upcoming week. I think that's the only caution that we have for upcoming weeks. It's going to be a relatively quiet week this week, but
Oh, yep,
There
there it
it
is
is.
right there. So it popped up, looks like Tuesday evening. So it looks like that timeline got pushed back a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty neat how you've integrated weather into forecast impact for a specific area. And it could be anything. It could be anything going on for that area too. So
Sure.
football games in particular, but that's pretty neat. I really like that format. Now tell us a little bit about the fantasy impact table.
Yeah, sure. So this is a table that will outline each set of games for the week. And to be honest, there's been so many changes with the schedule here because of all the impacts from COVID. But so we try to make sure this is up to date. And I think I did update this on Tuesday. So essentially, it'll show out the slate of games here, and it'll be in chronological order. There are a time and weather impact there. And you can see for the weather, if it says fair, this is the predicted weather for the time of the game, then the impact will show none, right? If you have good conditions, there won't be any real impacts from weather. But if you do see certain criteria met in the wind or precipitation, that's where essentially you can see things like a caution, where essentially winds might be, and precipitation might be like this marginal type of event where there's probably going to be some weather, but it doesn't look like it's going to really be a stunter or a significant impact on all the players in the game. But if you do see like some criteria, let's say you have winds 20 miles per hour with heavy rain for the duration of the game, that's where you would see an extreme impact. And this table would update that this updates probably twice a day. So this is a way to kind of come back to the site and look at it.
And this kind of gives us a bird's eye view as to what to expect. So what we do is we use this as kind of a template, and then we'll expand on this during our podcast, and we'll let people know what players we're interested in, because we do have historical stats for specific players and also by position in general. And we can elaborate on, okay, we have forecast at 18, 25 mile an hour winds, whatever it may be. Well, this player in windy conditions, this is how they perform statistically. So we kind of update them on the expectations based on the weather. We are in the process of updating this. Hopefully over the next several weeks. Again, our buddy Nick Giraldi is going to actually customize this by position and also possibly by players. So the ultimate thing is people want to know, how is my fantasy team going to be impacted? That's bottom line, right? So we're going to have fantasy point differentials based on those weather conditions that we're going to be adding to this table hopefully soon here.
And Sean, you were talking a little bit earlier. You guys actually are doing a lot of analytics and numbers, and you're talking about specific players who may see the effects. You're talking about Roethlisberger throwing 4 INTs in a snowstorm, or it could be Denver. It's an extremely windy day, so Drew Lock, the wind may affect his performance. So how do you guys talk to us a little bit about that? How you're breaking down how it's affecting individual players?
Yeah, I can lead on this one. So we have basically archived data that we're able to use that breaks it down basically almost every play for every game going back to 2009. So what we're able to do is look at those fantasy stats. So we have fantasy point projections for half-point PPR, full-point PPR, standard leagues, and we're able to look at how that player has performed statistically during those weather-like events. So, hey, how has this quarterback performed in 20 to 30 mile an hour winds? Okay, well, we see a decrease in fantasy points by 4, and they throw their TD or their touchdown interception ratio has changed X, Y, and Z amount. And then we also kind of have another stats package that we'll use based on weather conditions as well. So what we try to do is say, all right, our forecast is this for the weather. Let's look at the specific players and the positional players that we're interested in for that game and see if there's actually going to be an impact. Because quite frankly, for some players, like an Aaron Rodgers, maybe we don't see as much of an impact for them, so we're not going to be as concerned about that player. For other players like a Jared Goff or something like that, or Kirk Cousins, for example, who played in Seattle this week during rainy games, there's an impact there we've seen statistically. So we really got to kind of decipher. We just, we kind of do this by position, but even a little bit more specifically by player when appropriate.
That's really awesome. You guys have been doing this. Obviously, you started the website last year. When we're recording this, it's October 14th. So we're about week 5, I think, into the season, maybe week 6. I can't remember with COVID and all that stuff going on. But talk about how the fans, how have you guys, the outreach? I mean, Have you got a lot of positive responses from fantasy football player or fantasy footballers? How's that went?
So I think our biggest interaction with folks right now is on our Twitter handle at FF Weather Guys, where it typically the interaction is.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wait Wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
During weeks where there is predicted weather and the folks are aware of that those impacts, usually when you see like some of the mainstream media or sports channels talking about weather impacts, and usually I guess that as you get up into later in the season, as winter storms or late fall storms can get more energy from the jet streams. That's where we typically see those larger weather impacts, and I think that's where the draws start to come in, especially when people are fighting for those playoff positions, right? They want to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and people start to get really meticulous with their lineups. And we're speaking more specifically on like these redraft leagues, essentially where you have like a draft at the beginning of the season, and you have your team throughout the year. So that's where we've seen the most interaction with regards to our fan base.
Yeah, and during those weeks, I mean, we'll broadcast on our Twitter feed like, hey guys, this is what we're forecasting. Here's other impacts, and people will reach out to us. They're like, hey, I'm deciding between playing this player and that player. What do you think? And we'll say, hey, based on what we've seen in these weather conditions, this player has a discrepancy of this. We would side with this guy. And so we've seen this for a variety of weather events. Most people think of the big rain or snowstorms. This also applies for high impact wind events as well. We had 1 week last year that we had 4 big wind events, whereas 25, 35 mile an hour winds, we saw considerable impacts.
Yeah. One of those games was the Kansas City Chiefs, and people who were starting Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes, they were really intent on getting some of those deep bombs that just never happened. They didn't get any passes over 20 yards.
Yeah,
so you literally see these coaches' plans. They change their game plans essentially based off of some of these weather conditions.
Yeah, when it's bad enough. And even more recently, Mike and I used this information. We were expecting rain for the Washington game, for the Washington football team. And so we actually steered away from Terry McLaurin, and he only had 3 catches for 26 yards, I believe, on Sunday. So, which I mean, it wasn't wet for the entire game, but enough where it played an impact. So, yeah.
You mentioned mainstream media. You don't have to drop any names, but have you found maybe a few of those folks sliding into the DM saying, "Hey, what's the weather going to be like?" Everybody's always asking for fantasy football advice. Who should I start? Who should I sit? Have you ever had any messages from folks maybe on the TV that's asked for your opinion?
So I don't think we've had any essentially any folks reach out for start-sit decisions regarding that, but we have some interaction with some of the folks from Fantasy Pros and the Fantasy Footballers, and I think there was a couple of folks from Yahoo. It's Yahoo that are all involved in the industry that will kind of interact time to time with us on Twitter. I think last year, one of the guys from the Fantasy Footballers, Jason Moore.
Jason Moore, yep.
Yeah, he reached out, and it was literally a question about weather, and he's just like, is there any weather experts out there that would understand and know what the actual forecast is here? Because it was during that time of year where it was really high impactful for the people watching for this particular game. And he did reach out to just put a general question. A lot of our fans CC'd him or tweeted at him with our handle, so we can kind of go in there and provide some information.
Hey guys, we touched on this a little bit with talking about individual position players and the impacts on them. I was wondering a little bit about the kicking and punting game. I mean, that seems to be an area of the game that could really be influenced by wind in particular, but also precipitation as well. What sense do you guys make of how important weather is on that aspect of the football game?
Yeah, that absolutely is. And a lot of this comes down, another message that we speak to is it really matters based on the stadium as well, how the winds are swirling around that stadium, how they're funneled in, and also the field type as well. Is this an AstroTurf? Is this a grass field? So those are all things that play in to how well a kicker can perform in weather conditions. We're in the works right now of gathering kicker data. So I don't want to, say anything quantitatively as far as like from a statistical analysis standpoint, but observationally, we usually talk about games after we see them after the week, and we'll talk about kickers. And we definitely notice that higher winds going cross field or going against the kicker definitely have an impact for sure.
So
Mike,
guys, on any given
go ahead.
Sunday, we can have a very diverse slate of weather across the U.S. Are there any particular locations across, anywhere that you guys forecast for that you find particularly challenging or frequently come up as a caution flag?
The most challenging weather for us is convection. It's a really anything in the Florida area, typically in the southeastern United States. This is something that we struggle with early season, late summer into early fall when convection's still blooming. And the high res models will pick up on this stuff. And, we're out 72 hours out. We're like, all right, it's looking like it's going to happen. And we literally have to update people like hourly on Sunday to be like, all right, guys, this is the recent model run. This is what we're expecting. Because, those are mesoscale features that are incredibly hard to predict for a 3 to 4 hour window of time during a ball game. But at the same time, those could be incredibly impactful because you got heavy rains and a lot of wind typically associated with those as well. So I would say those are the ones that we struggle with the most when there's any type of convection.
Yeah, those are the events that typically trip our algorithms in our fancy impact table and some of our maps. If you look at those circles and when we change different colors, you'll see certain model runs show the impacts, and then all of a sudden they take them away because the models are having a hard time resolving the convective features. And sometimes they can sneak under the radar. I remember there was a game last year in Jacksonville where we had this strong northeasterly flow off the ocean that was just bringing these shallow convective cells across the stadium. And it was just like the popcorn variety, and it was just causing. You would hear we didn't talk about it much in the podcast that week because we were the models didn't see it, and then all of a sudden they'd be raining on and off during the game, and Sean was sending us messages. Do you see this rain? It's going. It's the announcers are talking about it. We missed this. I'm like, oh my god, the joys of forecasting Florida weather.
I can only imagine your models. Is it like a blended run? Is it like a high resolution, like her 3 kilometer going into the NAM 3 and 12, then to the GFS out to the 7-day? Do you layer it in that manner? That way you get the higher resolution or the RAP in the first couple of days?
So this is something that we're still working on. And right now, as we were kind of spinning up things here, we've been relying mainly on GFS data at first, but we are shifting over to leverage the national weather blend of models from the National Weather Service. So we are going to be shifting over to that because obviously those are the guys that are paying attention more to each location and try to be as skillful as possible. And then we can take that information and convert it into the impact or how that impacts the specific players. So it takes some of the burden off of us in the forecasting world and allows us to focus on that impact piece.
And then we can also elaborate on that. Because we may use that from the National Weather Service, but obviously we have access to the different high resolution models. And again, that's something that we typically expand on during our podcast. And there may be some games that don't even come up as a caution on our table necessarily because they may not meet a certain threshold. But for us, just observationally, we know these are things that we need to monitor. So we'll mention them during our podcast or on Twitter.
You're talking about Southeast convection. I would also imagine maybe lake effect snow. Buffalo, Chicago, Cleveland, Green Bay, all locations that could see that, where one side of town could get 6 feet and the other side could get 2 inches,
Getting back to your social media outreach and your fans, the football fans in general, and how you integrate, how you kind of mesh with everything. How do your fans respond to your products, right? Because it looks like you do everything kind of for free. You're sort of providing that kind of service. And do you find that a lot of fans are really into what you do and share it out, and you get a lot of good response and positive feedback out of it? Or how does all that work? How do you get your how do you know how you're doing overall?
Yeah, no, we always appreciate the feedback. We'll have some people that'll reach out like, oh, I really wish I knew this, or I really wish you approached it this way or offered this kind of information. And again, that's kind of how we're working in developing our webpage and our user interface. So most people have been really constructive and just really helpful and really nice, which is not always the case in the weather world, as we know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's been a really good experience. We used to even do a photo contest where people would, obviously not the case now, at least for most stadiums, but if you were at a game where there was weather, take a picture for us and, we'll put it on our website or show it during our podcast. And people seem to appreciate that as well.
Yeah, on our website, we do have something called a mailbag where some folks can come in and write us a question, and we can essentially take that feedback and discuss it and respond back. So that's something that's also an option on the website.
Yeah, I think it's this right here. So you can
go.
put your message in and submit. And then there was also what you talked about, which is weekly weather blog, then the photo contest. So it's like, you give folks an incentive to sort of be more of a part of the website, which I think is great because you're allowing them to interact with you in your domain, which is awesome. So
well, talking about the product, we'll start to wrap up here. How can we find you? What's the social media platform of choice? I don't know if you guys do Facebook. I know you do Twitter, but tell us about social media. I know you guys do podcasts, blogs. I even think you might be dabbling into doing some live game updates. Am I correct with that?
Yes. Yeah. So we've been moving onto the Twitch platform. So if you twitch.tv/FF Weather Guys, that's essentially we have our show usually on Thursday or Fridays. We try to do it around 8 p.m. And then when there are high impact weather events on a Sunday, we'll get up on Twitch again and have a Sunday show usually around 11 a.m. That's one source where we've been kind of more interactive with folks.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Make sure if you're a fantasy football player, go check out these guys. Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Google them. You can find the Twitter account, website, all of that good info. And make sure that you tune into the blog and the podcast, as well as the live broadcast there on Twitch on Sunday morning. So until then, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather.
Good evening from Charlotte. It is June the 17th, 2020. I'm James Brierton. Did you get a chance to see the sun today at all? Maybe kind of sort of. We have been cut off from the rest of the world. No, I'm not talking coronavirus. I'm talking about this low pressure that has just parked over the Carolinas today. It's very pretty on this satellite image that our friend Brad Panovich captured. You can see it there just spinning out over like Fayetteville, Fort Bragg, between Charlotte and Raleigh. Just spinning and spinning and spinning, but that just socked us in with clouds. I did see just a little bit of sun today here in Charlotte before the sun went down, and that was a nice change of pace after a couple days of cloudy and cold weather. All right, this week we are talking the PGA Tour, which has resumed and is in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the RBC Heritage. Kicks off tomorrow after a couple of practice rounds. I'm holding here the weather forecast from their on-site meteorologist, Stuart Williams. This is what we call a tease. I'll have this for you coming up. What we're going to get to first is a piece of tape that has been very patiently waiting in the wings. So Stuart sat down with the Carolina Weather Group in February to record an interview that at the time we thought was going to air alongside the Wells Fargo Championship here in Charlotte. Well, as you now know, that never happened, and other PGA Tour events were canceled. They are now resuming operations without fans and will be playing in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So we are very excited to be able to bring this piece of tape to you. This is a premiere of a new episode. You've never seen this interview before, despite the fact that it was recorded in February, but I felt that I needed to explain to you that it was recorded in a time where I could still get a haircut, and where the picture of snow over Scotty Powell's shoulder made sense, and all the references to fans attending the event also made sense back just a few months ago. So without further ado, we'll get on over to this, and then coming up later on in the program, about 30 minutes from now, we'll get a check of your weather headlines this week, including that PGA Tour forecast, an update on Sharpie Gate, and we'll take a look at the tropics as well, too. But without further ado, here is our interview with Stuart Williams, the on-site meteorologist for the PGA Tour, and he'll tell us a little bit about the company he works for as well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we present Mr. Stuart Williams, meteorologist for the PGA Tour, which is a really cool job that I would love to have. As a big golf fan, I think it's a really unique job that Stuart has, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that tonight and let us know what all his duties are as he travels across the PGA Tour. And we'd love for you to interact with us tonight. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to drop them on the social media platforms. and we'll address those. And we'll let Stuart give out some of his social media information towards the end of the interview tonight. That way, if you want to follow him on Twitter, you can do that, or just get more information. So we appreciate having Stuart with us tonight. Stuart, welcome back to the show. I know we had you on a couple of years ago, fellow North Carolinian, and it's great to have you with us tonight. Glad to see that you're actually home and not out on the road right now. So for those who may be introduced to you for the first time, tell us a little bit about you. I know you live here in North Carolina. You went to school here in North Carolina, so kind of give us a brief background about who you are.
Yeah, I grew up in Winston-Salem. I currently live in High Point, North Carolina, and I got my meteorology degree from UNC Asheville, so I was actually there from 1988 to 92, so that kind of dates myself there. So 50 years old now, so I'm getting older. But after that, I started working for a company called Mobile Weather. And we started doing golf tournaments, weather for golf tournaments. So it started like with the Crosby Celebrity Tournament there in Winston, and the Vantage Championship, which was a Champions Tour event in Winston. And after that, I was interning then at that time when we started those, probably about 91 or so. And then as I graduated, we kind of formed a company called Mobile Weather. And we started doing more and more golf tournaments. So individual tournaments would hire us. And then from there, in 1995, we signed a full-time contract with the PGA Tour doing all their events. So, and it just kept snowballing from there. And then so I was working with a company then called Mobile Weather. And so we were doing golf tournaments. I was traveling all over the country. And then in 2005, I started working for DTN. And ever since then, I've been with DTN, and we just keep growing and doing more and more events. So, we have all the PGA Tour, Champions Tour, Korn Ferry Tour. We do the LPGA. We do the PGA of America, which includes the PGA Championship, Ryder Cup, Senior PGA, and some of their smaller events. And we do quite a few international events for IMG. We do a lot of Asian tournaments in China and Taiwan and that kind of thing. So, we do over 150 events a year now, so it's quite busy.
Well, I know you're not the only one. I mean, that's a lot of traveling. So
yeah,
tell us a little bit about your team. How many meteorologists do you guys have? Is it just you that goes out to a tournament, or is there kind of a team aspect for you guys?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got we've got 7 or 8 guys that travel all the time, and we usually just send one person to each tournament or event that we cover, because we also do outdoor concerts, and we do some other events like that we have a meteorologist go to and that help out. But there's one guy per tournament, and so basically, on the PGA Tour or any golf tournament or any outdoor event that we do, lightning is the number one concern. So that's why a meteorologist is on site. We set up an electric field mill. We have 2 laptop computers that have obviously the Doppler radar, lightning detection. We have a mix of BISLA's National Lightning Detection Network, and and so all that data that we get in-house, we have all the computer models that we look at, the NAM, the Euro, the GFS, all those. So everything's in-house, and we sector where we're going to go, and we can make custom products for ourselves and that kind of thing. So we make our own forecast on site. So using all that technology, as an official comes in wondering what the weather is, if we do see a threat, we see a storm developing, the officials can come in, we can show them exactly on the screen what is happening, and based on what we're showing them and what our opinions are of what's going to happen, then the officials can make very good decisions of, okay, when do we need to stop? And then once we do that, especially on the PGA Tour, they have LED boards across the golf course. They'll put weather warning signs up. The officials will blow horns to the players, signaling that it's a dangerous situation. So then the players will get moved off to evacuation vans and cars and that kind of thing, and they're brought to the clubhouse. And so hopefully, if we do our job correctly, then we've given enough time to where people can get back to the buses and hopefully back to their cars, because not everybody has a clubhouse pass. So they can't all get indoors to safety. So we got to get a lot of them back to their cars. So it's a big machine. It's a big operation, but it's most tournaments, I'd say every tournament has an evacuation plan, emergency plan. So it works pretty well. And then the big question is, once we have stopped play, when do we go back and start playing? When is it safe to go back out? So that's where we help big time, as far as, okay, we think this storm is going to be out of here at such and such time. And then they can open up the practice facilities again, let the players warm back up, and then we'll get them back out to the golf course and start playing again.
Stuart, that kind of rings a bell here in Charleston at Bulls Bay, the tournament last year. LPGA, lightning hit a tree. Someone was went under the tree, and it's a serious situation with these thunderstorms and these golf tournaments. How much collaboration do you guys have with the local National Weather Service, especially in big events like this?
In the last few years, there's been a little bit more collaboration because, with Homeland Security and a lot of these big, government agencies and everything, a lot of these agencies are using golf tournaments as their training grounds for big events and things like that. So I know down at the RBC Heritage down in Hilton Head, the FBI shows up and all the government agencies, the Weather Service, and so they do a lot of practice at that event, since it's such a large event. And so I do coordinate with the Weather Service there. We'll talk what we're thinking, and kind of bounce off ideas off each other. But for the most part, I'll maybe read a forecast discussion or something like that from the Weather Service. But like I said, having everything in house, all of our own computer models and that kind of thing, we basically do our own thing, to be honest with you, make our own forecast. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes we do a better job because we know what golf wants and we know what golf needs. So we know what they're looking for as far as a forecast goes. Whereas the Weather Service, they may be a little more general because they have a bigger area to cover. So for example, for us, wind forecasts are very big at the golf tournaments because that plays a huge role on how the golf course is going to be set up each day. So we concentrate a lot on wind, and so we try to be very accurate in that department, where you may see a weather forecast from the Weather Service that says winds are 5 to 10. Well, okay, that's kind of general. We try to be more exact than that, where our forecast will say maybe we have a westerly wind, like on the coast there. Maybe you have a drainage wind in the morning off the land, and then we'll get the sea breeze at 1 o'clock, and it's going to shift out of the south or southeast or whatever, and it's going to be 10 to 15 at that point. A lot of times the Weather Service really doesn't break it down like that, so we try to be more specific of what's going to happen at the golf course so they can plan how they're going to set the golf course up. So that's some of the things that I think we do a better job at than TV or Weather Service being more general.
Stuart, let's play. Let's hope we're not forecasting too far in the future. We have a Wells Fargo Championship coming up in Charlotte, the Wyndham Championship in Greensboro. Let's say that you're there forecasting and you see it could be a potential stormy day. That there's going to be thunderstorms moving into the air. What is it? Kind of give us what you do the morning of. Kind of give us a play-by-play of what that setup looks like if you see, it's going to be a stormy afternoon or something in these tournaments.
Well, let's say the first tee time is 7 a.m., okay? That's usually when most tournaments start, 7 in the morning. And I'm usually there probably about 5:30 in the morning because I'm looking at weather data, looking at the latest stuff, making my forecasts and getting that out and distributed, uploaded to the player page, that kind of thing. And so we also have radios that we communicate to the officials with. So every morning I'll go into the rules office and tell the guys as they head out to set the golf course up what I think the winds are going to be that day, and then what time I think the best chances of us getting a thunderstorm. And so if you take a North Carolina tournament, typically what happens is, as you'll know, Scotty, and they'll start in the mountains. They'll bubble up in the mountains about midday, early afternoon, and then as they get going, they'll roll off into the Piedmont, and then they'll usually make it to Greensboro or Charlotte by 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, depending on how fast they move and what the scenario is. So, so I'll tell the officials that morning, hey, I think we're going to see storms probably anywhere from that 3 to 7 range. And then that'll give them an idea when they need to start paying it.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, Practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
So as we go through the morning there, I'll keep looking at the new data, see if there's anything we need to update. And then obviously I keep watching the screens. I'll have the radars going and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I see something that has a potential of getting to us, that's when I'll get on the radio and tell the officials, hey, I'm seeing some thunderstorms over, let's say, Yadkinville, and they're going to be moving across Winston and the Greensboro here in the next hour, hour and a half. So that'll give them the heads up that, hey, I'm starting to see some stuff that could impact us here in the next hour or two. And so that's when we'll start putting on the LED boards. There's a weather policy that runs and things that say, hey, inclement weather is possible, please pay attention, that kind of thing. And then as the storm keeps moving closer, then I keep updating the officials. And then when I think is within, less than an hour, usually the head rules official, which would be Mark Russell or Slugger White, who are in charge of the competition, basically, they'll come into my office. I show them exactly what's happening. And then we try to give at least 30 minutes notice before the storm's going to hit the golf course so that we can blow the horns and give enough time for people to start trickling out and get the players in. And then obviously, as the storm gets closer, hopefully we've gotten everybody off the golf course, and then the storm will hit. And then, like I said, then we have the conversations. When you think it's going to be out of here? When is it safe to resume? And so they'll already start making the plans on when that gets out of there, when we're going to let them to go back out and warm up on the range and then get them back out on the golf course. So, it's kind of a lengthy process, but as with weather, you guys, we have thunderstorms that can pop up right on top of you. So that's why we also have an electric field mill that we set up on site that measures the electrical charge. And so if we're seeing something develop real close to us, hasn't produced lightning yet, and we're wondering, is it going to, that electric field mill gives us the heads up that, hey, charges are building. And also looking on the radar, you look at the cloud tops. You kind of know what those cloud tops keep growing, and you know what the freezing level is. And when it gets a certain height above that freezing level, that's when you start seeing the lightning. So using all those things together, using all those things together, we can get a good idea that, hey, this cell will probably going to produce lightning. So that electric field mill is crucial in that aspect. So it may give us 10 or 15 minutes that we wouldn't have had if you waited for the first lightning bolt to come out. So, we may only have 10 or 15 minutes to get them off, but that's still better than having no warning and all of a sudden there's a lightning bolt. So, yeah, technology plays a huge role in what we do.
That's pretty fascinating. I didn't realize that much went into it. That's pretty sophisticated and really good coverage on your part.
Stuart, once y'all blow the horns, it's kind of going back a few minutes, but once y'all blow the horn to warn there's a tornado or tornado warning storm or even a severe thunderstorm on its way, the players, they're coming off the course, but for bystanders that are sitting alongside the course or even in the stands, is there a safe place for them to go?
Unless you have a clubhouse pass, and generally no. So, if you're having a severe weather event, obviously you don't want to keep them in the tents and the skyboxes because those are temporary structures and big lightning rods as well, just, with the poles and everything. So, we try to get people to go back to their cars, go back to the buses, get back to their cars. But, it doesn't always happen that way. There's always stragglers. There's people that try to hide and wait it out. And because, as soon as we start back play, then they can run out and get a good spot on 18 or whatever. And they're in a good spot to get a good position to watch golf again. But, it happens. We put weather warning signs up. We do the best we can to PGA Tour and all these events try to do the best they can to get people to leave. But, there's always a few stragglers that always try to stand under a tree, and it's not recommended, but it definitely it happens.
No, I was just going to say that I'm sure that's a problem at a lot of these outdoor sporting events, whether it be air shows, I would imagine, have a big problem with that, or even like you mentioned earlier, concerts. I think it was just last year we saw some video went viral of a concert tent just taking off, and downdraft, outflow wind of a tornado, thunderstorm. That's my brain. So yeah, that seems like a real problem.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of outdoor festivals and concerts and stuff that don't have a meteorologist, and the people in charge really don't know weather. So I think that's when you have more of the mistakes made or decision making, not poor decision making, when those things happen. So, fortunately for us and my company I work for, DTN, we do a lot of consultation. We have a lot of customers that call in and get opinion from a meteorologist. So I think it's getting better and better as far as people hiring meteorologists, or at least weather companies, to help them out and make good decisions. And like for me, on the on-site business, actually have a meteorologist at your site is expensive. You got to pay for hotel rooms and airline tickets and ship equipment, and plus have the meteorologist there. So that's kind of a hard thing for some organizations to pay that kind of money to have somebody there. But once you have that meteorologist there that's on site, they see how it works and how it takes the pressure off them making these decisions. And it actually pays for itself, to be honest with you, to make good decisions. But, like I said, if you don't have the money, a lot of these organizations just don't have the budget for it. Hey, at least they can still hire a company like mine and have a consultation where they can call in, so it definitely makes a difference.
Definitely so. Able to do that for Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. It definitely, I tell them, I'll worry about the weather. You guys worry about running the event. And it's just, I think it's a peace of mind for those folks.
Well, I mean, I say it all the time myself is I'll tell you when you need to worry.
Yeah. I'll do the worrying for you.
Exactly. I'll tell you when you need to worry. So,
yeah.
I want to get back to what you mentioned about winds, right? So we talked about wind size, right? And we get into the nitty gritty of it, right? So you're talking about sea breezes, you're talking about things at the coastline, even inland, where you can have wind shifting or building, stronger pressure gradient, higher winds from certain directions. Do you get into the science of saying, you look at the course, you look at the direction of wind, the dominant direction of wind for the day, and the speeds? Do you talk about which links are going to be more difficult than others? When you look at long-range trajectory shots or higher iron shots, do you speak about look for a lean to the left or hooking or anything like that when you get into the wind forecast?
Yeah, the rules officials, the guys that are setting up the golf course, they're the ones that's more concerned with which holes are going to play. Let's just say we have on hole number 1, we have a strong south wind and it's blowing, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Well, if it's blowing from behind them, then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll move the tee blocks back so that hole plays longer. And then on the next hole, maybe it's going the opposite direction. Now it's in the player's face when they tee off. So they may move those tee blocks up so it plays shorter. That way they're trying to keep everything moving, but they're also trying to make it not hard, but they're trying to make it fair too. Not necessarily hard, but fair, and keep things moving. So, crosswinds play a big role, especially near the greens, where if there's a lake or a big sand trap or something that's on the right side and it's blowing from left to right, well, they may put that hole location more towards the left side of the green, so guys aren't dumping in the lake the whole time trying to get it to the hole. That's so all those strategies play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind direction definitely is important, how strong the wind is.
So they're actually changing distances and layout.
Absolutely. So we have 18 holes. We have 18 holes, and all through that golf course, it's going to be in their face or behind them, left to right, right to left. So all those things play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind definitely is a major impact on golf tournaments. So.
Very interesting. Very neat. Scotty, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart. In some circumstances, I know we saw the Masters had some severe weather roll through back in 2019. When we see these big severe weather events, you guys, I'm sure, coordinate with the course, with the tour, with the TV networks, and kind of make the best plans. Is that right?
Yeah, try to do what's right. You don't want to get anybody hurt. And if there's a high risk for severe weather, i.e. tornadoes or even, just strong straight line wind and storms, we may go early, 2 tees early on the weekend or a day on the weekend to avoid some of that severe weather that we think is going to happen in the afternoon. So, the tour is aware of that, and they'll try to make accommodations to maybe avoid some of that to keep people safe and get the round in. Because the tour has a policy that we'll play on Monday to complete 72 holes. 72 holes is a must. They want to get every round in. So so we will do that on Sundays a lot of time to try to get everything completed and so we don't have to go into Monday. But for the most part, if it's a 30-40% chance of a thunderstorm day, then they're not likely going to change anything. It's just we're going to play golf and hopefully, that scattered thunderstorm will stay away from us. But if we do get hit and we don't finish, well, we'll be back Monday morning. So that's how it works.
I know another element that is tricky for you guys, especially on the West Coast swing early in the season, is fog. Seeing lots of fog delays and even some cancellations of round because of visibility. Talk to us a little bit about forecasting fog.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That marine layer out there, and what most people don't realize in California, the Pacific Ocean out there gets the Aleutian Current, which is very cold. It's cold water, and so fog forms on it quite a bit. So when we get out there, a lot of the things that we look for is the offshore flow, and we love it when there's offshore flow because it pushes that marine layer way out in the ocean, and skies stay clear at the golf course. Well, the thing that I've learned forecasting the weather out there, as soon as that pressure gradient starts going neutral, that's usually when the marine layer fog will move in. And so I've seen it. We had it this year at Torrey Pines at the Farmers Insurance Open. One day the fog rolled in early in the morning, and it stuck around till about 9:30 in the morning. So we had to delay for a couple hours, and then the sun finally ate through it and broke it apart, and it pushed offshore. So, it's a tough thing because with fog, you just don't know how long it's going to stick around. How thick it's going to be. We get the marine layer out there too. Sometimes it lifts and it's just a cloud deck, and you're fine. It's just a cloudy day. But at Torrey Pines, we do have some elevation. I think we're up at 400 or 500 feet there, and so if it lifts up to 500 feet, we're in the cloud and we get socked in, and then obviously you go other places along the coast there that's not elevated, and it's fine. So it's definitely tough, but something we deal with, and we just try to help the best we can with that. So
I know we're getting late on the interview. Fun question here: any favorite PGA Tour stops, and any of the PGA Tour players really weather savvy that we might not know about?
Well, I mean, favorite weather stops. I mean, as far as any tournaments go, Hilton Head's a big favorite of mine. Any Hawaii tournament's great. Pebble Beach is awesome if the weather's good. Same thing with Torrey Pines in California. So yeah, we go to some great places. I mean, this past year I went to Japan and South Korea. I went to Shanghai, China, and this year, later in the year, I'm going to Australia. So yeah, I mean, we go to some great places, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, you have to go to these areas and actually learn the weather in these areas. You probably would have to understand it before you even go.
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, everywhere I go, I start paying attention to where I'm going a month or two ahead of time. So I know when I get there what's been happening. So you kind of got a feel for what's been going on. So, you know, I've already been keeping tabs for the next couple of weeks when I go to Tucson and California again. And, you know, and then obviously long term, you kind of looking, you know, I've got Florida lurking in March. I'm going down to Florida. So you definitely keep up with what's going on and what's been happening. So you know kind of what to expect going into it. So it's definitely harder in Japan and Korea and some of these places where, you know, maybe the radar data is not as timely, or you don't have all the good data you have here in the U.S. You still have some data, but maybe not quite as good as some of the things you're used to using. So, and, you know, forecasting wind and things like that gets a little more difficult, some of these spots. So, you know, but still, us being there is still better than, you know, for the tour and some of these tournaments, having us there is still better than not having us there, where they would just be guessing. So, you know, we do the best we can, and they know it's not the U.S. and it's not quite as good, but it's still we still send our electric field mill over there, and you know, we still have that and the detection network and that kind of thing. So,
oh, wow, I bet that's interesting, transporting that equipment across seas to foreign country.
Yeah, the tour sends a lot of containers and things, so you know, it goes on with a lot of the scoreboards and that kind of stuff. So it helps.
One more question from me is as far as golf and the weather. Talk about course saturation. We're talking about frost in the morning, dew on the grass, you know, dew points, humidity, right? How does it factor in your forecast for when the starting time is? Does that sometimes get pumped up because of the ground's just wet and needs time to dry out, or?
Well, you know, obviously, you know, if it's totally saturated, there's the rules of golf dictate what we can do as far as playing golf on a saturated golf course. So if there's still some standing water or some real wet areas, the tour a lot of time will institute a policy of lift, clean, in place, where they can get relief maybe from some of those spots to a drier area that's not any closer to the hole, but they get some relief, and then they can pick up mud on their ball, so they can pick the ball up and wipe the mud off and place it back down and then hit it. So that helps us out quite a bit. But if we still have water running down the fairways, or there's puddles on the greens, and you can't put the ball through a puddle, so then obviously we can't play in those conditions. But, you know, golf courses are made to drain, so, you know, typically once the standing water is gone, then they institute that policy of maybe lift, clean, in place. That way we can still play and not be stopped under the rules of golf. So as far as frost goes, we do try to do frost forecasts. It does come into play a lot of times when we're in the desert of Arizona in February and March, because it can get really cold there in the mornings and then warm up pretty quickly for the mid to late mornings. So we try to help them out with frost forecasts. Obviously, you got to just wait for it to melt before you can get on there, because you don't want to kill the grass stepping on it. So usually frost delays are not that long. They're usually 30 minutes to an hour, and then we can get out there and play. As far as late in the year, a lot of places where we go is Florida and the Southeast and that kind of thing. So typically we don't deal with frost too much in the fall, but definitely early in the year.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it, and glad that we could catch you while you're here at home. And we wish you the best of luck as you travel out to all these cool destinations, and hopefully you'll have some good weather. If folks want to follow along, do you have a social media account or something you'd like to promote?
Yeah, I you can follow me on Twitter. It's at PGAWXMAN and the number 1. So it's PGAWXMan1 on Twitter, and I'm on Facebook, just Stuart Williams. You'll just have to find me on that. But that's the only 2 social medias that I'm on. Yeah, Twitter, definitely follow me, and you can see what the forecasts are, what's going on at these tournaments that we're doing and these other events. So.
And the weather's bad and you're at that tournament, just go find Stuart. You can blame him for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time, and glad to catch up with you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely, Scotty. Thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do it more often.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back for another episode next week.
All right, and that is our interview with Stuart Williams, DTN meteorologist, who goes to all the PGA Tour events and provides them on-location weather support. That interview, again, was recorded in February for what we thought was going to coincide with a premiere for the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. This week, the PGA Tour is back in action. They are at the RBC Heritage event in Hilton Head, South Carolina. From Charlotte, I am James Brierton. We will see you back here next week. We will leave you, I'm hoping. I'm trying to pull up a camera in Hilton Head, South Carolina to take a look at conditions there right now. It's not coming up. Go figure. But you'll have to trust us that Stuart's forecast says it won't be all too shabby. And here it is. A look from the Salty Dog there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Again, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we have on meteorologist Jim Gandy. If you've been a follower of our show, you've probably seen Jim appear on the show a few times during these bigger weather events with hurricanes and winter storms. So Jim is joining us tonight from Columbia, South Carolina, and we're happy to have him. He was at WLTX there in Columbia, but has since retired. He retired, in fact, last year. Actually, Jim, I think we're coming up on the 1-year mark. Is that correct?
Just passed it. It was June 1st of last year.
Yeah, so we've just passed that. So I know retirement life, we were talking a little bit before we started recording here, has been good to you. So we'll talk a little bit more about that afterwards. But 45 years in the business, you're known as South Carolina's weatherman. Tell us how it started. How did your love for weather transition you into being a meteorologist on TV?
Nothing happened the way it was supposed to. My introduction to weather, ironically, was something that just scared me to death. I was probably maybe 4 years old. My dad was going to take me across the street to our house, and all of a sudden, the sky right before me just lit up with lightning. It scared the living daylights out of me, as you can imagine. And from that time on, I was scared to death of lightning. Now, this was in Memphis. Then he got transferred to Jacksonville, Florida. And if you know anything about the weather in Florida, thunderstorms are pretty frequent. And so I got really interested in weather living in Florida, still scared to death of lightning. Really didn't control my fear until I went to college. I got my degree at Florida State. It was during that time that I kind of conquered my fear of lightning. Not that I don't have a healthy respect for it, I do. And then I went to Florida State, trained as a research meteorologist, and got out, graduated at absolutely the wrong time. It was 1974. We went straight into a recession. The government froze all hiring. The private sector wasn't what it was today. And so I was forced to kind of look around. My first job as a meteorologist actually was at the Institute of Storm Research in Houston, Texas. But then their contracts dried up. Again, I'm without a job. So I went back to Memphis, and I actually went back to graduate school. In that first semester in graduate school, one of the TV stations in Memphis called me and asked me if I wanted to come down and audition. I had never been to a TV station, didn't know anything about television other than what I saw on TV. I went down there, did the audition, whatever they saw they liked, they hired me, and the rest is history.
Starting out in Memphis, I think your next move was to Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. I was in Memphis for 2 years. We were in the midst of a union fight there. The station was being unionized, and I hadn't had a pay raise in 2 years. So I decided, okay, maybe it's time to look elsewhere. And I applied to a number of TV stations in Florida, since my background was in tropical meteorology. And one day I get a tape back from...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I sent to Orlando. I get the tape back. Obviously, it was rejected. One of the directors in the control room said, well, yeah, they've got an opening in Oklahoma City. Why don't you try for that? Well, I just got this tape back. I threw it in the mail and didn't think too much of it. But then I would say just a few days later, I got a phone call from Jim Williams at KTVY, now K4 in Oklahoma City. And they flew me out there, and I did an audition right there on their set. I beat out everybody that was looking for the job. And so I spent almost 5 years in Oklahoma City. Then I went and spent 2 years with Mike Smith up in Wichita at the Kansas State Network. And then I got the job at WIS in Columbia, South Carolina, and was there for about 14 and a half years. And then Gannett offered me a job. And I worked at corporate for a year and then came to Columbia at their station, WLTX, and was there for 20 years.
Going tropical, studying at Florida State, like you said, experienced in tropical meteorology. Then going out to Oklahoma, where now the Oklahoma City market seems to be one of the most sought after markets there is, with severe weather coverage. It's turned into something that everybody tunes into now. Was it like that back in the 80s? I know the helicopters now, we have all these storm chasers, but what was it like in the 80s in the Oklahoma City market?
It was fantastic, but you have to understand, I went to Florida State University. We didn't talk much about tornadoes. So when I went out to Oklahoma, I told my folks, I said, well, we're going to find out what kind of meteorologist I am, because Oklahoma City is a tough market. It has broken many people, and we'll see if I can hack it. Well, I went out there at just the perfect time. I got the job in July, which was right at the end of the severe storm season. So I really had about 8 months to prepare. And prepare I did, because down the road from Oklahoma City, of course, is the University of Oklahoma, the National Severe Storms Laboratory, all right there in Norman, Oklahoma. And some of my friends at Florida State were working at the Severe Storms Laboratory. So I knew the caliber of people that were down there. My biggest fear in Oklahoma City was going on the air and saying something that wasn't correct.
OKC to Wichita to Columbia. Is there anything in particular that drew you to the Midlands versus being out west? Very different.
Well, one was a job,
right.
But after having been in Oklahoma City and Wichita for 7 years, and keep in mind I grew up in the Southeast, so when I came back to Columbia to interview for the job, the first thing I noticed was trees. And I said, oh my God, there are trees here. And not these little scrubby things you see out in the plains. And so I said, boy, if they offer me the job, I'm going to take it. And sure enough, they offered me the job. I took it, and the rest is history. I have to laugh. People always ask me about my time out in Oklahoma City and Wichita, if I ever chased storms. Yes. In fact, that's how I got into photography, was by chasing storms. I tell people that I chased storms before it became fashionable. When I was chasing, it was a rare event to run across another chaser. But today, when I see how many people are on the road chasing out there today, I'm just blown away. I said, oh my God, there's a traffic jam. I'm surprised they don't have cops out there directing traffic.
I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, we see it now even on when folks activate their GPS and they go into their apps, right? And they spell out names of people across 2 or 3 states. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, lots of people.
A lot of people out there.
And the competition is pretty stiff. Every once in a while on Twitter, you'll hear some scuffling going on about who was first in line or who was supposed to be first. So it's kind of interesting.
Well, see, I never had that problem. There wasn't anybody. There wasn't anybody out there.
If you don't know what you're looking at in real time at the sky and what's going on in the environment, you can learn a lot from that outside of looking at radar and all these products and everything. So yeah, I mean, that's folks have access to that technology now, so they know how to kind of gain ahead. They can jump over to another state where something else is going on. So kind of.
Well, for me, it was fantastic because I could take what I was seeing in the field, and when I went back to the radar, now I could start to put things together, and I think that made me a better radar analyst because I could see what was on the radar and I could visualize because I had seen it in the field. Right. And so it was a big help.
Jim, I want to get back to Columbia. So overall in Columbia, you're talking about 30 years total.
34 years.
34 years. Let's talk about some of the major events, some of the major things you remember from Columbia. I was here during Higo in '89. I experienced that as a teenager in high school. We left. We went to Union, South Carolina, and came back the next day, and it was just absolutely devastating. But I don't think folks knew what kind of impacts were going to occur inland, especially across the CSRA and all the way up into Charlotte and beyond. So tell us about your experience with Hugo.
Well, that was an interesting one because when I came to Columbia, what I had not had to do when I was out in the Plain States was make a 5-day forecast. When I came to Columbia, they insisted on a 5-day forecast. Well, this is 1989. Everybody's doing 5-day forecasts, but granted, they weren't that great. So I had been watching Hugo off the African coast, and I had been reading some of the analysis coming out of Washington. And going into the preceding weekend, they said the weather pattern is shaping up for this hurricane to affect the southeast, which caught my attention. So over the weekend, I'm following it pretty closely. And so I went into work early on that Monday, and I did my analysis. The one thing that struck me was that the computer models were having some trouble. They kept wanting to keep the storm going west. When it came off of Puerto Rico, though, it was moving northwest. But the models kept wanting to turn it west. I have a rule, and I developed this rule in Oklahoma. And that rule is, when it comes to computer models and reality, reality always wins. So I looked at the situation, trying to figure out why would the storm turn west. I could not find any reason for it to turn west. So I decided there isn't much out there to move this storm. So I pretty much interpolated from the 500 millibars right into South Carolina. So on Monday, that Monday night when I went on the air, I said, I think this is a hurricane that's going to hit us in South Carolina. And I was projecting mainly the low country. And the next day, I expected, it hit after midnight on Friday. So you're more than 3 days out. So I expected, okay, I'll have to change the forecast Tuesday, but we can make corrections along the way. Well, when I came in Tuesday, I was within 25 miles of the projected path. So I decided, if things aren't changing, why change the forecast? So I stuck with the forecast, and it came right into Charleston, South Carolina, and it did quite a number on South Carolina. It was the strongest hurricane to hit South Carolina since the storm in 1893.
I want to touch on another major weather event topic, which was the October flood of 2015, which affected not only us at the coast, but again, the connection to Columbia and the tropics and an upper low. And it was just the perfect kind of combination. And so I know that there was dams that broke in Columbia. There was all kinds of flooding issues, you name it. So talk a little about your experience with that. And how you
Well, that was an interesting one because if you'll remember, it was Joaquin that came into the Bahamas and went stationary and sat there for a while. And of course, we were all watching it. One of the things early that week that bothered me was that the projection for rainfall for this area seemed to be unreasonably high. Unreasonably high because every computer model had the hurricane passing well east of us, offshore, maybe going into North Carolina, but certainly that would still leave us on what is traditionally the dry side of the hurricane. So, you know, we're talking about this on the air, and of course I was talking with my colleagues there in the Weather Center, and I said, you know, something just does not add up. And so we kept looking, and I kept analyzing stuff, and still couldn't figure it out. I knew that there was some information that we weren't getting. So the National Hurricane Center decided on that Wednesday night they would start flying the high altitude aircraft out toward the storm. And I said, and by the way, I was on conference calls with our corporate people. Tegna owned our TV station. So I was on the conference call and I said, look, we can make all kinds of projections we want, but the National Hurricane Center is going to fly that high altitude aircraft tonight. When that data gets into the computer model, we will know what this storm is going to do. And that was a Wednesday night. Thursday morning, it wasn't so much a surprise, but the projections for the hurricane had it staying offshore, but it did not change the rainfall prediction for our area. And at that point, I realized we're looking at the wrong thing. The hurricane is not the threat. It is the upper level low that is coming down through the Tennessee River Valley that's going to slow down, almost stall over the Florida Panhandle. It's going to tap a tropical atmospheric river, and it's going to direct it right into South Carolina.
We've talked about hurricanes, snowstorms, and flooding. Were there perhaps any tornado events that you particularly recall from your years in Columbia?
Oh, yeah. In fact, probably the most memorable one was from a tropical depression, 1994. And it was Hurricane or Tropical Storm Beulah. It hit along the Florida coast, came into Georgia, southwest Georgia, and was heading up toward the Athens area, the center. It happened that we were on the east side at just the right point in the heat of the afternoon. So I went in early to work in preparation for, I guess I got to the station around 11:30. And while Joe Penner, who was doing the weather for the midday show, as he was doing the weather, right after he got off, they issued a tornado warning, and it was for Barnwell County. I thought, tornado warning? Now, keep in mind, back then, the Weather Service had Doppler radar, but we did not. So I'm thinking, okay, so we went on and gave the warning and everything, and I'm looking at everything as best I can, and all of a sudden, they happened to say that there was circulation in Lexington County. It was down near Pelion, I think it was, or something like that. I went, oh my gosh. So I notified the assignment desk. They said, where do we need do we need to send someone to Pelion? I said, no, don't go to where it's been, go to where it's going to go. So we sent a photographer out on I-20, and I just said, go toward Highway 6, and then we'll see. Well, he gets to Highway 6, and he misses the turn, has to turn around. When he does, he sees the tornado. And that was the first of something like 28 or 9 tornadoes that day.
Switching gears a little bit, Jim, climate change has been something you're very vocal about. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
It goes back to in 2007. This is when TV stations were starting their websites. Everybody was kind of green back then, so we really didn't know what we were doing, what we wanted to accomplish. And I convinced the TV station. I said, let's do something. Let's start a science and technology page. But I was also at the time on the station's scientists committee. It just so happens that Joe Whitty, a meteorologist who's on the air in Washington, D.C., made a recommendation to Ed Maybeck at George Mason University. And they wanted to see about educating people about climate change. Joe sends a note to the chairman, who was Paul Gross at the time. And Paul then relayed that message to all of us on the committee. And I had just come inside from working out in the yard, and it said on there that they were looking for an advisor. I said, hey, this sounds kind of interesting. So I responded. But a friend of mine on the committee beat me to it. So when I talked to Joe, I said, well, if you need any help or anything like that, just let me know. A few days later, he calls back. He said, how would you like to be the test case? I got the TV station on board. They supported it. The National Science Foundation gave us the grant. And in 2009, ironically, as ClimateGate was breaking, we were meeting in Washington, D.C. to map out a program that would become Climate Matters. The whole focus of our work was to educate people about how the climate is changing and why it's changing and how it's going to affect them locally. We just wanted to give people the scientific information.
What does Columbia, South Carolina mean to you? And then second part of that is, how is retirement life?
I worked here for 34 years, so I consider it to be home. It's also a great place to be. The cost of living here in Columbia is really pretty low in comparison to other parts of the country. And actually, you can say that through a large part of the Carolinas. It's not just Columbia, but in this part of the country, the cost of living isn't that great. So it's a great place to live. So if you don't have a vast wealth, it's a great place to just kind of settle in. As it turns out, I picked the perfect time to retire. I mean, I was already 66, so it wasn't like I was retiring early. So I decided, okay, let's go ahead and retire. This is it. I'll retire, and we'll enjoy life, whatever it is.
Last question, Jim. To wrap this up, what are your words of advice for any future meteorology student or anybody that's currently in the field?
I read something the other day that kind of struck me. It was a young meteorology student who was struggling or had struggled at Florida State, had gone to another college, had some problems there, but was really passionate about weather. And I thought about it because I felt bad that she was struggling, but I sent her a tweet back, and I said, this might surprise you and will surprise some, but I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I struggled as well. I often joke that I enjoyed the course atmospheric radiation so much, I took it 3 times. And you just have to work hard and persevere. When I graduated, I wasn't at the top of my class. But my parents instilled a work ethic. If you want something, you got to work for it. So in many cases, I wasn't the best person on the air. Certainly, I wasn't always the best looking person on the air. I don't have the best voice on the air. I don't even know why I'm on the air, but I work harder than anybody. One of my colleagues once said, "You are the hardest working meteorologist I have ever been around." And it's true. When I go to work, I'm there until it's done. 8 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours, it doesn't make any difference. I get the job done. And I always wanted to be the best forecaster.
Very thankful for you to join us tonight. You're still following a little bit of weather. Are you doing any updates on social media? If so, how can folks follow you?
Follow me on Twitter and Facebook at Jim Gandy WX.
That's awesome. Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate it. We hope that you and your wife can get out and travel soon. Hopefully this pandemic mess will come to us soon or end soon, and you can get out there and enjoy the traveling. And we certainly appreciate you joining us tonight. And from all of us here at the Carolina Weather Group, thank you for your service that you've dedicated to the folks of South Carolina over the
thank you.
Years.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time.
Good evening from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm James Brierton, and this is an all-new episode of the Carolina Weather Group. It's Wednesday, October the 14th, 2020. Here's what's coming up tonight on the Carolina Weather Group. Our guest is Dr. Josh Warman. He invented the Dow, the Doppler on wheels, and he appeared alongside his famed vehicle on numerous TV shows, including Storm Chasers. He's an atmospheric scientist and the president of the Center for Severe Weather Research, that is, and we'll be talking to him coming up in just a moment. We also have on deck for you a check of your forecast with meteorologist Frank Strait. Before we get started tonight, a reminder that the Carolina Weather Group has a new Insiders Club. You can join us on Patreon, patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group, and unlock exclusive extras, including for just $1 a month, video extras and behind the scenes. There are 4 moments from tonight's interview that we weren't able to get into the final edit of the episode that you're about to see. So if you want to check those out for just $1, you'll unlock those on Patreon. For $3.99 a month, you'll be getting early access to select videos, including this episode was available early on Patreon, and future select episodes will be made available onto Patreon supporters who pledge us at our full tier of $3.99 a month. If you're already a Patreon supporter, thank you so much for joining us at patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. If this is the first time you've heard this pitch, rest assured the Carolina Weather Group, our weekly flagship show, is still always going to be free, just like you're about to see a full 30-minute interview as you would on any other week, and our severe weather coverage, as you saw this past weekend, always remains free. We thank those of you who are supporting us on Patreon so that the Carolina Weather Group can continue to grow and bring you the show that you know and love.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight's guest is Joshua Warman. He works at the Center for Severe Weather Research, and you may have seen Josh on a few storm chasing shows on TV. We're going to talk a little bit about that as well tonight with all the research he's been doing lately with the active tropical season and just kind of generally talking about his career. So we're happy to have Josh with us tonight. Towards the end of the show, we'll let Josh give out some information, social media websites. That way you can follow more of his content. So be sure to stick around towards the end of the show for that. So Josh, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. We'll kind of give you our first question that we ask all of our first-time guests is, how did you get hooked into this crazy weather world that we all like to follow?
Well, it's been decades for me. You can see all the gray hair here. As a kid, I loved physics and math and things like that. And weather was just always a passion for me. I had a little weather station in my backyard and one of those little Taylor instruments, Max-Min thermometers, and a weather station. I was old school before the internet. So I always liked weather. It was changing all the time. And it was just a great way to apply my nerdy passions of physics and math to something that was really interesting. A lot of interesting challenges and problems still to be solved. So one way or another, I've been into weather for 50 years.
So Josh, before you got started with the Dow projects and everything that you've been working on recently, you actually used to work with the Air Force on nuclear winter simulations, I guess you could say. Could you tell us a little bit about that? That's something I knew nothing about before doing a quick Google search yesterday.
Wow, I was going to say somebody had some old resume out there.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
I went to school. I went to MIT, was kind of nerdy. I dropped out for 3 years. So, do what I say, not what I do, but I dropped out of school for 3 years. And went to work as a consultant for the Air Force Geophysics Laboratories. And there was a group there that was working on modeling of a nuclear winter. There was a pretty hot topic back in the 80s. And the premise basically was that if a lot of nuclear bombs were dropped, this was a different world back then. We were really thinking about the Soviet Union and the fact that some giant nuclear war would happen with thousands of nuclear bombs dropped. And the concern was that these nuclear weapons would waft a lot of dust and smoke up into the stratosphere where it would last a long time. And so what we were doing in that group was taking normal thunderstorm cloud models, similar, though more primitive because it was 30 years ago, but similar to models that are run now on clouds, and we would, instead of initiating a cloud with a 2 or 3 degree warm bubble from turbulence, we would initialize the model with a 500 degree nuclear explosion, and boom, you get a big cloud. And we would look at how high the dust from the ground and how high the smoke and other things would be lofted into the stratosphere. You could see what the effects would be on blocking off the sun, what was the issue. And so the concern then was that a nuclear war might lead to what was called then, probably still is, a nuclear winter.
Josh, it seems like you've done a lot of work with radars. What kind of interest when you were trying to figure out what you liked and didn't like in the weather community, what kind of drew you to radars and radar coverage and information?
I got into radar as a graduate student. And the group I was working in was working a lot with radar. I was working with radar data. My PhD work was on microbursts, looking at radar data. And I just started asking some technical questions. Most radars work by sending microwaves out. You send a pulse of microwaves out, and then what comes back to you is what you measure. That's how almost all radars are working. But I just asked myself one day, I think literally this was in the shower kind of mental conversation. What happens to all the other stuff? Some of the radiation hits the raindrops and comes back, but a lot of it goes other directions. What happens to all that? And so it turns out really interesting things happen to that, and you can measure that. So I basically came up with this concept of what's called bistatic multiple Doppler systems. That's a lot of syllables. But it was just a different way of doing radar, and I kind of got into doing some radar technology. And in the process of getting more, that kind of led to another question once I was doing that kind of technology. By the way, those in the field think that was my most clever idea, not the doubt. I was just reading papers about people who were doing tornado chasing. This was in early 90s. So there certainly were scientists who were doing tornado chasing. There were scientists who were taking out what I'll call some pretty primitive radar type devices to look at those tornadoes. And I thought, well, what if you actually put a good radar near a tornado? What would you see? So I was just asking that kind of simple question. And how could you do that? So I had what, in retrospect, wasn't a great idea of putting a radar in a van, just a regular old passenger van with an antenna in the back, and you would open the back doors and expose the antenna And literally, we would just do donuts in a parking lot to scan. It wouldn't scan. We would just do donuts facing the tornado. That was my original idea. And we would just do donuts and see if we could take some slices through a tornado. That quickly morphed into, some engineers telling me, you can actually make that antenna move. And here's how to do it, into coming up with the first Doppler on wheels. And I usually describe it as an idea behind its time, but it's not rocket science. The first Doppler on wheels was just a weather radar. We did a few slightly clever technological things to make it fit on a truck and make it not break when you drive it over railroad tracks. But basically, it was a radar on a small box fan. And the main thing is we just got closer. So we just drove it up to tornado. So we had a pretty good radar, not as good as an 88D, but a pretty good radar. And by getting it 50 times closer, we had a 50 times smaller beam that way. We had a 50 times smaller beam that way. So it's already 2,500 times better. We were a little bit clever and sampled in the third direction better. But I could get 10,000 pieces of data where an 88D would typically get one. And if you have a microscope or telescope or something, it's getting 10,000 times better data. It's easy to get new science out of that. And that's what we did. The whole thing was just getting closer, getting finer scale data, looking with a better microscope, with a better telescope at tornadoes and anything else. I know you mentioned tropical stuff, and we just came back from Sally and Laura. Well, we got in the eyes of those storms, in the eye walls of those storms, and with a better microscope, we got up close. And so we're seeing lots of things you just can't see from farther away with our technology.
I guess for the viewers and the listeners who aren't as familiar with what the Doppler on wheels looks like and kind of, what is the epitome of that now? I guess some basic descriptions of what it's like having a Doppler on wheels, what's the size of it, and kind of what's the situations that you would prefer to drive it into? Are there other things besides scanning tornadoes and hurricanes that you find it useful for?
Sure. So let me start out. I'll back up one step and start, just in case there's some people who don't even really have a great feel of what radars do. I mean, radars basically send out a narrow beam. It's kind of like a flashlight beam, as narrow as you can get it. And they're scanning through storms of whatever type and trying to get the smallest details that you can by scanning that flashlight beam back and forth. The Doppler on wheels is basically putting all that radar stuff and that flashlight on a truck so we get closer to things. I was just explaining how if you get 50 times closer, you're getting maybe 10,000 times better data. So anything we drive it closer to, we're seeing better data. I use an analogy sometimes of whoever it was who invented the first microscope. So he pointed at his finger, he can see details of a fingerprint. You can point it at pond water and sees parameciums. You can, almost anything you point it at, you're going to see much finer scale detail. So that's what we do with these Doppler on wheels on trucks. So the fundamental concept is just a pretty good radar. Actually, lately we've made very good radars on trucks. So the first ones were just pretty good radars on trucks. What we've done is we've made our trucks better, but we've also made the radars a lot better. So now we have dual polarization radar, so we can see the difference between hail and rain. If they're making, rain has kind of hamburger-shaped raindrops, whereas hail is these big ugly things that are tumbling. We can tell the difference with dual polarization. We have two different frequencies, so we can look at what happens at two different frequencies. We also have pretty good if you're driving over railroad tracks, like I was talking about. If one frequency goes down, we still have the other one, so it's just more reliable. So we've done a lot to make the radars better. Getting closer is great for tornadoes. We can make maps of tornadoes and multiple vortices and what's happening near the ground, all kinds of stuff you just couldn't see before, just like looking at a paramecium in a pond. But that's true of all kinds of different phenomena. We've had these radars up on mountain peaks in Idaho and Wyoming for winter storm projects, where we're looking at what happens with snow bands and what happens with snow bands when you see them in really remote areas. Well, for a radar that's 100 miles away in Boise, you can't see what's happening in that remote area, Idaho. but we put the radar right on the mountains where we're doing the seeding, and we can see what's happening close up. We just took the radars, just a year and a half ago. We took them down to South America to look at storms down there. And by getting up close and targeting those storms, we can see the small scale details of what's happening. They weren't making tornadoes pretty much. They were just making big hail, actually huge hail, and torrential rains, just horrible flooding. Some of the biggest, strongest storms are happening down in Argentina, northern Argentina. We've taken the trucks up to New England to look at coastal storms there and watching all the small scale details and banding and other phenomenon that we don't even understand what they are. We're still trying to get funding to go study what those things. We've seen some things we don't understand. And so what our normal course of action is, we see something we don't understand, then we go and ask the government, can we have some money so we can go do this better and understand it? So we're still in that middle phase right now where we're trying to get the money to go do the project better to understand it. We just went to Hurricanes Laura and Hurricane Sally. And we're trying to get in the eyes of those hurricanes to see the small scale details. So I invented the first Dow back in late 94 and 95, got some hurricane data in 95. In 96, I just thought, hey, I wonder what you'd see if you went inside a hurricane. Nobody had ever, I know now hurricane chasing with chasers, recreational chasers is reasonably popular. And there's several scientific teams that do that. Back then, 1996, no one did that. The idea was basically a hurricane was a zone of death. You just don't go in. But we thought, well, it's not so much worse than an RFD or something. Maybe we can do it, right? So we went in really kind of scared. We were pretty anxious, and we went to Hurricane Fran back in 1996. We deployed, I think, 5 miles from the coast, really far from the coast, something I just wouldn't do by choice anymore. And deployed on a runway at Wilmington Airport, really scared. We had all these emergency ideas of running into the shelter at the airport if anything bad happened, if we flipped over or went airborne. We just didn't know what would happen. But we got amazing data. We discovered a whole new phenomenon. It turns out the wind in hurricanes doesn't just blow straight. It's actually blowing like a corkscrew. There's these boundary layer rolls. And those rolls are mixing strong winds down to the ground where you get these streaks of stronger winds. But over the ocean in particular, it's mixing the warm, soupy air up from the ocean surface and feeding the storm. And measuring that flux of not only momentum downwards, but warmth energy upwards is really important, critical for these hurricane intensification models. If you've noticed from actually Sally and from Laura, the track forecasts are pretty good. Even 2 or 3 days ahead of time, you pretty much know where that storm's going to go. But you don't know what the intensity is going to be that well. And rapid intensifications happen both in Laura and in Sally right before landfall that weren't really that well forecast. So understanding that corkscrewing is really important. So just by going in, we discovered a whole new phenomena, which was quite exciting for us going into a hurricane.
How do you deal with the potential for, radiation issues coming off of the radar? Because obviously you don't want to be in the dome of an 88D while it's running. I'm pretty sure similar situations with the Dow, you don't want to be right in front of it, obviously. How do is there anything special you have to do to mitigate that? So
in very loose terms, radiation comes in 2 types. One is ionizing radiation, the other is non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is basically ultraviolet and shorter wavelengths, so ultraviolet X-rays, gamma rays, things of that sort. And those hurt you because the individual photons hit your DNA, ionize it, change the molecular structure, and then you get mutations and cancers. But that only ultraviolet and stronger or shorter wavelengths, higher energy photons can do that. Non-ionizing radiation, which is visible, infrared, microwaves, radio waves, those can also cause harm. What those do is they interact, they don't actually hit the electrons and knock them off the DNA molecule. What a microwave or a radio wave or an infrared coming off your fireplace does is it shakes your molecules, mostly your water molecules, and it makes your water molecules shake and bend and do things like that. And then those water molecules the bending and stuff and shaking is not so bad, but what happens is then they, as they lose that energy, they heat things up. That energy basically degrades into heat. So the way a microwave oven hurts you would be if you got heated up, if it heated your tissue. And in theory, a radar or a microwave or something like that could heat your tissue and hurt you if it raised your body temperature. So if it heated up your eyeballs or your brain or your liver or something up to some dangerous temperature, that would be bad for you. But it takes a lot of energy to do that. Now, and a lot of energy focused in a small area to do that. So your microwave basically makes about 1 kilowatt of energy, but it's focused on a small area like that to heat up your muffin, right? Or whatever you're trying to heat up. A radar, so let's say the Dows, they might put out on the average 1 kilowatt or 2 kilowatts of energy, but it's spread over this huge dish. So in fact, an 88D, I would stand in front of the dish of an 88D. It would not heat me up that bad because sure, it's putting out an average of 1 kilowatt. It puts out a megawatt for a microsecond, but on the average, it does that 1,000 times a second. On the average, it's putting out about 1 kilowatt. Now that kilowatt compressed in this much space, if you put your hand on the waveguide of the 88D or a Dow, it would be like holding a light bulb. It would hurt you because of that heat. Well, actually old style light bulbs. See, now I'm going to date myself. Not these LEDs you kids use, the old incandescent light bulbs like we used to use. But an old incandescent light bulb, if you held it, it would hurt you, right? But if you stood 2 meters away, it would not hurt you. The brightest light bulb 2 meters away is not going to hurt you. Pretty much these radars, when you're a couple meters away, like an 88D or a Dow, are not going to hurt you by heating you up enough. Now, there can be exceptions. There are some military radars which have more power if you got super close to them. I think cell phone towers, microwave links, there's some things where you can get an energy density that's pretty high. And if it's an energy density that's enough to heat up your eyeballs or interior, several degrees, like a fever, then that would cause harm. But in general, we don't believe. The best medical knowledge that we have is that this low degree of heating from 88Ds, from Dows, from things like that, from light bulbs, from standing out in the sun, you get heating from standing out in the sun, probably doesn't hurt you. Now, that said, as with anything, if you Google on the internet, and there's 6 billion people out there, you'll find some people who have some alternate theories about anything, right? Google Flat Earth Society if you want to prove that theory. And so there are people who believe that these pulses and things like that can cause harm in some other ways. I don't think they're right. There really isn't medical evidence that they're right, but there are some concerns over that.
I had a question. I wanted to kind of switch gears a little bit away from hurricanes and tornadoes and maybe talk a little bit about your work with lake effect snow. I was curious just, how is the DOWs used to look at lake effect snowstorms, and what are some of your favorite places to set up along the Great Lakes?
So we did 2 lake effect snowstorm studies in the last several years. The most recent was called OWL, which I forget what it stands for. Ontario something, lake effect snow. And they were fascinating to me. I was really interested. I'd grown up in the East Coast, and so been up there a little bit and seen some lake effect snow, but not really experienced it in that way. We based in Oswego, New York, and the idea was to look at Lake Ontario lake effect. Lake effect snow happens. I'll say very very loosely. Cold air comes over a warm lake. You get moisture and heat coming up from the lake, and you get convection. Lake Ontario is deeper. Lake Ontario, Lake Erie get a lot of lake effect, but Lake Erie freezes over in the winter, and basically that warmth and moisture coming up stops. So the lake shuts off. Lake Ontario is deeper. has more mixing, so it stays open for business. They say for most of the winter, usually the whole winter. So we based in Oswego, which is on the southeast side of the lake. And with the Dows, we could operate different places along the lake. So we went as far west as Buffalo, as far east as the Canadian border, up on the northeastern side of Lake Ontario. And what we did the fall before the project is we scouted out lots of potential sites where we could park our radars. We had 3 radars up there, and we were trying to operate them in triplets to triangulate on the different parts of the storm. And depending on the forecasts, we would drive to site 1, 2, and 3, or site 15, 16, 17, wherever it was along the lake, and then scan there for the duration of the storms. Sometimes it was a bust and the bands didn't happen where we thought they would. Sometimes it was pretty amazing. These bands would happen right there. And very impressive snow. You get these, it was kind of windy. We were always right along the lake, so it was particularly windy, 30, 40 knot winds sometimes. And so we'd have these ground blizzard conditions, very low visibility. Not a lot of moisture, huge snow ratios, 20-to-1 kind of thing. But it would just be blowing like crazy, so you couldn't see anything. And the snow rates, I remember one day, we're getting 6 inches an hour. I mean, it's just, you can't believe that. I couldn't. Just amazing amounts of snow coming down. Again, over the course of the winter, it wasn't like there was 8 feet of snow on the ground. It would kind of compress between storms because it was such fluffy stuff. But these bands were quite impressive. Some of the bands had little cells in them, which almost looked like miniature supercells. We get these little mesovortices, or what we call the misovortices, MISO, because they were pretty small, a kilometer or so in scale. Weaker than tornadoes, but these pretty pronounced spin-ups. So we were mapping those out. It seemed like those were associated with some enhancements in the snow and changes in the type of snow crystals. So those were pretty interesting.
So Josh, as we wrap this up tonight, let's just talk briefly about some of your TV appearances. People may remember you from the Discovery Channel show Storm Chasers and other shows that you're on. So let's talk about some of those experiences and any memorable moments from those shows.
Yeah, so tornado work, that gets, off and on, kind of ebbs and flows, gets a lot of media attention at times. It's pretty interesting. It's dynamic. It's people out there next to danger. I was going on at great length again about, potential risks and dangers in El Reno. Discovery Channel was a very different character of show because instead of just doing a documentary type of thing like we've done with History Channels and Nat Geos and Novas, they wanted to film something which was kind of documentary-like, but then evolved into being more reality show-like, and multiple seasons of reality show. And so that was an interesting kind of thing to do. I think both cultures struggled with that. I think we managed to do some things which were worthwhile. Discovery Channel funded and supported a lot of our science, and they stuck with us during uncertain seasons where we weren't getting a lot of data, but other seasons where we got good things. I think we were probably very difficult. Reality shows thrive on people who want to be on TV and who want to act up, and it's known that the more crazy you are and the more outrageous and the more you scream or have fights or do whatever, the more you're going to be on TV and the more it's going to be interesting. That is the opposite of what boring scientists like me want to do. I mean, we are just not into that. And so getting enough interesting TV out of people like me, I think, is a real challenge. Dealing with people who are trying to make a drama show and not do serious business like I want to do is a challenge for us. But that match was made, and it worked pretty well. Now, eventually, I think they got tired of us. We were in there a lot in seasons 1 and 2, and then in season 3, they were trying to bring in more interesting people. And in season 4, I don't know if I'm catching these seasons right, but we basically were out of it. Maybe we made some cameo appearances, but they just wanted more exciting chaser type activity, and the science aspect wasn't as important to them. I wish they kept doing science more, but that's not what they're trying to sell pickup trucks and pills or whoever advertises on Discovery Channel. It's a business. So I'm sure they were making commercially sensible choices for what's good there. As we were making choices for what was good for our science. I mean, we didn't care about pickup trucks. What we cared about was getting good data. So it was interesting working with that.
For those who are listening or watching the podcast or the live stream, if folks want to learn more about what you guys are doing with the Dow Project and all the other things you're doing, how can they do that? Do you have social media, website our folks can follow?
So first, because I'm old, but second, actually, because of Discovery Channel, I basically don't do social media. So first of all, my phone number here at home is not under my name. I don't have a Facebook page. The problem was I think they had three.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Let's say 1 out of 1,000 of them are crazy, right? I don't want emails or Facebook or stalking or phone calls from that 1 in 1,000 who are crazy. So I basically never got involved with any of that sort of thing. That's so old, it probably wouldn't matter anymore. But so how can they do it? I mean, we're just not good at publicizing our stuff. We have a bad web page that's mostly out of date. Every so often we update it with something. I think we put some Hurricane Laura stuff on it. Like I said, I don't do Facebook. Maybe some of my team members do. We're I don't know, boomers. We don't do that kind of thing much.
I will say this. I'll give you a plug for your website. It's cswr.org. And I do see the article there about the Dows being deployed during Hurricane Laura. So if you want to check out the website, in fact, that's how I got in touch with you, Josh. So
okay.
Check that out. So, but we appreciate you. Go ahead.
Sure. I said that's the best formal thing is that website, and I don't even do it. I mean, actually, back in the day, I used to actually type HTTP, which also was probably a boomer thing. But I have somebody on my team, and I say, hey, put some link to our Washington Post article on there if you can. So sometimes we get some things like that. Maybe there's something about our fire, but so we went to this Cameron fire and got data, and I don't know if that's on our webpage. I don't know how you find out about it. I mean, we're just not good at publicizing ourselves.
No,
we need some influencers on our team.
Well, hey, I know a group right here that would love to help you out. But in all seriousness, so Josh, we appreciate the work that you and your team do and the valuable research that you provide to all of us here in the weather community. We appreciate you joining us tonight, and we hope you stay safe out there the next time you venture out into hurricanes or tropical storms or tornadoes or this upcoming winter storms. We wish you the best out there, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thanks. It was great talking to you. Terrific questions, all of you. It was fun to answer those, and I'm happy to answer others or do something like this again whenever you guys are interested.
Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you have a great evening here next week. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, a Wednesday evening, closing in on the end of 2020, and we just closed the book on the 2020 hurricane season. And tonight we have with us our friend Mark Sudduth. Seems like this has become an annual tradition where we kind of get together with Mark in the first part of December as we close out hurricane season to kind of look back on this season. And my goodness, we have so much to look back forward. We were talking before this that we've got stuff up just because we can't remember all the storms right off the top of our heads. So we'll get into that. Mark, for those who may have not caught you on previous shows, tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got called into tracking these hurricanes, and then we'll kind of go into the conversation.
It's great to be back, Scotty, and everybody else. Thanks for having me a part of this again. I grew up in Eastern North Carolina, and when you grow up in the Carolinas, if you're not interested in the weather, and then I don't know what to tell you, because we have 4 distinct seasons, and we have a severe season, a winter season. The spring season gets kind of crazy sometimes, and then of course hurricane season, depending on the decade and how active it is, can be very much a part of your daily life. And as a kid, I just had this bug. I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. And so, long story short, 25-year career, I followed my passion, went to school for geography, studied weather and climate and statistics, and really focused on hurricanes. So they don't have a degree for hurricanologist. That's not a thing. But if there was a definition, that's what I do. I study hurricanes. I don't forecast them, so I'm not a meteorologist. I'm a geographer who studies hurricanes. So that's my degree. That's my area of expertise, my specialty. So since 1995, getting that degree from UNC by the Sea, UNCW down here in Wilmington, that's what I've done. And I blazed my own trail, started hurricanetrack.com in 1999, did a lot of different projects in awareness and computer animation back in the day, some awards from FEMA and different weather service offices for my work in hurricane awareness. And if you're going to be an expert in something, you can't just read about it in books, right? Eventually, you're going to go into medicine. You eventually work on the cadavers for real. You don't just read about it or hear about it in the lab. You eventually get your hands in there and you actually work on a real dead person and you become a doctor. So same thing with weather. You got to go out in it to really study it up close and personal. And that's what I started doing from the get-go. People call it hurricane chasing. That's fine. I call it hurricane intercepting because you don't really chase hurricanes. And I've had different ways of doing that, different vehicles. And now we're in the age of unmanned cameras and small boxes, and everything's tiny and easy to deploy. The age of crowdfunding is upon us, to where basically, whatever I want to do, people support it, because social media has allowed that to really grow. And it really, really manifested itself in 2020 with the mega season that we had, putting all of my experience to use, a great group of people behind me, taking what we do, the educational aspect, just keeping it science-based, keep it real, keeping safe. And we tackled one of the busiest seasons in history. So here we are.
And Mark, a lot of work goes into it. And this year, a little bit more, I would say, as we start to look to hurricane season around March into April. That's when the seasonal predictions come out. Also, kind of buried in that was when COVID really started to hit the area. And so, I know as you're starting to get prepared for the season, then you had to where, look at the COVID aspect. But tell us a little bit about that, how maybe COVID, I don't know if it interfered with your job, but tell us a little bit about that, and also the preseason predictions that kind of came out at the same time, where you were talking about it looked like we were going to have a busy season anyway.
Yes, it appeared as far back as February. Some of the long-range modeling was indicating the possibility of a favorable season ahead. And it's interesting regarding the COVID situation. At the end of February, as part of my off-season work that I'm able to do, I went up to my first lake effect snow event. This is kind of a little side story in Western New York, and I flew into Syracuse on like February 29th or somewhere around there, and was up there for a few days covering this big lake effect event. And by the way, I'm hooked. Lake effect snow is awesome. And I remember when I got to the Charlotte airport from Wilmington, it was like a last minute thing. I airlined a bunch of cameras with me, and I was like, I'm going to go for it. So I flew into Charlotte, and it was packed, and which it usually is. And there was a few people wearing masks. And I remember I got off the plane from Wilmington and walked into the concourse there, packed concourse, whatever it was, probably came into concourse D from Wilmington. And on those big monitors at Charlotte Douglas, President Trump was coming out. And I thought, this can't be good. This cannot be good. If he's going to come to the podium, while I flew that 45-minute flight from Wilmington to Charlotte, something bad has either happened, internationally, or this COVID thing is finally going to break loose, because I had been watching it and learning about it. My wife's in the medical field, and that was it. And so I got back like March 3rd or 4th or something like that, and the world changed within 2 weeks. Basketball got canceled. Our lives turned upside down. And then coincidentally with that, this parallel universe began where the hurricane season forecasts, at least from the people that really track this stuff, Ben Knoll, Mike Ventris, Dr. Ventris, Eric Webb, myself, Levi Cowan, those of us that are really, I don't want to say obsessed, but we're watching this very closely. We saw it. It was like, oh man, the modeling showing this standing wave over the Indian Ocean in Africa, and the potential of La Nina and the warm Atlantic. I mean, just the signals were overwhelming. All the while, this COVID thing looked like it was just going to get out of control. And we were very worried that it would get so bad that we might not be allowed to travel interstate wise. And it's interesting, though, isn't it, that once we got to Memorial Day, it's kind of like the country threw up their hands and said, okay, Uncle, we had to deal with the economy. And that's a whole other thing. And as it turns out, we were able to travel just fine. Kind of get to the punchline here from the COVID side. We took precautions. We were smart. If we were in an area where they mandated masks, we wore them. I don't like it. I had to do an interview with a mask on with CBS this morning, and it was the weirdest thing in my entire career. I've got a Hurricane Track branded mask, at least I did that. In the interview, I think it was Omar, I can't remember his last name, sorry. He's 6 feet away or more, and they got this big boom mic like they're shooting a movie, and everybody's wearing a mask, and we're outside. I was like, this is just screwed up. Like, I'm not used to this, you know what I mean? And it just became annoying, that anytime we took pictures or with any of, we were with Cantore during Laura, we got a group shot with him and Charles Peak, and we all had to put our mask on because you can't put that. So the COVID thing was ever present, always there. But I will say, interestingly enough, we traveled 25,000 miles at least, starting late May with some testing and some other stuff. Tropical Storm Arthur all the way through Ada in Florida. And we had a team of about 5 of us, I think, and not a single one of us ever tested positive for COVID. We somehow were able to avoid it. Knock on plastic.
That's spectacular. I mean, that's, just the precautions and the worry and all that, and all that I know you have to do, and the people you have to interact with.
Yeah.
It's great to hear that, that all of that turned out to be pretty good. So
that was a big worry. You're absolutely right. It was a concern of ours. And it's a concern, I'll say this, going into the winter, in terms of how bad things are going to probably get, that interstate travel may become difficult, because I'm in the position to be able to cover winter storms like never before. But that's a story for another day. I think there's some ways to manage it with testing, and looks like I'm going to get a swab up the nose more times than I want to be able to cross into areas like New York. But if that's what I got to do to be able to still do my work, so be it. Maybe 2021 will be a different story 6 months from now.
We're hoping so.
Indeed.
Speaking of hurricane season, traditionally, and this is another show conversation we could have. It starts June 1st, but this year, I guess May kind of threw us a little hint of, hey, this is going to be a crazy season. We had 3 named tropical systems in May. In fact, one being Bertha, just off the coast of South Carolina there. You said you're trying to get out and test stuff, and these named storms starting early. So any recollection on that, where you're kind of in hurry up mode trying to get everything tested out so you could get out in the field?
End of May, mid-May, really. I think it was like the 18th or so that Arthur formed, and it impacted the Outer Banks indirectly / directly. I mean, it's all in how you look at it. There were impacts there. And then at the end of May, the team and I went out to Texas to test our weather balloon project. We try to do that annually. And we also kind of dabbled in some severe weather ideas that we're going to put forth this coming May of 2021. And during that, as you alluded to, Bertha formed like overnight one night and came into the South Carolina coast. And it's like, oh, well, can't get back in time for that, but it was a low impact event. And then when I got back after Memorial Day, it was time to immediately leave and go to the Mississippi coast and meet up with Greg Nordstrom for Tropical Storm Cristobal. And then we had a little bit of a break for landfall action. And I decided, because I really like to study the monsoon out in the desert Southwest, that at the end of July, I thought, okay, and you guys know this, typically July is when there's the most SAL present, Saharan air layer. The pressures are usually pretty high. We hadn't had any big time main development region like 05 mirroring yet, right? Remember in 05 we had Dennis, early July, Emily, Cat 5. I mean, we didn't have that this year. So I thought, all right, people are starting to fly again. I'm going to take my chances. I took some equipment out there and I went out to the desert Southwest. And what happens? Hannah. And I'm like, I can't. What am I going to do? I'm not going to just fly into Houston and drive down to Kennedy County where there's more cows than people and just stand in it. I don't have any equipment. So Hannah got past me, and I hate it. I hate it when one gets past me. But if there's anyone to miss, it was Hannah. Because look, it came into a county where the cow to people ratio is 1,000,000 to 1.
We made it all the way to H, Hannah, and if we're going in alphabetical order, and my alphabet correctly, we're going to have Isaias next. That is the most prominent storm that affected the Carolinas this year. Could you go into just some kind of conversation about how that went for you and what you saw in the eastern half of the Carolinas?
First of all, it was a challenge pronouncing it, and it's funny because now I can say it just fine. And I even had a friend of ours down in San Juan send me a video. And we are getting ready for Tropical Storm Isaias, and I couldn't say it. It was so annoying. And then, of course, after it made landfall, I was able to say it just fine. We thought, that was the end of July into early August, and kind of a little earlier than we expect them around here in terms of the peak. And it struggled and probably kind of left over in that unfavorable mid-level dryness left over from the big SAL events of earlier in the season. But then again, boy, that last 12 hours right before landfall in Brunswick County, Isaias took off. And it was very, very surprising. And another 12 hours over water for that, and it absolutely would have been a Category 3. And it pushed a massive surge up the Cape Fear River. It's interesting because I could have just stayed here in Wilmington. I went down to Florida. It was another one of those ones like Dorian. And we all remember it looked like it was trying to do kind of a Dorian redo, right? And, kind of got everybody spooked. But the models weren't as aggressive with it as they were for Dorian. So there was some doubt. But Isaias was impactful, massive surge up the Cape Fear River compared to, I think it was another record. The record before Matthew, I think it was Matthew, starting to get to be too many of them, was Hazel. And I think Matthew broke Hazel's surge record at the Cape Fear River in Wilmington, not Wrightsville Beach, not the Brunswick County beaches, but the actual Cape Fear River gauge. Matthew broke Hazel's record, Florence broke Matthew's record, and Isaias broke all of them. That is incredible. 1954 is Hazel, and then 16, 18, and 20, we broke that record again.
That is insane. So we know that you place cameras around. We're seeing other chasers, or I should say interceptors, as you would say. Tim Reed, for instance, they're starting to they're bringing more gadgetry into the chase, right? So are you bringing anything else? Like they have the Surgeonator. Are you bringing like, water level meters or anything like, I know you have anemometers on hand and cameras, but what else are you bringing for your equipment for these interceptions?
Well, first of all, it's great that other people are able to fund and do these things. And no matter what you name them and who they are, if it benefits the science at the end of the day and creates public awareness, it's a big enough world that, hey, bring it. That's great. The more, the better. I wish I had time to sit back and watch what some of these people were doing more, but we're all so busy. We hardly even get to see each other, especially in a season like 2020. And so one of the things that we have really focused on is just more cameras, have as many of them out there as possible and put them in areas that are going to capture the impacts in a way that we can see what's going on, that'll help the local officials the local media, and then from there, regional and national interests, whether it's the Weather Channel or even the National Hurricane Center. We provide the feeds to them, obviously at no charge. I mean, even if you wanted to charge them, good luck with that. This coordination and camaraderie with all of us, it pays off because we're able to let them see their forecast verify in real time. And I've done it long enough that I know where to put them, where we can capture those impacts. And if it's surge that we're wanting to see, which is mostly what they're for, we've done a really good job of that, especially going back the last 5 years. But the answer is more, just more of them. And the crowdfunding through Patreon, it really exploded this year. And I cannot account for why. Maybe more people were at home. I don't know. I mean, I've had the ability to crowdfund what we've been doing for probably 15 years, but Patreon has been around only for a few years, so I really can't explain it. But all of a sudden, especially for Hurricane Laura, it really took off. But it's not just the funding from people becoming supporters and donating, if you will, $10 a month. People literally sent us equipment. We'd say, hey, look, we need more Nest cams. We need more drop sensors, these Kestrel sensors. We need cases. We need batteries. I'm not kidding, guys. And this is just wonderful. I would open my door and there'd be just stacks of boxes from Amazon or from B&H Photo, from people that sent stuff. And it was people from all over the world, not just the United States. And we would go put that equipment into place. And we'd literally hold the boxes of, hey, Pete, this is the box you sent. And that's amazing. So we had the funding to create more stuff than we've ever had before. And the only thing I would say, though, that stunk this year was that a majority of the landfalls were at night. Big thumbs down for that. Mother Nature owes us one. And that was really horrible, and that limits the ability to see the effects. Because here's what I say about the video. Video is data. And that's a real thing. It's called photogrammetry. And we use that very much in our work to see patterns, just simple things like seeing high water marks, to the timing of everything, the direction, and we can extract data from that video for years to come.
Altogether, if you are one of the people that is helping you set up equipment, what does the kind of average day look like for you all as the storm approaches and the morning starts, and what does it look like from that point out?
That is a great question. Nobody's ever asked it that way before. I'll say this year, it was the most well-oiled machine that we've ever had. And I owe that to the tremendous amount of support that we had through crowdfunding, that we were able to afford hotel rooms for each individual team member. Because, and you say, well, why is that important? Because sleep, or the lack thereof, is your biggest enemy. And you start making mistakes when you're sleep deprived. And that becomes a safety issue, and it becomes an operational issue that you can screw something up and you don't get another chance at it. But safety is the primary concern. So everybody gets a good night's sleep because everybody's got their own room. So you're not having, Brent over there, Greg over there messing with his phone, or I'm trying to watch the latest Office episode on my iPad to take my mind off of things and I keep him awake or whatever. So when we get up, we all get together and we just kind of see what's happening. What's the latest track show? What's the latest from the Hurricane Center? We have people from the outside feeding us information. And it's just amazing, Dan, how laser focused we are. It's like, it's so organized and so, like I said, well-oiled, especially this year because there were so many pieces that came together perfectly that we work together well as a team. We all respect each other's opinion. We're all experts for the most part at what we're doing. We have experience. Certainly Greg and I do. And then these people that are helping out from the crowdfunding perspective, they come along and help out too. And they just go along. They trust us and we just do it. And it's crazy because you're counting down to zero when landfall is coming. There is no timeout. Wait, we got to, and so the day is spent figuring out where we're going to go, handling emails that are coming in, social media interactions. Maybe somebody's suggesting you can set a camera up in front of my shop. I have a condo you can use. We have this, the sheriff here wants to talk to you. He's going to help you. The Weather Service is just, we have producers now that feed us the best information. And so it's kind of like a network TV deal. You think about what it takes to send all those OCMs out there from the Weather Channel, and we're starting to get there with the amount of people helping us. And in a year like 2020, I mean, it just ran as smooth as it could possibly could. And we work until dark, and then we usually try to find, if it's open, the nearest chain steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, Longhorn, or whatever. And we go there, we have a good meal, and we recap everything, and we get another good night's sleep. It's just, I guess after doing it this long, you get settled into a routine. But this year especially, it worked so well that we never had any hiccups.
Mark, there were a lot of other storms that you chased during the season. I think you said 10 in total. We talked about Isaias and Laura and a couple others, but can you kind of give us a bit of a rundown on the rest of the season? There were other heavy hitters that you guys observed. So what were some of your biggest stories?
So after Laura, we got back.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Time to rest. The season just kept spitting them out. And of course, the next significant one for us was Sally. And Sally was one of these ones that had a lot of potential and it rattled a lot of nerves. And it really looked like it was going to threaten Mississippi in a big way. And then it kind of, played cat and mouse with everybody. It was very slow. Is it going to strengthen? Is it not? And, and now it's headed towards Mobile Bay. And, maybe even western panhandle of Florida. It was very challenging because it was so darn slow moving. And the intensity guidance was just crazy. It was like, nobody could figure it out, literally. So that was the most challenging because it kept us on our toes in a very familiar area. I mean, I know the Central Gulf Coast very, very well, and yet it was still very challenging. But at the end of the day, the success that we had with that, because it was another nighttime event, and this is where my experience came into play, I focused on the river flooding that was coming. And I worked very closely with some of the Weather Service offices down there, and even one of the meteorologists for the state of Florida. And, we don't have hundreds of cameras, but we had enough that we put some on the coast to see what the coastal impacts were from surge. But again, Sally, 4 o'clock in the morning or something, landfall, another thumbs down for that. But the flooding during the day was going to be this rapid rise and then a pretty rapid fall, unlike the Carolinas where it's like a week later. Sally's flooding was going to be much quicker. So we put a camera system on the Fish River in Alabama. It's just a small river system down there. People in the area, they know it well. And then up on the Perdido River, just inside the Florida line. And boy, what we captured there was one of my bucket list, like, I want to do this. The river forecast was for record-breaking crests, in excess of 20 feet for both of these, if I'm not mistaken. So we purposely put both camera systems at about 7 feet. And exactly what you think happened. They went underwater. And the one in Fish River kept going. It was a GoPro camera. We didn't have enough. The live signal was not strong enough there. And that camera, you see the water come up, it submerges the camera, and then because of all the red clay and the soils down there, the water turns blood red. And we estimate, because the camera was 7 feet, the Fish River crested at like 20, 21, that the camera was more than likely under 5, 6, 7 feet of water for about 8 hours. And that little box that it was inside of, the GoPro, not even a molecule, a compound molecule of a hydrogen or an oxygen to be found. Absolutely bone dry. And that is amazing footage. And it'll really help to show the impacts of river flooding. We had pressure sensors out as well. The eye went right over one of them in Gulf Shores, Alabama. But again, the darn thing hitting at night, there was just not much we could do in terms of the visuals. So you have to shift and say, okay, what are the other impacts here? And that river flooding, that's what I wanted to take away, and that's exactly what we captured. Then
I'd love to ask, just real quick, you just mentioned that. How do you get the live data out of these stations in the conditions that would generally seem hazardous and maybe not conducive for good coverage?
We use Verizon as our LTE provider, and I am a Verizon customer. They're not a sponsor. And so I'm just putting that out there. They don't pay me to say that. And it's just a matter of luck, honestly. Their engineering and their mitigation that they put in, they don't want their network to go down. Sprint doesn't, AT&T doesn't, because people get mad. And we need the network to stay up. Obviously, all of us do. And there are conditions where, yes, it will go down. We lose our feeds, especially in big hurricanes like Laura. They'll go offline, certainly. But that's what the GoPros are there for. They back up those live feeds, especially if it's going to be in the daytime. And for Sally, slow moving, not really intense. And so you're not going to get like a gut punch to the network. It's more of a long process. And everything stayed up as far as I can remember. But that's what we do, is we use Verizon LTE, and we will be investing, because of our strong support from crowdfunding, some of that money into even more technology for 2021 that'll give us hopefully double the bandwidth, if you will, or at least the range to pick up towers. Maybe the tower nearest our camera is out 5-10 miles away. We could pick that one up. We've got somebody from Washington State who's donating some equipment to make that possible. And always trying to do it better, keep that mousetrap ever improved, right?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt your the rest of the season recap, but after that storm, what else did you investigate?
It's interesting. Sally turned into beta. We went from Sally to beta. It's like, how did that happen? Because it was just this flood of activity. We had a big burst. We ran through just about everything that was left. Teddy, Vicky, Wilfred, subtropical storm Alpha. Boom! Now we're up to beta, and beta was threatening Texas. And so that was the longest stretch that I was gone. I was gone for 2 weeks. And that was weird. It was just like, man, I've been gone freaking forever. Anyway, so I went over to Texas for beta, set up a lot of equipment. It is the cool part about beta, a little side story. I put one of the remote cameras on the piling of a house in Surfside Beach of one of the executives that works for the Weather Channel. He's a friend of mine, and it's no secret. His name is Tom Lee, and he's one of the he's up there, right? And he has a house. His family has a house in Surfside Beach, and I was like, "Hey, you got a house down here? Where is it?" And I looked it up, and I was like, "Whoa!" I drove down there, and it was pretty exciting. They had some waves coming in, and I even flew the drone down there, and it was pretty remarkable. And I put a camera right on his piling. And it turned out it was a really good shot because the power didn't go out. And these Nest cameras do really well at night. And you could just watch the Gulf come in and out on the tides from one of the executives of the Weather Channel, right at his house. And he thought, hey, pretty good way to keep an eye on my house. And we met a lot of cool people down there, as we always do. And the people that we meet is remarkable. And we just started thinking, this is a Greek name. We're up to beta, and I can't remember what the date was. It was like late September, I guess. And we're already to the B of the Greeks. It's like, geez, where's this going to go? And now, of course, we know it kept on going. But after beta, there's a little bit of a lull, just a little. And then it was Delta. And I guess now's as good a time as any to get into Delta. And the thing about Delta, I'll say this. I saw a lot of people, you get the hype of something, and then you get the anti-hype. And I think both of them can be dangerous, obviously. People that will put the one snapshot of the 40-inch snow, the Cat 5 hurricane parked over Charleston from the Euro 10 day or the GFS 9 day. You see it all the time. We know. But then you got the guys and the gals on social that they want to play the other side, that I called it, that it wasn't going to be anything, and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, just stop. I don't want to tell you what to do, but stop. Just go down the middle and just look at the facts. And there were so many people saying that Delta was probably not going to amount to much because the Gulf had cooled. So we had those early cold fronts. But there was this research that I had looked into from one of the HRD people and other aspects that, and it wasn't like the 26 Celsius isotherm was 400 miles south of Creole, Louisiana. It was like 20 miles, man, And there's other factors at play. You guys know this, that it's not just baroclinic stuff, but it's not all about sea surface temperatures and upper ocean heat content. There's more to it. If the atmosphere is primed, you're going to extract every bit of latent heat out of that Gulf that you can possibly do. And that's exactly what Delta did. And that thing exploded and became a very powerful hurricane for that part of October. And it was, if it wasn't for Laura, Delta probably would have been the big story for Louisiana. As it stands, it came on top of Laura, which was weird. Like, you're driving around setting stuff up and you're like, there's still stuff wrecked from Laura. Debris piles 10, 12 feet high. And we're putting cameras up in the same place. And gosh, that was so bizarre. Delta came in right at dark. By the way, that was the closest that we came in 2020 to launching our weather balloon in the eye of a hurricane, was Delta. We were ready out in somewhere in south central Louisiana. The eye kind of never calmed down for us where we were. It was filling, as I say, and it was never had the calm winds, and it was getting dark. Came close on Zeta too. We'll get to that. But Delta, like, the countdown was on. Like, okay, let's do this, turn on the this, to that. We were ready to go through the checklist, and then it got dark, and it was still like 60, 70 mile per hour wind, even when there was no rain. It was weird. When the backside gets hollowed out, they just tend to do that. Delta was amazing because when it was over and we went back to pick up our equipment the next day, they had no barricades, no police, no parish sheriffs, whatever they're called down there, nothing. And that's just Louisiana. It's like, hey, you want to be dumb enough to go and get yourself killed? We're not going to stop you. And we went down and started picking up our stuff, and there was nobody down there. And I don't mean like, there's a few cars. There's nobody. Not a single living human being down there. They had all evacuated, or they were already gone after Laura. And we went down to get our stuff. And that's one of those moments that there's just no way to describe it. It got dark. We had to get over to Creole and get the last camera from Creole. And when you say that the Milky Way came out, because there was no lights on, that's an understatement. It's like the closest you'll ever get to primordial Louisiana in the Jurassic era is after a hurricane like Delta, which was on top of Laura, that just took the grid out. There's not a light within 50 miles. And it was remarkable. It was like a religious experience, to be honest with you. And there's alligators and raccoons and all kinds of wildlife down there. And we just felt like there's three of us, me, Brent, Greg. We felt like we were one with this weather universe. And I know it's a weird thing, but it was this amazing thing that I'm glad it happened, put it that way. And we safely retrieved our stuff. And it was one of the greatest adventures I've ever had.
Couple more things, Mark. Zeta and Ada, I think I pronounced that right. Impacts here in the United States. But after that, we had a couple of storms, Theta and Iota, that just wreaked havoc on Central America. I mean, these were strong hurricanes. So as we kind of round out the Greek alphabet, what's your? I mean, I know Ada and Theta, Ada and Zeta, you were able to be a part of, but not the last two. But what's your memories of those last four storms?
Well, Zeta was a surprise. Because it overachieved. The Gulf was cooler by then, and yet, I mean, it came close to becoming a Category 3. Remarkable. And again, the atmosphere was just like, wow. And it intensified right up until landfall. And it had major impacts in Louisiana and Mississippi. Greg Nordstrom has damage to his house. Nothing significant, and it's all insured and so forth. But he became the hunted. And we were in the eye of that one down in Slidell. That was amazing. Just the surge, though, that's the thing I'm trying to remember. The surge, even though Zeta came in at night, this came in right at dark. The storm surge in Mississippi was remarkable. And there's a couple of instances there where our cameras are going to provide some very telling data to the National Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit as we work through that, to turn the video into data where we can find still water elevations in that surge. And you know how we're going to do it, even though it got dark, we're going to use the transformer explosions and freeze frame that at some of these peak surge times and enhance the video and try to find the high water mark on a building that we can definitively go out and survey and say, oh, look, and as an example, we had a camera on the backside of the Hard Rock in Biloxi. There's a little marina back there, and that camera box was at 4 meters or 3 meters, 4 meters above the water, and the camera went underwater, and it actually took out the camera. And some of that was wave action, but in those waves, and Shay, you know, all of you know this, you smooth it out, and you can get that high water mark from video, and we're really looking forward to helping the Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit with that as we go forward. So Zeta was very successful, surprising again because it you know, getting on. It was freaking 2 days before Halloween, right? And very strong hurricane into the Central Gulf Coast, and then Ada. Boy, what Ada did down in Central America, and I will be on record as saying that I am 100% in that they will upgrade Ada to a Cat 5 in the post-analysis, because you remember the recon planes were going down there and they had to turn around and come back, and we missed a lot of data. But then when they finally got in there, there was some to support. I just think in the off season when they do their analysis that the wind and the Doppler and the SFMR data will show that Ada was our second Cat 5 of 2020. I'm 99% sure of that. And then, you know, it looked like it could come around and be a real big problem for Florida. Luckily for Florida, it was not a real big problem, but it gave me an excuse to go down to the Keys. So I did. And that was, honestly, I really wanted to go down and kind of know the lay of the land for a future event. I've never been to the Keys for a landfall, believe it or not, in my entire career. And so I went to the Keys. We dealt with it down there. Wasn't too big a deal. And then we went up to Tampa, St. Pete, another place that I haven't been to, and set up camera equipment around there, worked with some of the locals that knew the area really well. That helped a lot, and we nailed it. We got some amazing storm surge shots right along some of those causeways, and I felt like Ada was another one of those warning shots that was a November tropical storm, and if it had been a month earlier, it would have been a lot stronger if everything else was equal, and Tampa Bay would have had an 8 to 12 foot surge, not 2 to 4 that they had. And it just shows you, bypass them and then it kind of died out going into Cedar Key. Man, it just shows you how vulnerable Tampa Bay, St. Pete are, those areas are to hurricanes. And you never know. Sometimes the end of the season kind of shows you where you're going to pick up the next year. I've learned that. It's not always a good match, but sometimes you can get some clues from that clustering, and especially if we're going to happen to have 2 very similar years to each other. Maybe that's a warning shot. And then it was Iota. Theta, I think, was I don't even remember, didn't do much out in the Eastern Atlantic, I think, but Iota, wow, that was, poor Central America. And I was in touch with a guy on, I guess, Facebook Messenger for the Hurricane Track page who lives down, it's the island that's south of Providencia. He was real worried about it, and it reminded me of Irma when I was communicating with a guy on Facebook that lived on St. Bart's. He was scared for his life because 185 Irma was coming for him. And this guy was down there on that island south of, I think it's San Andres or something, south of Providencia. Of course, that island, Providencia, these are Colombian-governed islands, was just annihilated. We saw the devastation from there, and that was it, thankfully. Iota capped off 30 named storms, the ace of around 180, right? 13 hurricanes and 6 of them, whatever it was, major, right? Something like that. It's hard to even remember. And maybe that's it. Maybe we'll be done for the whole, we won't be like 05 and we're still naming these things in January, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get something in the subtropics at this point.
Well, Mark, one more thing to kind of wrap up this hurricane season. We talked a little bit about it earlier, is how many storms we saw this rapid intensification.
Yes.
A day and a half before landfall. What's your thoughts? I'm not asking for a scientific or just what are your thoughts about that? I mean, because you've mentioned previous, sometimes these seasons kind of foretell what's going to happen next season. this is a scary trend, and it's a trend that really needs to be watched.
Well, the simple answer is it's concerning because we look at the ACE, and some of that ACE, the accumulated cyclone energy, was generated. Like we look at Laura, it was a 150 mile per hour hurricane, but it did so in that last day before landfall. And Michael did the same thing in 2018. Matthew rapidly intensified on approach to Florida, and it was very fortunate for Florida that it just scraped by 20 miles offshore. Dorian stopping, I don't know, whatever it was, 180 miles short of West Palm Beach, our vicinity, as a rapidly intensifying Category 5. And we're getting real close here to some absolutely mind-boggling disasters because these hurricanes are intensifying close to land. Eta and Iota both intensifying real close to South America like they did. That was a similar theme in 2005. Now, we had a much higher ACE score in 2005. And you say, well, yeah, there's a lot of, we had 4 Cat 5s that year. Well, think about it. All 4, here's a similarity. All 4 of those Category 5s in 05, yes, they were much stronger than what we had in 2020, looking at the big picture. But Katrina, the entire life cycle of Katrina was about 5 days, the whole thing. And in that 5 days, it became a Cat 5. Rita, same thing. Tropical storm in the Bahamas, Cat 5 in the Central Gulf, makes landfall as a 3. The whole thing lasted less than 5 days, roughly. Wilma, a little longer, but it rapidly intensified. Twice, once on the approach to the Yucatan and another on its way into Florida, and it made landfall as a 3, if I recall. Emily, Dennis, both, Dennis almost was a Category 5, rapidly intensifying. And here's the common thread. They all did so probably west of 75 degrees longitude, not like Irma, which was a Category 5 way out in the Atlantic. Florence, way out in the Atlantic, very strong. Ivan. These long track hurricanes are so different than these ones that blow up in our backyard. And it's not just the United States that has to deal with these. Central America, Cuba had to deal with Gustav doing that in 2008. But there's this weird common thread between 05 and 20 that these massive hurricanes that we did have strengthened so quickly in our backyard. I don't know why. I don't know exactly why. Can you attribute it to the La Nina and the favorable pattern right over that area west of 75, south of 30 north? There's something going on there. And, that's the thing. Can we see that kind of a pattern again ahead of time? And no, this is our bubble. This is our area we got to really look out for. Maybe that's one of the next things that people like Dr. Klotzbach or Eric Webb or Levi Cowan, who works down at HRD now, maybe they can work on that. Pattern recognition for that favorable bubble that's going to give you those strong hurricanes. And if they're close to land, we really should know that.
You kind of piggyback off that. We've had a few Twitter questions come in. Matthew Harding wanted to know, do you think we'll see something similar in 2021 that we've seen in 2020? I mean, I guess to kind of piggyback that, what is your outlook as we go into next year's tropical season?
Well, I think and this is so easy to understand, it's highly dependent on the state of the ENSO, I think more than anything, the El Nino Southern Oscillation phenomenon. Right now, we are in at least a moderate La Nina. It's like negative 1.3 or higher or something. I mean, the index is pretty low. And so that La Nina sticking around or not, and basically it's the absence of El Nino. If there's no El Nino and the Atlantic is warmer than average, especially in the main development region, then you typically have an above average season. But a season like 2020 where it's hyperactive and mega active, hopefully those are 15 years apart because this is just too much. But you look at 04, here's the interesting thing. 04 had, 15 named storms, something like that? And the ACE score was way higher than 2020's was in 04. And yet 05, almost doubled the amount of named storms of 04. Its ACE was a little higher, but they were back to back. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think you can look at that and say that 2020 is the 04 of the 04-05 combo, that 2021 would have 35 named storms or 40. Maybe it's a little bit of a reverse, that next year we have 15 to 20 named storms, but some long trackers, that the overall pattern stays favorable. Maybe that bubble shifts back out towards the southwest Atlantic and maybe Florida and the Carolinas comes into play. There's just no way to know this early on. But the biggest thing to track, it's easy to do, is the anomaly data, the state of the INSO, how the Atlantic's doing. And if those two puzzle pieces, a negative INSO and a positive AMO, or just a warm Atlantic, doesn't even have to fit the classic anti-Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation. I know I'm throwing all these terms out. But if the Atlantic's warmer than the Pacific is, look out, generally speaking. We're basically going to need an El Nino to save us. And then that's going to have its own set of problems because the globe will be like 5 degrees warmer than it should be on average or some stupid stuff like that. We can't win.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. I mean, I think the positive AMO definitely attributes to it, even positive NAO.
Right.
And then you add the Madden-Julian oscillation, which allows for the shearing effect to lessen across large portions of the Atlantic. And you get that combination. That's what we had this year. I mean, I can't count how many phase 8s we had, which basically it parks itself over us where there's less shear.
Right.
But there were several iterations of that. And even when there was not in that phase, there was still...
Right.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Occurring, even with shear.
Yeah, they would find these little pockets.
Yep.
Yeah, and take advantage of that. But 2021 will probably be another active season because I've never seen that we have an El Nino after a strong La Nina. I cannot recall the last time that happened. There's always a first. And we know that the Euro, we talked about this before going with the taping here, or the recording. Who tapes anymore, right? The Euro, I think, is always going to want to show an El Nino or a warming INSO. It's just the way it is. It's got a warm bias for that. But we'll keep an eye on stuff like the Southern Oscillation Index. And as long as that stays wildly positive like it has been, that's literally a good barometer, quite literally, to follow that. There's ways to watch. That's what's so neat now is we can actually watch it. It's kind of like watching the NFL in the off season. The Super Bowl is over, and then the Pro Bowl is over, and it's not like, oh, that's it. There's an entire network dedicated to the NFL, and we have a network dedicated to weather. That's the Weather Channel. There's other channels too, but it doesn't all end on December 1st. We're on top of it until the next season, and we're getting better. I'll go back to the start of this whole thing. We saw this coming in March and April, not to this extent, and you can never get the details, but the overall pattern was very well telegraphed. I think the best in any of the modern age of numerical weather prediction.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Speaking of 2021, hurricanetrack.com. What are you looking forward to next year, Mark? Any exciting projects? I know you've this year I've been seeing you've been doing some discussions with several guys in the tropical world and doing some off-season discussions. Mm-hmm. So what's going on over at hurricanetrack.com, and what are you guys working on for next year?
A lot of projects. We had a great group of people that volunteered to help out this year. That really helped our back end, and we grew the crowdfunding substantially, which was a very pleasant surprise, and especially to be able to reinvest into more equipment to do more things. Obviously I want to be able to support my family and have a career out of this, and that helps that. Since I'm independent, this is what I do for a job. But it's the way it grew and how fast it grew, and to the extent that it did, meant that we were able to afford more stuff. And we put that stuff into action, and that's what we want to keep doing. And we're definitely going to have a much stronger initiative in the off season, to the extent that we even have a new logo, a new branding. And it's my Twitter handle logo right now. I think it's on Facebook as well. Haven't changed YouTube yet. I'll have to do that. But it's like it says Hurricane Track. It says off season, but it's a winter look. It's got a snowflake instead of a hurricane, and some wintry colors. And it's funny because it was a high school kid from Illinois that designed that for us. I don't have time to learn Illustrator and do that. I used to do that many years ago. That's that whole idea of people helping out, man. It's incredible. So our goals. I want to have the opportunity to go out if let's assume these events happen, first of all. A really big bomb cyclone nor'easter kind of deal. Is it New England? Is it the Northeast or the Mid-Atlantic proper? I don't know. I don't care. I just want one of those. My favorite is Situate down to the Cape. Those are my favorites, to be honest with you. I want one of those. I'd like to put it in order for a big bomb cyclone winter storm, preferably in February, a big lake effect event in western New York, where I was last year from Syracuse up to Watertown through the Tug Hill Plateau. I know there's other areas, Cleveland, Buffalo, etc., but I really like that part of upstate New York. So I want a big lake effect event. Then a high plains blizzard, one of those bomb cyclones that moves out of the Front Range, 980 on the pressure, big comma shape out over the Great Plains. I got a good friend and colleague up in Sioux Falls, Derek Thompson, who's got a nice Mesonet truck. I'm going to send him some cameras. He's going to put them out. My goal is to fly into Denver, rent a vehicle, bring some cameras with me. We scatter them around South Dakota, out in the Black Hills. Nobody's ever done that. You got traffic cams and you got storm chasers, and again, they do great. But I want to stick a camera on an overpass out on, Interstate 70 or something out there, and show you that blizzard from the ground, basically. And then have these pressure sensors and temperature sensors attached with it that we're working on that feeds that information in real time. That's our next big project, is that every camera box will have a Kestrel with a Raspberry Pi that feeds that live weather data. The only thing we're going to be missing is wind. I talked to WeatherFlow about getting some anemometers. The arm youngs are just too expensive, man. It's killing me, especially when people are throwing them into the bayous. But I digress. Yeah, we're going to have a big data. We're going to have 20 cameras next year, and each one of them is going to have live data with that camera. What else? Oh, then after that in May, we're going to have this big initiative to go out and put all these 20 cameras and all these sensors and the weather balloon project and have a big test during a severe weather outbreak over multiple days. Sometime in May. It's not a schedule. We're going to be there from May 10th to the 15th. We're just going to wait for the pattern. And when the pattern says go, we're going to assemble the crew and drive out there and hopefully do so mask-free, because the vaccines have been working. That's what we're hopeful for. To go back into that ugliness of the COVID, I mean, we can't escape that, but looking ahead to May, it actually might be a time of some big celebration. We can keep our fingers crossed that we can enjoy the weather and do so back more towards what I don't use that phrase, a new normal. I hate it. I call it the alternate universe. I want the alternate universe to be dissolved.
Well, Mark, we appreciate that. Always appreciate your time with us, and we wish you the best on this off season. Hopefully, you get a little downtime before the winter storms get cranked up.
Agreed.
We always appreciate you joining us around this part of this time of the year and kind of recapping the tropic season. I don't know how you want this. Hopefully, it's not as active, or maybe you do want it active next year. But whatever you want, we hope you get it.
Well, the way I look at it, if there's going to be hurricanes, I look at it like what Jack Nicholson said in A Few Good Men, and where he said, and I'll do the phrase without the cuss word, where he says, "You want me on that wall," right? You want me there. If there's hurricanes, you want us out there. You want me, and you want the others that do this to do what we do, and the support from the social media world and the crowdfunding world allows that to happen. And my passion for the hurricanes and the extreme weather doesn't mean that I don't have empathy for the people that are affected. I absolutely do. As long as they don't get mad at me for being passionate about what I do, you would never get angry with the firefighter who's headed off to put out the fire. Don't get angry with me that I happen to really enjoy being passionate about helping you in the end of the day, and that is to be aware, be educated, and be excited about the weather. You know what I mean? And the more excited we are, the easier it is to teach us.
Definitely so. We always enjoy tracking you out there, and I know we only had Isaias this year, and I think you joined in on one of our calls that we were doing our live coverage. So we always appreciate that as well, and we hope you have a great Christmas season.
You all as well.
Yeah, for you those who are watching, go check out Mark's website, hurricanetrack.com. You can find out ways to help contribute to the funds there to help Mark and the crew get everything they need to get going for the tropical season, and donate to their Patreon account. And we appreciate your work out there, Mark. And once again, appreciate your time. And for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you next time here
thanks
on the
to the
Carolina
panel.
Weather Group.
Great.
welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We welcome you to our latest edition of our little podcast, Weather Live Stream. And we're going to be talking about an interesting project tonight, the Snow Impact Project. You may have heard about this project just recently released out on social media. NOAA and NASA and a lot of different entities working on better forecasting winter storms, and especially along the East Coast here where we live. That will be helpful because we know a variation in just a few miles can mean all the difference in snowfall forecasting. Tonight we have with us Lynn McMurdy. She's kind of leading up this research project. She is a associate professor at the Department of Atmospheric Science from the University of Washington. So, you know, last year on our 300 show, we were talking about the states that we've not had guests from. So we can mark Washington off that list. So now we're down to, I think, 6 states that we've not had any guests from. So, Lynn, welcome to the show tonight. Definitely happy to have you. And I know it's a busy time as we're in the midst of this research project. So tell us a little bit about the project and maybe how it got us started and how you guys came together to get this idea and get the ball rolling.
Sure, happy to do that. I'm excited to be able to tell you all about it. So as you know, being a NASA project, our name of our project is an acronym because everything is acronyms with NASA. And the name is called IMPACTS, and it stands for the Investigation of Microphysics and Precipitation for Atlantic Coast Threatening Snowstorms. So in its name, it tells you a little bit about what we're doing. So I'm leading this project with I don't even know how many people I'm working with, probably hundreds. It's funded by NASA. It's a very large program that's a 5-year project. In the middle 3 years, we'll be doing gathering data and gathering cases to study. And it's part of their Earth Venture Suborbital call for projects. And this means instead of NASA funding somebody's idea about satellites, this is using aircraft. So suborbital means below the orbit of the Earth. So the main way that we are performing our investigation is through aircraft observations. So what we're trying to do is, as you well know, snowstorms, which occur all winter in this part of the country, are pretty difficult to forecast. They're fairly complex systems. They consist of large cloud shields that can be as far as Florida, way up into Canada. And within those big complex cloud parts of the storm, there's narrow bands of more intense snowfall. We call them snow bands. And it's that those smaller scale features, usually near the low center of the storm itself, that we are specifically trying to investigate. We're trying to understand the processes that form the snow bands, that make how they change as a storm evolves, and why some storms have a lot of snow bands and others have like absolutely none, yet they both are producing snow. So that's kind of the science focus of it. And our observational strategy involves primarily 2 aircraft. One of them will fly high above the clouds. It's NASA's ER-2. It can fly at 20 kilometers elevation, which is 68,000 feet, or twice as high as a commercial aircraft. And it has equipped with remote sensing instrumentation. So everybody's probably familiar with weather radars. This airplane has 4 different radars, all different wavelengths. So they're sensitive to different portions of the storm. There's one that's a cloud radar, so it can see the small cloud size drops, and others are more rain and snow radars. They see the bigger drops. It also has microwave radiometers, and those are types of instruments that we often fly on satellites to measure precipitation from space. So that ER-2 flies above the clouds way up high and looking at the storm remotely. And underneath, in coordination, observing the same portion of the storm is the NASA's P3 Orion, and it flies inside the clouds, and it has a multitude of instrumentation, and the major ones are these cloud and precipitation probes, which actually essentially take pictures and count the sizes and the pictures of the snowflakes as they form. We fly it at different levels, so you see where the beautiful dendrites form, where the needles form, and then fly underneath, and they aggregate into large, big blobs of snow that eventually falls on the ground. We also have some ground instrumentation specifically for this project, and that includes a whole array of different radars and other snow measuring equipment, mostly on Long Island with my colleagues at Stony Brook. So one of the things you asked me to mention is like who's involved. So obviously I have a large crew of people involved with NASA, but the National Weather Service is also involved. They are sending up extra rainwind sondes, so we measure the profile of the atmosphere more frequently during these snowstorms. We just request them to, can you please put up some more at Albany and at their usual places. They'll add more rainwind sonde launches when we're flying, at the time periods that we're interested in. So they've been really helpful, and they're also been extremely helpful with helping my student and grad student and postdoc forecasters, trying to give them some local expertise.
Flying in a winter type of storm, does it present any additional challenges versus like the hurricane hunters who fly in warm core systems?
Well, that's a good question. The two different systems are pretty different. The hurricane hunters typically fly fairly high, and what they're doing is trying to get different profiles of the environment of the hurricane and try to get a good estimate of what the central pressure is. So they're kind of after a different kind of problem, and they fly fairly high, so they're well away from any kind of icing problems. So for us flying in snowstorms in the winter, this last case, we actually flew, it was rain on the surface, but the structure of the storm was the same. So we flew in it, but icing was an issue that we had to watch out for. I think our main challenge is getting airspace to do the maneuvers that we want to do to sample these storm systems. But so far, the air traffic controls have been extremely helpful and very accommodating. On our first flight, we were kind of messing around in upstate New York and Vermont, but then we wanted to go across Long Island. And when you looked at, there's these, apps called like FlightAware, you can watch where all the airplanes are. They kind of cleared out a corridor and let our plane go through. It was like, oh man, that is very, that was really great of them to do that for us. So that, even though it's challenging but we're trying to do our best to not demand too much and we do whatever they tell us to do.
Is your aircraft on FlightAware? Is it something people can track when you're on these?
Yeah, it is something people can track. Yeah, definitely.
According to the website I found, which is a NASA website, it's November 806 NA and November 809 NA. So
I just couldn't remember where the N and the NA were. So
we like to make it difficult in aviation.
Yeah. So these airplanes, especially NASA flies a lot. So does NOAA, and my colleagues who get National Science Foundation funds can also request the NOAA or NASA flights. And so they're very experienced crew in field campaigns like this. And each one has its unique way of doing operations. I think we're not doing anything really clever, fancy, different, and never been done before. And a lot of our instrumentation has been used in many other projects. And in some ways that's good. It's kind of less risky. And we'll get good data right away. And so it's, banking on the experience from other campaigns.
So I know specifically the focus of this project is for snow bands, but does some of this data also feed into freezing rain and sleet forecasts as well?
It might, yes. I think what we're doing at this stage is we're first looking for any storm we can find. The banded structures can result in different things at the surface. The bands form aloft. So at those levels, that's always below freezing. And then the structure at the very lowest levels, the airplanes can't, observe because you're going to crash them because you're flying so close to the surface. So if it happens to be a situation where there's pre-existing cold air down at the surface, and that happens to turn into freezing rain instead of snow because it's warmer aloft, then yes, we will inform that. So I've told others that snow bands are our wish list are the main thing we want to get for. But if the storm happens to be warmer than your usual winter storm, the structures are similar and we can still learn the science of what makes those structures. Why does it organize in these narrow bands that are maybe related to the low pressure center deepening or maybe not. There's different hypotheses that we're testing, and we can test them with a variety of storms, including ones that have freezing rain and things like that.
Lynn, just off the cusp thinking, this may, correct me if I'm wrong, may be able to help predict or maybe forecast where we could actually see those intense bands set up where we see thunder snow. Is that?
Oh, that would be, thanks for mentioning the thunder snow, because for this year on the ER2, we do have an instrument that measures the electric field, which then relates to lightning. So if thunder snow happens to occur, we will actually learn some really fascinating stuff. They've never flown this instrument in situations where in winter storms. So you're correct that one of the applications of the data that we're collecting should help us improve forecasting in a variety of ways. The first way is, we will understand the processes much better. So the science will elevate our knowledge base. But then the direct measurements of those snow crystals and the environment they're forming in, and what the liquid water content, the temperature, all these other parameters, these are things that our numerical models are also predicting. But we have to do that, what we call using microphysical schemes. It's kind of like an algorithm that figures out how to do this. And they're invariably wrong, so that we don't have that portion of our numerical model very well constrained. And by having these direct measurements, we can see which one of these variety of microphysical schemes that you have a choice to use when you run a forecast model, which one is the most correct for these kinds of storms. They make assumptions like how much is made into snowflakes, how much is made into solid ice, how much remains in cloud liquid water. There's those things are assumed in the numerical models, but we will measure those so we can tell the models, no, you're wrong. I don't care how much snowfall comes out of that model, you're still not getting it right for the right reason. So that's one of our key applications, is hopefully down the road making improvements in our numerical models.
What's it like? I mean, this has got to be probably the most difficult part of the research.
Yes, it is. Where it takes us all week to figure out, like, how would we fly this forecast that's 85 hours out. So far, everything's gone great. We've been lucky, but we haven't flown a lot of cases yet. As you know, it's been kind of a quiet winter, but maybe that's a good thing. So we will be back again next year, and we hope for a really active year, and we really know how to go about this. So this is, even if we don't fly a lot this year, we'll have learned a lot. We will have gotten pretty good data, and we're ready for a better year in the next two.
Some of these ideal winter storms can be quite massive and stretch all the way from the southeast to the northeast. Right. Mm-hmm. Is it possible for the planes to cover the southeast on day one and then get to the northeast in time for the deepening low pressure?
We would love to do that. The trouble is that these storms kind of move a little too fast. The way when you work with aircraft, there's a certain amount of time that they can fly because of how much fuel they can take. And also for crew duty. So they're very, very strict with how long a pilot can be operating the plane. The ER2, the one that flies really up here, high, is there's only one person on the plane, and that's the pilot. So, and he wears a spacesuit. He's almost beyond the atmosphere. He's so high up. So he has to, we have to be sure that that person is within the safe range. So Total crew duty is 12 hours. That includes the pre-flight routine and then landing and the post-flight routine. And then we are required to give them 12 hours off before we require them to show up again. So if my storm would move really slowly, I could probably do that.
Well, and I know you mentioned that next year, the project's still going to be going on. How long is it set for at the moment?
We're here now, and we're here to the end of February. And then next year, approximately the same, another 6-week window, we'll be out here in the following year. So 3 winters.
Emergency management. Maybe if they, we get this research about where these heavier snow bands, like forecasting, maybe emergency management, that's where they put their assets at. I was just wondering if, who all you can see the benefits from this research.
Yes, I can see like the public.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
The emergency management is part of that because they are the communicators from the forecasters to the public, and they kind of make decisions about how to respond to any kind of threat like a snowstorm. So I could see the public being, benefiting a lot in the long run. It's always hard to see the direct benefit. I'm going in, geeking out about the great science I'm doing, but understanding these snowstorms better and then using that understanding to improve our forecasting. And when our forecasting is done better, and especially in terms of the distribution of snow and where those bands occur, and do they set up, and if it's one kind of storm, do we expect to get a lot more of these banded structures and therefore more localized regions of heavy snowfall? Or do we see that, a different kind of storm would not have that, and so there maybe be less of a worry? So, yes, indeed, that'll eventually benefit the public, our understanding, and then applying that understanding to better forecasting. And better forecasting will help the managers be able to react in a timely manner to inform the public.
I know it's kind of early into the project, but what's the feedback been like so far?
Thumbs up. It's great. We love it. We have, when the type of instruments we fly on the P3 are kind of finicky and difficult instruments. So some of them have not been operating at the top as they could be. So that's some of the feedback. We're trying to correct some problems or fix an instrument or two. The data that I've been looking at looks really good, I think. What you kind of is exciting is you look at it and go, I don't know what's going on. When you have that kind of reaction, that's actually a good thing because it means you're going to learn something new. So I'm excited about that. So far, I think everything we've collected really high quality data. We haven't lost anything. Like sometimes, your biggest worry is like somebody forgot to flip the switch and it didn't record. Like, oh no, don't do that. So far, everybody knows what to do. They got all the switches turned on. Everything's good. And so far it looks great. So we just need more storms. That's all I need.
Well, we need some more storms too. We're hoping.
I know. We all need more storms.
We need some more storms too. Well, Lynn, it's been a fantastic discussion. I'm going to go ahead and close out. So everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you've enjoyed this discussion. Lynn, I want to ask you, if you don't mind, if people want to follow along with the project, I know you have some social media platforms they can follow. How can they do that?
Boy, I should have wrote this down. So the one I know for sure is our Twitter account, which is at Snow with a capital S and then Impacts, IMPACTS.
Awesome. We follow here on the Carolina Weather Group, and I personally follow the Snow Impacts on Twitter. So get some great information there. You get some behind the scenes photos and things like that. So Lynn, thanks so much for joining us. We want to thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group, and we will see you on our next episode. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We're going to be talking space with our good friend Tony Rice, NASA ambassador, also a contributor for WRAL in Raleigh. So Tony is our resident person that we go to when we have space questions. There's some really cool things going on with this Mars launch. We also have some loon balloons. You may have seen some pictures floating around on social media over the last couple of days or weeks, and we're going to talk a little bit about that as well throughout the program. But Tony, we had this mission. I think originally this Mars mission was scheduled to go off June 20th, right around that date. It's since then been pushed back a few days. So can you tell us a bit about the mission itself? Well, what are we trying to accomplish as we head off to Mars?
So this is was originally called the Mars 2020 rover, and it's a follow-on to the Mars rover you would know as Curiosity. So it's about the size of a minivan, a little bit smaller than that. And its purpose is to go out there and find basically what happened to Mars. It's going to work in concert with obviously Curiosity and all the other assets that are out there at Mars, the orbiters that are studying the atmosphere, that are taking those fantastic pictures that we see of Mars. But it's a very similar rover to Curiosity. It's using the same spacecraft bus. And that's the body of the spacecraft, the wheels, the mobility system, all the computers, all the communication systems. But the real exciting thing about these spacecraft and about these missions are the instruments. So I think of this as like Curiosity 2.0. It has a lot of some of the same instruments that Curiosity did, but they've been upgraded. They've got a little more capability to them. We've learned a lot as we've had Curiosity on the surface of Mars for so many years. We've also added a couple of new ones. I'm sure we'll get into some of the more exciting ones there, but the ones I know that the one instrument, my favorite one, that I know is going to be your favorite as well, is called MEDA. It stands for Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. And I'm really looking forward to MEDA getting on the surface of Mars. It's about a 12-pound instrument. It's chewing up a whole 17 watts of power. You have to really budget your power up there. Curiosity and this new 2020 rover are going to both be both powered by a nuclear power source. We don't have to worry about any of the solar panels being covered in all that Martian dust and causing us problems there. But the deal with MEDA is it's going to be capturing information about air temperature, ground temperature, radiation. We've got a dust sensor that's on there as well, so we can help study those dust storms. If you saw The Martian with Matt Damon, did a pretty good job of showing what dust storms can be like there. The beginning of the movie was a little fantastic, and we don't quite get wind speeds like that, or at least we don't have enough volume in the atmosphere to produce some of the things we're talking about there. We're going to put relative humidity. We'll be able to measure that as well. There's a thermal infrared sensor on there, and there's wind sensors as well. And the wind sensors are kind of interesting. There is wind on Mars. We're getting information about winds from another mission that is on the surface of Mars right now called InSight. It is not a rover. It is a lander, so it stays stationary. It can measure whatever atmosphere comes to it and the column of air above it. So we are seeing winds there that are a little bit higher speed than we expected. You wouldn't be able to feel them though, because the volume of air there is so little.
So Tony, there's this new device that's coming with Perseverance that I literally just found about in the last 5 minutes. So it's going to be some type of helicopter drone deployment. Tell us about that and how that works in an atmosphere that's a lot thinner than ours.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, is how you get lift in such a thin atmosphere. The Mars atmosphere is about 1/100th that of Earth's. So it's very, very, very thin. Sorry, not 100th, 1,000th that of Earth's. Very, very thin. But the drone itself, the helicopter itself, has pretty wide blades, and it's going to be spinning really, really, really fast. So don't think drone like the drones that we know here on Earth. It's not going to be sitting up there and hovering for a good amount of time. It's going to take hops. And its purpose, number one, is a technology demonstrator. It'll be the first time we've ever flown on another planet. That's pretty exciting unto itself. But it's not just a technology demonstrator. It's going to be providing valuable information to the team that is driving this rover. And yes, there are rover drivers. They sit in California. They're sitting at home right now because they're able to VPN in and talk to the rover that way. but their technical term or their technical title is rover planners. They're doing exactly that. They're planning what drives need to occur during that day to put the rover in a position to do the science. So this helicopter is going to help out with that a little bit. It's mounted on the underside of the rover, so after the rover lands and everything's checked out, the rover will deploy the helicopter, we'll drive off of it, and then we'll be able to take the helicopter off and move it about. It's going to serve as a form of scout for the geologists. It's going to help us move ahead and make some good decisions about where to move the rover to in order to do some good science.
I have a question as far as I've always wondered the signal, right? So these are being operated remote control a lot of the times. I know there's some automated processes on site that the rovers would do to correct maybe a rock in the way or something. But how long does the signal take to get to the rover as you're steering it? Now, the radio waves travel at the same speed of light, or what's the difference in
right at light speed?
How much time? Mm-hmm.
So it varies throughout our year and the Mars year. Mars year is roughly about 18 months. So it's anywhere from about 10 minutes to more than 30 minutes. So when I mentioned somebody that's driving the rover, you might have this picture in your head of a steering wheel and a gas and a brake. Absolutely not that. It's sending commands for the rover to act on at a later date.
Another function of this robot is that it's going to be collecting samples on the surface and to be later taken back to Earth and studied here. How will that work? How is it going to get back to Earth?
To be determined. So there is going to be a caching capability where samples that are first studied by Curiosity are going to be packaged in a way that they can be picked up at a later date and brought back to Earth. We're not quite ready to put boots on Mars yet. That's a goal, but it's a goal that's pretty far into the future. As a step between now and putting boots on Mars, a robotic mission that could pick up those cache samples and bring them back. Why not just go and pick up random samples and bring them back? Why bring these that have been studied by the Perseverance rover, by the 2020 rover, to be able to do additional study on something that's already been studied by a robot is just going to give us a ton of information that we can apply to other studies that have been going on there for years and years. I mean, on back into the Viking days, back in the 70s. So that's why it's being done that way. How it's actually going to happen, there's a lot of different ideas about that. One of the biggest challenges there is how you have enough energy to launch from Mars and get back to Earth. How do you do that? And there's different theories on how that might happen. Do you bring enough fuel with you to be able to get back? Do you use the Martian soil as a source for energy and construct fuel that way? Lots of different ideas. It's being worked on, but step one is to gather those samples and leave them behind so that they can be returned.
In our relentless pursuit for life on other planets, we look at water and potential for water. We've seen pictures of icing on the poles, a type of icing, not as we would know it, but what is the evidence for water on Mars and maybe some of the past evidence that shows you there could have been water flowing? Has there been anything presented in some of the latest information?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the icing that you're seeing on the poles happens every Martian winter. And you can actually see it with a backyard telescope if you look at the right time. We see it on both the North and the South Pole. What you're seeing there is actually CO2 ice. It's actually carbon dioxide. And the poles get, those ice caps on the poles, they get larger and they get smaller according to the season. And we can see that in Curiosity's air pressure sensors. As that carbon dioxide transfers from a solid phase into a gas phase, it adds to the atmosphere. And we'll see atmospheric pressure go up during the summer months. And then it precipitates down, actually snows, dry ice on the poles during the winter months when it gets colder. Mars has seasons because it has an axial tilt, just as Earth has an axial tilt. It's very, very similar. But as far as evidence for water is concerned, it's really in the geology. The geology is, it tells us the story of what happened in the past on Mars. Where we landed Curiosity was an area that was formerly the bottom of a large river system. It was at the bottom of an alluvial fan, and that's kind of a funnel-shaped pattern. If you've ever seen satellite photos, color satellite photos of the Mississippi River Delta as it dumps out into the Gulf of Mexico, you see that triangle. That's all that sediment that's been collected up along the Mississippi River. Well, that's the Martian version of, or we landed on the Martian version of that. It's all dry there now. We're not seeing evidence of liquid water, but we're seeing the geologic evidence of it. So one of the very first photos that came back from Curiosity after it landed was of these rounded pebbles. Those don't form round. Those are rounded as a part of a water process that's picking up and moving them along and rounding them off. And we found lots and lots of that. So through study of the geology and the chemistry of those rocks as well, that's what told us that it was fresh water, determined that the area that Curiosity landed in was probably about knee-deep in water a couple million years ago. The idea that Mars was once a very different place and a lot wetter and perhaps a lot greener, that is one of the things that Curiosity found pretty quickly after its landing time.
Tony, looking at some of the points here for the mission, two of them kind of really piqued my interest. It says this is the first leg of a round trip to Mars, and then after that it's also talking about how this could actually pave the way for future human missions to the moon and to Mars. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, every time we put something on another planet, we learn a lot about it. And the road to putting boots on Mars, it's a long one. But even what we're planning on doing around the moon, coming up with the Artemis mission, is going to teach us a lot about that. Being able to live potentially off some of the resources on the moon will teach us a lot about that. We got to really understand the chemistry and the makeup of the Martian surface to be able to have people live there.
I think that's really interesting. You know, we've always heard about people going to Mars, but this actually could be some small steps for that. And also seeing there's going to be like 19 cameras on this that we're going to be able to kind of follow along with the mission.
Yeah, there's a bunch of HD cameras on Curiosity. We got even more on Perseverance. I've mentioned the name a couple of times. I need to tell you the story about Perseverance. So for the longest time, it was called the Mars 2020 rover. NASA's really terrible at naming things. You give NASA engineers and scientists the opportunity to name something, and they're going to give it an acronym. They're going to give it something boring. You know, maybe it'll be a backronym that actually spells something that you can pronounce. But the cool names, those always come from the kids. So Curiosity was named by a little girl in Iowa, who by the time it launched, she was a lot older than that. She actually went on to be, I believe, an environmental scientist. So she got a lot out of that experience. Perseverance was named by a young man up in Northern Virginia, and I was on the team that helped review a lot of the submissions that came in. They had to come up with a name, and they had to come up with a couple of paragraphs about why they chose that. And I can't recall if I read so many of them. I can't recall if Perseverance was among that. But some of the ones I read were pretty out there. I'm glad they picked Perseverance. We tend to call it Percy. So if you hear talking about the Percy rover, that's what we're talking about.
Speaking of Mars, I know you run a Mars weather page on Twitter. I know you kind of keep up with some of the stuff, so we thought it'd be kind of cool to tie in Mars weather, your Twitter page. What all you monitor? How do you get that information? How do you provide a Mars weather forecast and observations?
So we don't forecast yet. We're hoping to have enough data here one day that we can start having a forecasting product. We'll certainly need something like that once we get those boots on Mars. But right now it focuses on the InSight mission. It's pulling data down close to daily. There's a lot of data that has to come down, and Unfortunately, the weather data sometimes gets pushed to the back. If there's images or things like that that the science team needs right away, especially when we were working with InSight, trying to get a temperature probe to finally be pushed into the Martian soil there. I think everybody that's ever put a spade into the ground in the Carolinas knows what that clay is like. So it was dealing with some of that same problem up on Mars. Those images that were helping them understand that problem, those took precedent. But anyway, we do see data come down from InSight, and that is delivered through the same mechanism that all those pictures are delivered through. It's called the Deep Space Network. Generally, most of these, both the rovers and this InSight mission, have the ability to communicate straight back to Earth, but they don't tend to do that. They tend to upload the images and other data every time an orbiter goes over. And that orbiter acts like a router, and store and forward that information once it sees Earth again. It's a little faster that way, and there's a little more bandwidth. But we see that data come down. I know she just popped that up. So we see temperature data. We see air pressure. I find air pressure to be some of the most interesting there. And then we see wind data as well. So the last one that came up was from Sol 566, and Sol is a day on Mars, and that equates back to the 29th of June. It's the last time we saw something from it. As you can see there, the low was 25, the high was 25, the low was 126 below zero, and these are both Fahrenheit. And each day on this Mars weather Twitter, it goes and randomly picks a city somewhere, and Clayton just happened to be picked up there last time it was doing a comparison. You can see the comparison there, but again, the most interesting comparison in my mind is the pressure. So, we were seeing about 1,012 hectopascals, which I think equates to millibars. You guys keep me honest there. That's what y'all speak in. Yes. And that on Mars is about 7.7 hectopascals. That's one of our biggest challenges on Mars, is the lack of atmosphere. It's just really, really, really thin there, and it continues to be stripped away by the solar winds. And that's not something that we're going to be able to correct anytime soon, perhaps ever.
So I guess there's really no wind chill there. I mean, I'm looking 25 degrees with 37 mile per hour wind gusts. That's not really a wind chill there then.
Yeah, not too bad. We do see temperatures go above freezing there. It does happen.
Yeah. So Tony, I mean, obviously thermometers or RM Youngs. I mean, how is this? How is wind speed captured? Is it using like Venturi effect, or you're consolidating the air into a point, or how is that measured exactly?
So the thing to look up is an instrument called a hot dice. It is a couple of basically electrodes that are exposed out there and are measuring differentials. They are without moving parts. That's really, really important when you've got a robot out there that you can't go service. There is no Home Depot on Mars to go get spare parts.
Well, you said one last thing. You kind of mentioned that it does get above freezing on Mars. I wonder if you could just real briefly speak to the general temperature range. How cold does it get in winter? How warm does it get in summer?
Yeah, we're talking around -200 Fahrenheit with the lows. And during the summer, most of the time we're talking in the average temperature there is hovering around -80, -100.
I just think it's cool. You have a mesonet on Mars.
We do. We got 2 of them now, about to put a 3rd.
I've heard that there's a team already being picked to possibly go to Mars by as late as, 2028 or 2030? Is that correct?
I will make no comments on when we're going to Mars. You're not going to trick me into that.
I had to try.
There's a lot that needs to be done, and each one of these missions, be they robotic or be they human up to the International Space Station, or once we get Artemis off the ground and have a gateway to the moon, each one of those, it may not seem like it's getting us closer to Mars, but we learn something from each one of them that can be applicable. And when that actually happens, I hope it happens soon, but it's a long road.
Tony, shifting gears, one of the things that I spotted on Flight Tracker this week, and I think several of the people here in the Carolinas have, were alongside all of the little cute icons for airplanes, these circular balloon icons for the Loon Balloon Project. Tell us about it. I understand you're familiar with it, and I think it caught a lot of us flight trackers off guard maybe a little bit, but also people screaming UFOs in the sky as these things were passing overhead.
There was a little bit of that, wasn't there? Yeah, it's something that I got to learn a little bit about the other night. So in addition to talking with you fine folks, I've got about 350 meteorologists around the country that I'm in contact with on a regular basis. I try to give them information about the what's visible in the sky, usually planets, usually comets, meteor showers, things like that. But I am perfectly happy to get a "what's this thing in the sky" question when it's something in our atmosphere. And that's what happened. I forget what day was it. Was it Tuesday night?
Yeah, that sounds maybe Monday. I mean, depending on where you were, right? These things went right.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Bill, then out towards Charleston, so it was kind of
And
a
that's how
day.
I first got looking at these things. It was Tim Buckley at WFMY in Greensboro. I get a text from him and it says, "There's this white dot in the sky. What do you know about it?" What? And I looked at it and immediately thought it was a balloon. An unmoving white dot in the sky, especially that high up, is going to tend to be a balloon. It's so high up it doesn't appear to be moving at all. These balloons are operating with between 50,000 and 60,000 feet. So as you mentioned, as part of Project Loon, we came to understand, which is a project that is, I want to make sure I get the relationship correct here. Google and Loon are subsidiaries of the same parent company, which is called Alphabet. It's all business spin-off nonsense, but anyway, they're looking to provide, as I understand it, internet connectivity in areas that don't get it, which I think is great. I think they're pushing to have like 1 megabit ability. There's an antenna that you have to have outside, and it's going to be a network of balloons, not unlike SpaceX's Starlink project, that talk to each other and serve as an uplink downlink network. But as I understand it, they're in a testing phase. I think their launch site is up in northern Arizona somewhere. I'm sorry, northern Nevada. And these particular balloons that floated over the Carolinas, there was 4 that were visible here around the Triangle area, and up in the Triad around Greensboro, they were visible there as well. If you think about 50,000 feet, you think about that circle that you draw around something like that, it's visible for a good amount of space. So we dug into it. It's funny that you saw it on flight radar first, because everybody else saw it in the sky first. We go outside from time to time.
We didn't get the direct overhead pass here in Charlotte.
Yeah, you did have one float a little bit near you. There was one that went on out over Asheville, out over Cherokee, and ended up in Alabama the last time I saw it. The ones that we saw around Greensboro, as I understand them, they floated out directly south off the coast of Charleston and ultimately Jacksonville. But I went and looked just out of curiosity. Once I found out that they were trackable through flight radar, wrote a little script that went up to use one of the APIs of one of those radar tracking sites, or those flight tracking sites. I found 32 of them around the world.
Wow.
I found actually 33 over Australia, the Congo, Kenya, Zambia, Peru. I'm looking at my list here right now. There's a bunch out east of Madagascar and one off Peru. And then we had the couple here that had floated down from Canada, down across Ohio, West Virginia, and into the Carolinas.
Hey, they could be pretty scary if you don't know what they are. I had one other question, and then it sounds like Shay has one too. I'm curious, Tony, in your reading, besides the application of using them to provide internet to rural places that maybe aren't tethered on the ground, have you seen any discussion of an application to use them in storm response when a network might be wiped out due to a natural disaster?
I believe they actually used them for that purpose after, I want to say it was in 2017, but with that pair of storms that went over Puerto Rico. They did some releases from Puerto Rico. If you go on one of the flight tracking websites, I think it might have been Flight Radar 24, don't quote me on that, but there's a blog post on there about them tracking many of these things during some of those storm responses. And providing that kind of connectivity to folks that they may not have power, but they probably have a way to charge phones. To figure out how to do that, it takes a little while to get that infrastructure back up for cellular service. So being able to do that with a balloon is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tony. I know that when some of our Mets with WeatherFlow, we met and talked about it several years ago when Google was partnering with them. Now they're partnered with HAPS Mobile, and they provide LTE connectivity to these countries, these third world countries. There are other countries that lose connectivity during natural disasters. Peru, 2019 was a prime example of where Project Loon was utilized to get LTE connectivity for authorities to get their internet settings back up and for folks to get some LTE receptions on their phones and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. I didn't know that there were that many balloons, but I know that they started this off back in 2013 where they did their first test flight around the world. So things have kind of progressed over time. Do you see this as being a permanent solution?
I don't know. Not my area of expertise, but I think it's great that we're able to provide that kind of functionality there. One concern I've got, though, is that these things are helium-based. And helium is something that is in short supply right now. I mean, if you were to go to one of the party stores and try to get helium balloons, you probably couldn't do it. Helium is a very important gas in the space industry. It's used for cleanly purging cylinders and spheres and things like that. So we need it for lots of different things. I hope they can find another lifting gas other than helium, because it is a neat and useful project. But I hope they don't use up too much helium doing it. One other thought on it too is, while we're up there hanging around for days and days at a time at 50, 60,000 feet, sure would be nice to get some weather instruments up there too, some atmospheric instruments, and be able to send some of that data down from that close to the stratosphere.
Sure, I know Boeing's doing that with the unmanned craft that flies for weeks and months at a time on solar energy. And I think when I read on Loon's website that they have their partnership with HAPS Mobile, they have test flight. They've done all their they've rolled out their new unmanned craft that goes out. So that may be the solution to what they're looking for. Instead of having balloons anymore, they're going to have unmanned planes going up that just circle around.
We've lost a lot of data from the grounding of commercial airliners too during the COVID situation. It's amazing how much data we were getting from those. That's closer to 30,000 feet, but it really filled in a lot of those gaps the radio songs were providing.
In the past, we've talked about the radio songs that you just mentioned. Could you maybe compare and contrast these Loon balloons with a typical weather balloon, because they have very different lifetimes, obviously, and different purposes?
Different lifetimes, quite a bit larger, and if you find the images of the Loon launch site, I was looking at that the other day. They got some permanent structures out there, and they're building some larger ones as well, just to be able to handle launching these things, because they are so significantly large. And they do get much bigger as they go up into the atmosphere and the air pressure goes down. So most folks that I saw report them or share pictures of them describe them as looking like big jellyfish. It's a kind of a silvery looking material, very, very large. It's not as spherical as a weather balloon looks. Those are, you guys are the experts here. I think they're made of some sort of a latex material, but it's very opaque. Where these are almost like translucent appearance. They're much, much larger, and the volume of lifting gases that they put in there is very, very different too.
So these balloons don't explode at 70,000, or they aren't even meant necessarily to go up to 100,000 like a typical weather balloon.
They aren't. They hang out between 50,000 to 60,000 feet. I think a lot of what the research is doing right now is to understand how the steering winds up there work, how viable this is to provide, how wide a coverage that they can provide, how the jet stream, changes in the jet stream and other things like that are going to affect their coverage. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. And as you mentioned, we can go on these flight tracking websites and look at them. If you go in and you enter HBAL and a 3-digit number, you might just find one.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate you being with us tonight to talk about the Mars mission and the Loon balloons, and we definitely appreciate your time. If folks want to follow you again on Twitter, how can they do that?
So my personal account is RTP Hokie, Hokie, and if you are interested in Mars weather, the Mars WX report.
You can also find you on WRAL as a contributor and the Weather Brains, right? You're still doing the recorded version?
Still doing the recorded version. It's every Monday night we're putting that out, and I try to put something different out every week that's usually space related. Every once in a while we'll add in some other weathery stuff in there too.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate your time, and if you're watching tonight and you want to know more about the Mars launch, we'll probably be airing those towards the end of the month as we get into with our friends at NASA TV. I'm sure we'll be doing some more events surrounded by that mission and that launch. So stay tuned with that, and we appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you on the next Carolina Weather Group episode. Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. He works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services Program Lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter, and with that comes the threat of winter weather, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be kind of twofold. NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2020-2021 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of '96, early January of '96. I was in second grade, and I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I love winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. When I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did it for the Climate Prediction Center. And I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. So I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations, of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program, and then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency. And going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service. But to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is actually our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do. But we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021, kind of a mouthful, winter weather outlook. And La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection in big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes, namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of troubled convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecasts that were published by the Climate Prediction Center, so I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago, you'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern tier of the United States are favored. And then across the northern tier of the U.S., especially across the north central and northwestern parts of the U.S., colder than normal temperatures are favored. And then actually El Nino actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern tier of the U.S., drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern tier, generally speaking, it's wetter. But there's kind of two centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions, the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. So it's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters. And it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that. But generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event, and that's going to have an important impact. And so that's what forms the basis for that winter outlook.
So in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic Oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something I worked on quite a bit while I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. it's small but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase of NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern U.S., including my part of the Mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO, and so it's something that we don't have right now. But I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science, wouldn't really support that right quite yet. It's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented the outlook, can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how are they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different. We added an 80% this year, so there's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally informed watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub-warning criteria in both snow and ice. Situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking, 50% is where, all things being equal, you would start to think about, you would issue the watch, because that's where we're saying it's based on the reliable probabilistic guidance. It's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. First thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework, where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and as in fact, the vision of the program.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the winter storm outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The winter storm severity index is still deterministic, so we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic winter storm severity index that will in turn inform the winter storm outlook, so that the winter storm outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. Impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be, they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That will be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program. Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SPC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right, that the odds of a tornado, for instance, and at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC space, the outlooks for the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? And so it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. So when you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all of those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic forecasts, we can kind of take a slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and it also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extending lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4. And in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices. And to give them, I know, Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with a meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public's not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. So the process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shapefiles, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of the country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure, based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question, because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to hopefully get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient, or it can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition it to operations, or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook?
So that's a great question. So the Winter Storm Outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the Winter Storm Severity Index that's operational. Okay, so that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on that I'll just run over real quick, and they're kind of in experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range, and so extending the winter storm severity index and the winter storm outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impact-based component, so a winter storm severity index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country, where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And, it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of, what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts, and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale. And then longer term, one of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We're talking about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, but something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas, do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP /winter.
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the deep south or southwest and the west coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out at your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. Since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsep.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product for which they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage, and they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center, and you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen, and thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather-wise, so maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It
only takes one. It only takes one,
and these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the southeastern part of the U.S. Unfortunately,
that's it.
But
so,
you never know.
You never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully, if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So, Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon.
And good evening from Charlotte. I'm James Brierton. It is Wednesday, November the 18th, 2020, and thanks for joining us for an all-new edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Now, this week on the Carolina Weather Group, we are dusting off a tape that has been sitting on our shelf for a little time now. We want to explain why. We're going to be talking about fire safety here in the Carolinas, and in March, we talked to the North Carolina Wildfire Service, Forest Service, and they gave us some great information about trying to keep your home safe, keep yourselves safe, and trying to keep our beautiful scenery here in the Carolinas safe. No sooner did we tape this episode last March, well, as you might recall, the pandemic really increased and a lot changed, and we ended up covering several coronavirus-related shows here in the Carolina Weather Group before conditions really became so wet that we haven't talked about wildfires since early in the spring. We had lots of moisture from the tropical season. We had severe weather roll on through with lots of thunderstorms, all conditions that kept things very moist outside and really kind of kept the fire risk to a minimum. Well, it's now cooler outside, it's windy, we have lots of abundant dry leaves on the ground, and thus we're entering a little bit of a fall fire season here in the Carolinas, so we thought it was an appropriate time to go back and visit that episode, and we wanted to give you that premise and our appreciation for our guests who have been waiting for a little while to share all of this great insight with you. That's coming away in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We thank you for joining us tonight. And tonight we're talking about wildfire and how wildfires and weather kind of go hand in hand. And so tonight we have with us Justin Query from Granite Falls, North Carolina. He is in charge of Western North Carolina and the wildfire mitigation program. And we also have with us Hannah Thompson Welch. She's located in Kinston, North Carolina, and she manages Eastern North Carolina and the wildfire mitigation program there. So Hannah, Justin, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate that. I know our first question to a lot of folks who are first time on this program has to deal with weather and how they got interested in weather. And I know weather is a part of your job, but how did you guys get involved in the Forest Service? What really inspired you to want to do this? Hannah, I'll start off with you. Kind of give us a little bit backstory about you and then how you got involved with the North Carolina Forest Service.
Okay. I was one of those kids who liked to romp through the woods and stay on the heels of my father, so trying to keep up with him through the woods, I guess that's what got me into forestry to begin with. But I was a sports medicine major originally and helped some guys out in the dorm with their homework. in forestry, and then got bit by the forestry bug. So I worked for Kentucky Division of Forestry for a couple of years, and then came to North Carolina, and I've been here 16 and a half years so far.
And Justin, how about you? How did you get caught up in the Forest Service?
Yeah, it's somewhat similar to Hannah. You know, it was a lot of outdoorsy type things with my dad growing up. But then when I got to high school, we had a FFA department there, and they did a lot of stuff with forestry throughout that. And, you know, I realized it was something I really enjoyed and decided to go to school for it and pursue a career in it. And just like Hannah, me and her, we started right about the same time. I'm sitting about 16 and a half years myself now.
Very cool. Those are great stories. So now kind of transitioning into the main topic of tonight, which is obviously wildfires. Justin, I guess we'll kind of start with you. Is the spring fire season the only fire season of the year, or is there another one later in the year as well?
No, we'll typically have another one in the fall of the year, usually right around leaf fall. We'll have a lot of fresh leaves on the ground, ripe for ignition.
Right, yeah, I can see how that would be an issue. Speaking of ignition, how do some of these fires get started, Hannah?
So in North Carolina, we have around 98% of our fires are caused by humans.
That is terrifying.
Well, it's only 2% are caused by lightning, and that's different in a lot of other parts of the country. But here, with our wildland-urban interface, we have a lot of population, so we have a lot of human-caused fires. And some of those are debris burning is our major cause, around 38%, and then incendiary is about 20%, miscellaneous 14%, and then it goes all the way down to camping at 1%. So it's a variety of human causes, but our main one is debris burning.
And to sort of piggyback on that, to Evan's question, a lot of folks here, we see prescribed burning a lot in our forests. And a lot of folks are always asking, hey, is that fire out of control? Sometimes it can really set up where you get pyrocumulus clouds building over the top of it and just looks like a really ominous situation. So I got to ask, are any prescribed burns responsible for some of these out of control fires, or is that really monitored heavily and that's almost a 0% risk?
Okay, well, I'll take that one then.
I was thinking about it for a moment.
Yeah, we'll go with you first. Sorry, my fault.
So I guess the question is, does a prescribed fire ever turn into a wildfire? Is that the long and short of it? Yes, it has happened before. And will it happen again? Yes, it probably will. We do our best to plan for that not to happen. But, you know, when you're dealing with something like fire and something as with weather, and, you know, it can be an unpredictable thing. As much as we like to think we can predict it, you can have a wind shift that you didn't see coming. You can have, you know, a whole host of different things. You know, relative humidities will drop out lower than what you thought they were going to be. And, you know, experience some more extreme fire behavior than what you were thinking you would have that day.
Justin, just quick piggyback off of that. You're kind of talking about the weather variabilities. When you find yourself on some of these larger wildfires, like we experienced in Western North Carolina back a couple of years ago, and they grow so large, and you guys actually have like a command post, and you have Forest Service and firefighters. Do you guys ever get like meteorologists that on like site to help you out with like you talked about humidity or wind shifts or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get an incident meteorologist on most of our larger incidents, and then we'll also get some fire behavior analysis guys out there that will help to, you know, take those weather parameters, and they'll actually try to turn that into what will the fire actually do, you know, with the weather parameters that they're given. So yeah, we'll get incident meteorologists out there on our fires, our larger ones. Another
piggyback where Evan was talking about causes. Something that comes to mind, which I don't think so. Evan, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you follow Western North Carolina as much as I do. The flash drought that we had back last fall, where we had, I think, the whole month of September we were very dry into October. I was actually looking at some of my forecast graphics earlier today and noticed that we had high temperatures in the first week of October, still in the 80s and 90s. What was that like? How, flash droughts happen. Well, a long-term drought, you can kind of predict, we have a chance of seeing fires, but these flash droughts that are caused by the lack of precipitation, really high heat, and everything's kind of starting to die off from summer into the fall season. You guys, I guess, assuming when this happens, Hannah, you and Justin, you guys are watching this, and everybody really has to be on guard for something that could quickly happen.
Yeah, and we put a lot of resources into place. There was a lot of pre-planning efforts that went into the flash drought situation from last year. So we were ready to move in the case that we had a larger fire occurrence event where we had a bunch of new ignitions. And so there were plans in place to aggressively hit those where they were, and even calling in out-of-region resources for that.
Very good. So I'm sort of, going to ride along with this, Scotty, because I know one of our topics is going to be how does weather play into these fires? And we talked about wind earlier, right? We talked about the lack of rain, talked about droughts. You mentioned something earlier, Hannah, about winds, and sort of, we saw what happened in Western North Carolina a few years back.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And we saw what happened ahead of the cold front where convergent winds drove that fire. What sort of factors are you looking for severe type events to occur, severe outbreaks, or these fires are spread very quickly? In other words, how is weather playing into everything that you're doing?
Well, weather is a huge part of what we do every day. So you almost become an amateur meteorologist when you join the Forest Service, not even by choice. It just happens.
Sure. So you're looking at all the models like us too, right?
Yeah, we are. We're looking at similar products, predictive services, long-range planning, long-range forecasting, a bunch of different data sets that we look at. And we even have a portal that's available to anyone that wants to look at it with a lot of climate data that's in there.
Very good. And Justin, are you guys working with the National Weather Service offices in the local areas, or if it's divided down the region, you go to 2 different offices, but you're working closely with them, correct?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these offices, we have direct numbers where we can call them. One of the products we always love to get from them is a spot weather forecast, where we can really pinpoint. I want to know what the weather's going to be at this exact location. So yeah, we're in very frequent contact with our National Weather Service.
And so I'm gonna kind of switch this because we're starting to talk about territory, right? And we're looking at mountainous areas versus coastal plains. So like, what would be differences between a fire in the mountains in western North Carolina and a fire in eastern North Carolina?
So whenever we're dealing with fires in the western part of North Carolina or the mountains, the biggest difference there is we have a lot of terrain to deal with. Whenever you have a wildfire on a steep slope, it's going to burn typically a lot faster going upslope. The other issue that we run into is the equipment that we can use in some of these terrains. You can't put a bulldozer on a 50 or 60% slope. You can, it's just very, very tricky. So most of the firefighting that we do in that type of terrain is a lot of manpower with hand tools. So the actual vegetation that we have, there is a difference there. So luckily the vegetation doesn't burn quite as severely as it does in the east. And I would say Hannah will probably cover some of that. She talks about the eastern fires. I was just going to mention, we've referred back to 2016 several times, and we definitely had a major fire problem that fall. I believe we burned somewhere around 62,000 acres just within a 2-month period. It was a real problem in western North Carolina that during that fall.
Yeah, and in eastern North Carolina, while we don't have to deal with mountainous terrain, we do have to deal with a lot of challenges all in flat country or in rolling hill country. Our fuels are more volatile and they burn with greater intensity, but we can use heavy equipment such as tractor plows, which is a bulldozer with a fire plow behind it, and though that equipment's used more easily in most cases, unless the soil is not, it can't support the weight of the equipment. So we use that equipment to break through organic soil or organic matter down to bare mineral soil is what we're using that for. So in many cases, some of these fires down east will smolder across the surface of the ground until it burns deep enough in organic soil material. And when that happens, then we have fires that go on for a long period of time, sometimes months. And with that, we have a lot of smoke impacts as well. So we get a lot of people who are concerned during those types of fires that we have. And some of those exist in what's called a pocosin, which translates to swamp on a hill or a shrub bog, it's also known as. So those are wetlands with deep, acidic, sandy peat soils, and they have like an accumulation of organic material that it'll resemble muck, black muck underneath the crust of the surface. So, and that builds up over years and years and years. But those are fire-adapted ecosystems, and in the East, we are used to having to deal with that type of an ecosystem.
I remember the fires, I'm trying to remember what year it was, where southeastern North Carolina, near the coast, and northern Myrtle Beach and the Grand Strand areas, they had a serious breakout up there. And smoke, we're going right into our next topic, which is going to be smoke management. Visibility factors, travel, the dangers of being on the road near these things and not knowing where the fire actually is and not being able to see. I mean, we've seen that out west in California. We're here. What are your challenges with smoke management? How do you get the word out to folks?
We use a lot of tools in the toolbox to get the word out. We always have public information officers on any fires that we have, and then we have public information officers with our agency, and we're constantly working to try to get the word out to the general public and any of our shareholders or stakeholders, cooperators that we need to advise on those types of issues. But it takes a broad toolbox full of tools to get the word out. So we use social media, we use email, we use all the traditional methods through news releases, and then we invite the news media out to some of our fires so they can get the word out for us as well.
One thing that I know you guys look at, and actually I'm going to share my screen here for those folks who are watching, is you guys look at all kinds of parameters. And I know we were talking a little bit about that. You have a lot of tools in the toolbox. One thing, since the wildfires here in Western North Carolina a couple of years back, I've got a tab now on my laptop that has labeled fire weather, meteorology, and kind of look at some of this stuff. So if you guys don't mind, we don't have to go through everything, but as we tie in like weather to you guys, what all indexes and things are you guys looking at? I know we have the KVDI index. You guys look at kind of like the initiation point. You're looking for fuels, fine fuels. Kind of talk to us a little bit about that and what you guys really look at day to day for the potential for wildfires.
Yeah, that's So our fire weather intelligence portal. This has been a great tool for us as fire managers. In the prescribed burn realm, but also for the wildfire realm here too. Because a lot of times when we're looking at wildfire, we're not just looking at one specific area or just one county. A lot of times we're looking at like an 8-county district, or possibly a 30-county region, or the whole state. So we may need to look at different indices crossing over the state. So some of your more obvious ones, temperature, relative humidity, wind speed and direction, precipitation over the past 24 hours. We like to look at some of that stuff, but some of the other things that we really like to look at are, let's say, the Keach-Byram Drought Index. That's one that can tell us, just how dry it actually is out there. The lower the number, the wetter it is. As we start going up closer, 500, that means we're starting to get into a pretty severe, or significant drought situation. Some of our other parameters that we look at, you mentioned ignition component. That is one, pretty much tells us how easily a fire is going to ignite. Some of the other ones we're looking at, the energy release component right there. that's one that just tells us how intense that fire is going to burn. So there's a lot of different indices in there, and all of them are relative. That just it's just another tool in our toolbox, as Hannah mentioned earlier. Just different things we can look at that will help us as fire managers to determine how that fire will burn on any given day.
And how are these values come up with? Like, is there like tools that you guys have that you go out and sample the soil? How do these values come up there? I mean,
Right.
What all goes into that?
So you'll notice they're kind of placed oddly across the state there. There's actually a small weather station at each of those that are taken. We actually have small fuel sticks out there, and that takes some of our fuel moistures, and then a lot of your typical weather readings such as temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, precipitation. It also takes in solar radiation. Trying to think if there was anything else that I'm missing on those. But those are called remote automated weather stations.
And another thing, Hannah, I'll bring you into this. This is another thing that I look at. It's the national, the NICC. It kind of gives you a seasonal outlook for wildfire.
These outlooks are constantly in our minds. We do an annual refresher training every year, and at that meeting we go over these for the upcoming season, and that's getting us ready for the spring fire season, leading up to our work capacity test that we take annually so we can travel and help other like western states whenever they are having large fires as well. So we look at these and we brief on these throughout the months, even into the summer and into the fall. So we are looking at this way ahead of time. And as soon as this information is released, a lot of times you'll see it floating around social media pages and other things. So it's a hot topic of conversation for any wildland firefighter.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe as we went into last fall of 2019, it was above average for the Southeast just because of the flash drought. I believe that's what I remember seeing. So another agency in the weather community that does some fire forecasting, Justin, is the Storm Prediction Center, where they issue fire forecasts. Do you guys, maybe the Force office in North Carolina, maybe in Raleigh, do you guys coordinate with them, or how do you guys get those outlooks, or how does that work?
I'll be honest with you. Whenever you sent me, we had talked about that earlier. I think that may have been yesterday.
Yes.
That was the first time that I had dealt with that. I don't know if Hannah has worked with that particular tool, but I played around with it a little bit, and it seems like that's definitely another tool that I'm putting into my toolbox. So, Hannah, I don't know if you had seen that before or not.
I have not.
Well, I'm glad we were able to help you guys out.
Yeah.
For those who may be watching or listening to the podcast, we've had on Randy Bauer from National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma, who is also in with the Storm Prediction Center. And they issue these fire weather outlooks for the day of and then 3 to 8 days. It's kind of like the severe weather outlooks, Evan and Shay, that we see on a daily basis, but they kind of highlight areas that they're concerned about for the potential of some increased fire danger. And Shay, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not mistaken, we kind of saw this last year in eastern North Carolina, northeast South Carolina, where dry lightning was highlighted for portions of the area.
No, that's exactly right. They've even done it a little bit out in the Midwest as well during some of the drier seasons and where positive strikes might be forecast. Anything of heat values where drought conditions, severe drought conditions are existing. And, it seemed like it was maybe a little controversial, but at the same time, they're trying to incorporate more into their risk factor for severe weather to be a threat, even more of a threat on any level. So they're working with the Forestry Department and others as well, from what I understand. I'd like to learn more about that this year because it is kind of new with them. So, yeah, I think to me, it's a good effort on their part.
Definitely so. Justin, Hannah, one reason that we wanted to invite you guys on tonight is the North Carolina Forest Service is really putting a big campaign out about being ready and prepared for fires. But one thing I wanted to talk about before we do that was the idea of prescribed burning. and how that kind of helps you guys get ready for the wildfire season. So could you briefly kind of talk about the purpose of prescribed burnings, and then we can kind of go into the wildfire mitigation, what you need to do as we get into the fire weather season?
I'll go ahead and grab that one. So our prescribed burns, we're going to do those anytime that we have a forest stand out here that we want to reduce the hazard in. If you don't have a fire in there, the leaf litter, the pine litter just continues falling to the ground year after year after year, and it accumulates more and more and more. So the more it accumulates, the more of a hazard you have. Whenever you do have a wildfire come through, it's going to have a pretty extreme danger there. So what we do is we'll come through and we'll actually burn the understory and reduce that wildfire hazard. But we'll do it under controlled conditions, or we'll make a pretty strict prescription as far as the weather goes, and follow that to a T in order to hopefully control that prescribed burn like we were talking about earlier.
And so, Justin, one thing that you guys are doing with that prescribed burning, trying to prevent these wildfires, but if we do see some coming, how can folks prepare for these? I know Shay alluded to Gatlinburg earlier. We kind of have seen some of the scary videos out of California, the fires that were out there, and how these people are kind of just grabbing what they can and getting out before all heck breaks loose. What can folks do now while things are kind of wet, like we were talking about? It's pretty wet outside, but as we could possibly enter a dry part of any time of this upcoming year, how can folks get ready around the house to get prepared for the possibility of these wildfires?
But the first step for most homeowners is you need to realize what your risk is. And so we always recommend that folks actually do an assessment of their own home, or possibly have their neighbor do an assessment of their home. And if they will go to resistwildfirenc.org, that is a webpage that we run, and we actually have some links to a home assessment sheet on there. But some different things that are just really quick and easy that any homeowner can do. The biggest one we see is keeping your roof and your gutters clean. You wouldn't believe how many homes I go out to and I'll take a look around and the gutters will just be simply packed full of leaves and debris. The fact is, when a wildfire comes through, it will simply pelt the home with embers, just thousands upon thousands of embers. And it just takes one ember landing in that gutter or on that roof, in the eave of that roof where the debris has piled up, and it could easily ignite and start a wildfire there. Ignite that home. And the last place that you want to have a fire is on the roof of your house. So that's one, really quick and easy mitigation strategy that folks can do.
We definitely want to ask, what's the best way to see what you're reporting out? I know you mentioned wildfire.northcarolina.org. Are there any other social media sites or websites that we could go to view your material and what you're reporting out on?
Yeah, the biggest one that we recommend right now is the one that we're on is going to resistwildfirenc.org. You can also go to firewise.org. That is run by NFPA. That's another great resource for homeowners to take a look at. I think that's the only two that's coming to mind right off the top of my head. Hannah, do you have any others that you can think of?
You have a Twitter account or Facebook page or anything?
Yeah, we do. The North Carolina Forest Service does have a Facebook page, and I think we do have a Twitter, but I'm not active on that one. So I know we do periodically post stuff for mitigation strategies on there.
Justin, it was a pleasure having you on. Anything else you or Hannah would like to cover kind of before we close out the program?
Well, I think the other mitigation strategy I was going to cover real quickly was just going to be, the one of the most important zones around the house are just the first 5 feet around the home. And that's typically where we have a lot of our flower beds, where we do a lot of our landscaping. So it's very important, the things that we put there, such as not putting highly flammable plants in that area, and then the mulch what we're putting down on the ground there is not using a flammable mulch, not using anything that's organic that can catch fire, such as pine needles or a shredded bark. Best thing we could recommend is like a hardscape, such as a lava rock or a pea gravel, or possibly even a river rock.
Hannah, any other ideas that you could give folks about how they could prepare for upcoming wildfire season?
It's important to work with your neighbors. It's important to recognize what type of situation you have right immediately around your house and take appropriate measures to reduce risk ahead of fire season approaching. So it's really important to work with those around you, because if they have risk, then likely their risk adjoins your risk. Because we talk about home ignition zones. So the zones around your house from 0 to 5 foot is your immediate zone, and then from 5 to 30 feet is your intermediate zone. And if those 30-foot circles, if you imagine a circle around your house at 30-foot distance, then if it touches another home's 30-foot zone, then if worst case scenario happened, there could be structure-to-structure ignition. So anything you can do to reduce the risk around your home, that's what you should be doing.
Justin, Hannah, one other thing I think pops into my mind that you see a lot of people are out there when we get into these fire situations, they're trying to extinguish a fire with a garden hose that they have at their house, maybe when evacuations have been ordered. Would you guys suggest, hey, just get your stuff, follow the evacuation orders, let the firefighters, let you folks take care of the fire?
Yes, absolutely. If evacuation orders have been made, by all means, go ahead and follow them. A garden hose is not going to do much for that fire. You're putting your life and your family, in harm's way by sticking around.
Take these preparation tips and use them to your advantage. That way that you're prepared before the next fire. So we appreciate you guys joining us tonight here on the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you'll tune in next Wednesday for an all-new episode. Have a great evening, everyone.
Good evening, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. It is May the 6th, 2020. Can you believe it is May already? We had a thunderstorm roll on through here earlier and brought the temperatures way down as we are looking ahead to a cool down the next few days, and through the weekend could be pretty chilly as you wake up on Mother's Day, Sunday morning. But we're so happy you're with us tonight on this Wednesday night. The panel will be along in just a few moments for tonight's episode. It's kicking off a new series that we're calling Quarantining at Home. We're kicking it off with the weather team from WECT, the NBC affiliate in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's designed to be kind of a lighthearted experience among all of the serious news that is going on. But first, we do have to start on a more serious tone tonight. The National Weather Service has confirmed that an EF1 and an EF2 tornado struck southern portions of Chester County and Lancaster County in South Carolina about this time yesterday. It all kicked off at about 6:30 when the National Weather Service at Greenville-Spartanburg issued that tornado warning as a tornadic supercell was moving to the east just south of the city of Chester. It continued to move to the east where it produced an EF1 tornado, brought down some trees and some power lines, and much of that town was in the dark for a good portion of the evening. Now, the storm itself was moving just north of Little Rock Creek when it most likely lifted and then dropped again. What is being considered a second tornado then touching down near Interstate 77 as it began to leave Chester County, enter into Lancaster County, move towards Great Falls, where the National Weather Service out of Columbia took jurisdiction of the storm. Now, both Weather Service offices went out there today, did storm surveys, and the team out of Columbia came back with EF2 damage caused by the tornado in Great Falls, and that would have been winds of about 115 miles an hour. The other thing you're looking at here on your screen, we're going to go ahead and bring these beautiful and stunning pictures full screen for you. This is friend of the show, Chris Jackson, was out yesterday in the area with his drone. I believe it's a DJI Maverick. And take a look at these stunning pictures. You can see that supercell coming towards him, the lightning that is being produced by this storm. Now, the tornado itself is not believed to have caused any deaths or injuries. However, one man did die in Chester County yesterday from a lightning strike, and you can see some of that powerful lightning here being produced by the storm. And then it dropped hail up to 2 inches, golf ball size hail reported as associated with this storm, and you can see how it littered the ground. Almost looks like a winter morning here as Chris is showing us these aerial pictures, and you can see almost a fog rolling in, and it is actually a fog rolling in over the valley caused by the sudden cool of those temperatures and all of that cold ice particles now sitting on the ground. So the National Weather Service is still working to finalize most of their storm surveys, and we'll have updates for you on Facebook and Twitter as we learn more. But again, to recap,
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Parts of Chester and Lancaster County on Tuesday evening, and thanks to Chris Jackson for these pictures. Now let's get over to Scotty Powell and the panel for tonight's kickoff of our Quarantining at Home series with the meteorologist from WECT in Wilmington. Scotty.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome. We want to welcome the WECT weather team out of Wilmington, North Carolina. They've gratefully accepted our invitation to just have our question and answer segment with the folks. So happy to have on with us Gannon Medwick, Eric Davis, and Kelly McGlynn, as they all are at either home or the weather state at the TV station doing some work. And so when this is recorded, we actually had a severe weather event move through. So Eric and Kelly are actually in the studio, it looks like. So happy to have them join us for a few minutes. Guys and gals, we just want to start off with some quick hitting questions. So I'll throw out the first question, and I'll let Dan and Evan join in. Our first question is about social media. Which do you prefer better, Twitter or Facebook? Gannon, I'll let you start.
A good one. I'd probably say Twitter in terms of the way things just come up and they have to be succinct. So I'd probably say that. Although Facebook, I have had more traction and followers over the years. So that's a positive.
All right. Kelly, Eric?
I'm personally probably more of a Twitter myself. I have a lot more followers on my Facebook page, but I think in terms of weather information, if you're looking purely for that, I think Twitter is definitely the way to go. But Facebook is definitely a different way to interact, I think, on a more personal level.
Kelly, do you have a choice?
I would say I like to use Twitter for active weather events. I think folks tend to appreciate that more than Facebook, where it could pop up, days later. And, sometimes people will get that mixed up with actually what's going on outside. But in terms of Facebook, I think it's good because people like to see a personal side to you. So to get kind of who you are outside of the studio out to social media for people to kind of connect with you on that kind of level is why I like Facebook a little bit better than Twitter.
Absolutely. Those are great answers. I'm going to hop in with one of my favorite questions from the list. What is your favorite weather disaster themed movie? I know there's one big forerunner here.
That's a great, yeah.
But Gannon, we'll start with you.
Weather disaster. The first one that popped into my head was Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney back in the day.
Someone said that last time. That's a good choice.
Yeah, and it was kind of fun. I mean, you pick out in any weather and disaster themed movie that you pick out the inadequacies of the weather and the geography, and that gets you a little bit. But that one was fairly entertaining. I guess.
Good. Kelly?
The first thing that popped into my mind was The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Just because my dad used to like that movie, so I kind of grew up watching it and always kind of had some kind of appreciation for all the wild stuff that happens in that movie.
Good choice.
I guess mine would be Twister. That was out about the time I was graduating graduate school or graduate from college. That's about probably aged myself a little bit, but I just love cow, flying up in the air. That's just classic. And there's a lot of liberties with that movie, but it's kind of a cool theme. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great.
Yeah.
Dan, you got one?
Yeah, and I'm with you there. That Twister. Personally, I think if you haven't seen Twister at least a dozen times, you're missing
exactly.
out. But kind of in the same mode here. Back to you, Gannon. Kind of circling around. As far as music goes, do you have any favorite type of music, or even any music that kind of gets you in the mood for weather or weather-related music?
There's really no weather connection to music, but that's an interesting thought. I wonder if there's something deeper going on that maybe I'm not aware of consciously. But if I'm in the forecast center, I'm listening to a variety of music. My couple of favorites are hip hop, either classic or modern. I like classic alternative, like 80s new wave, and I also like some classic rock, like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. So I'd say that it's pretty rangy in terms of those styles.
Gannon also likes to listen to rap too. He always has some sick rap songs.
That was number one. Yeah, hip-hop, yeah.
Not on board with the rap so much, but I'm a big 80s fan. Just love all kinds of 80s music. I mean, Michael Jackson. I mean, the range, Def Leppard, I like the hard rock, and some 90s stuff is good too. I like.
I'm going to move to a different room.
We also have
Kelly might be moving to a different room.
Just because we're hearing each other.
A little bit of feedback, I think.
We have Gabe Ross joining us. Gabe also a meteorologist at WCT. So Gabe, welcome. As Kelly's moving, we'll let you answer that question. Any favorite type of music for you?
Favorite type of music? Great question. Typically, my go-to is 70s classic rock. Anything that's got a good beat to it. Typically, my Sirius XM is tuned to 70s on 7. So any of that, even like early 80s rock that kind of bleeds over. Gannon and I have a soft spot for Hall & Oates, I think.
Oh, Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 80s, I'm on board.
That's like the common denominator, I think.
We all had a lot more hair then, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Some of us weren't born yet.
I was going to say, yeah, Jess.
Some of us had no hair.
I think Kelly is moving around, so we'll let her chime in here in a second. Here's another
Kelly's
one.
Gonna blow your mind.
Some of our quick hitting questions. A dog or cat person? Gannon, I think I already know the answer for you.
Dog.
Dog.
Go one for dog right here.
I would go primarily dog, but if the cat's tame enough, why not?
Okay. All right.
Great answers. So I want to transition a little bit into some weather-themed questions. This one's coming from one of our followers on Twitter who doesn't have a name, but Psych K8, I guess. And I wanted to know, what is a weather event that impacted you the most? Gannon?
I'd have to say the April 16, 2011 tornado outbreak in terms of formative and impacts. Even though that was shorter than Florence. Florence is maybe an easy reach on a recent level, but it just had everything. April 16th, the build-up, the actual event, it's the emotions of it. We lost people, and then the aftermath, and plus everything that's going on in my life around that time as well. We were speaking about that on a recent Carolina weather group, and so that one's going to stick with me forever and probably hold the top spot in terms of real raw impact.
Kelly?
I would definitely say Hurricane Florence, just because that was the first hurricane I covered. on air. And as impactful as it was, I think that's kind of just something that's always going to stick with you. I mean, we're still remembering stories of what happened because I think at one point, like, you just start to kind of like black out from what's going on. And so we've talked about it, just with some other people in the newsroom, like, hey, do you remember this? And you're like, oh, wait a minute, that did happen. So there's always kind of just more stories, and just, just looking back on everything is kind of just something that will stay with me for probably the rest of my career.
Good answer.
I'd probably say recently, I'm with Kelly, probably Hurricane Florence, but Gannon makes a good point with the April 2011 tornadoes. I happen to actually be working in Texas on the May 3rd, 1999 outbreak. Remember, Texas and Oklahoma, more Oklahoma. Now, I wasn't in Oklahoma at the time, but I was in Abilene, Texas, and we had a couple of what would now be classified as EF2 tornadoes touching down, baseball-sized hail, just incredible stuff. But I was on the periphery of that event. That was pretty exciting. And just to maybe turn it in a different direction, I guess two of the big weather events that really inspired me to go into weather. I think growing up, I'd always had an interest in being a meteorologist, but two big weather events happened right about the time I was graduating from high school and kind of pushed me more into the meteorology field. The Raleigh tornado of 1988. I don't know, we're kind of going way back here, but the Raleigh tornado of 1988. I just remember the damage. And one of my friends in high school, there was only 2 deaths, surprisingly, with that tornado, but a friend of mine in high school actually had to perform CPR and unfortunately lost one of the girls who died in that tornado. So that was kind of a direct impact. And also, I think Hurricane Hugo, which was just a little bit later in 1989. So I think those 2 events really kind of pushed me into the meteorology field and really had a big impact on my life.
Wow. Yeah. Heavy stuff. Gabe?
For me, I mean, I'm with Kelly. Florence was certainly substantial. Prior to that, I guess within my first year of doing weather professionally, there was a massive derecho that came through Ohio, June 29th, 2012. And it ripped through the Buckeye State. A lot of folks were without power for a week. For me, memorable because I was working at a very small market TV station in Zanesville, and I was the only one working that weekend. So I basically lived at the station for 48 hours. We lost power to the TV end of things, so it was constant radio updates. I slept in the basement. Temperatures were, I would say, in excess at times of 85 degrees just in the actual studio. Outside, daytime highs were in the deep 90s, and I want to say some low hundreds, but just an incredible system to see it sweep through. Straight line winds, I want to say they were close to 90 miles an hour, if not more than that. It's been so long, but it's certainly sticking in my mind. But of course, most recently, Florence, and even a little bit with Dorian too, just the tornado outbreak that Gannon and I were covering that morning. It will stick with me for a long time.
Well, and so sticking with you here, you've talked about what's most memorable, but what would be your favorite? What's your favorite type of weather to forecast?
Favorite type of weather?
Winter weather. That's the easy one. I love snow.
Eric.
Don't get to see a lot of snow, so I get pretty excited with snow.
Yeah, pop-up showers and storms are pretty expected during the summer. So after a while, it gets kind of tiresome. But yeah, anytime there's a threat of snow, mixed precipitation, especially down here, we get it from our viewers all the time. They're just oh, is it going to snow? Well, a degree or 2 difference, and that's what we get. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay. Kelly, Gannon, choice on that?
I love tropical forecasting. That's my jam. I don't like winter weather forecasting at all, just because people are so mean about it. God forbid you get really rain instead of snow, and it's the be all end all of the Carolinas. But I've always just loved tropical weather. That's been my thing for probably quite some time now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Tropical is my favorite. Challenging weather to forecast and impactful weather to forecast. In terms of just favorite all around, though, I love those first couple of fall air masses that come down in September, October, August.
Yeah.
If we're lucky, we get a little taste. And I think those are fun to sort of gauge and talk about, just because you realize everybody's ready for that at that point. Even if you like summer, everybody seems to be happy when the weather just gets a little more mellowed out. So that's the kind that I like, that makes everybody happy. Hurricanes and tropical storms probably take the top spot, though, in terms of the challenge in the meteorology. It's just fascinating.
So speaking of your favorite weather, kind of the reverse of that, do you take it personal when you miss a forecast? I mean, does it bother you, or do you just kind of shrug it off and say on to the next one? I'll start with you, Eric.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes, I know early in my career, I kind of got a good lesson in when I was in Rapid City. I completely I went outside and I said, "Oh yeah, beautiful sunny day," and then all of a sudden some big storms develop in the Black Hills. Like, oh, and then of course Rapid City that was my first job, was in Rapid City, South Dakota. Of course, obviously I've had many more misses since, and I guess it just depends on the experience. I guess when I go back and I look at something, I miss something, I'm a little more bothered. But sometimes, I guess Mother Nature just throws a monkey wrench in your forecast, and at that point you just kind of have to say, "Oh well." But I guess I'm a little more upset when I maybe didn't look at something and I should have, and then I missed the forecast.
Kelly, Gabe, Gannon?
Ladies first.
Yeah.
And I don't mean you, Gannon. No.
He wants the answer. I mean, yeah, of course, it's something that, if we miss a forecast, or, the timing of a line of storms is off by a couple hours and it arrives earlier, and, a lot of people work outside in the summer, like landscapers, and, people have businesses along the beaches, and they rely on those forecasts for their businesses. So, from time to time, we know how the summer goes here. Of course, we can't predict where those pop-up storms are going to be, but, I think it's a kick in the butt when we miss our own forecast, and, we let some viewers down. If you really want to say let them down, or, but I think for the most part, our viewers are very appreciative of our forecasting and how, accurate we can be in the summertime, especially during hurricane season. We get a lot of emails saying, how appreciative they are of, how interactive we are on social media and whatnot. So there's, pluses and minuses to that too.
I don't really feel like I take it personally, except for you got to put your name and your face on your product, so that when your product is less than perfect, it reflects on you that way. So you can't help but be personal. But I think I've learned to kind of compartmentalize that and shake it off, if you will, maybe more than if I was a really young forecaster. And then also you learn when you have to eat humble pie that maybe you should have messaged it different. Maybe you knew there was a possibility that the outcome could have been that. Maybe I could have articulated that better. Probabilistic approach to forecasting, as opposed to, the high's going to be 75. And then if it's like 73, is that bad? No, we're talking about the same kind of flavor. So yeah, take it personally, but grain of salt. But only because we have to put our name and our face on the product. Otherwise, treat the instance as a learning opportunity to do better next time.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Gannon. At least in my case, probably compared to the other Mets that are on the team, I'd say I have I won't say least experience, but I know these guys could write books on the stuff that they know by comparison. And when I miss a forecast, it is just that, a learning experience. And agreed with Kelly that our viewers, I think, are very generous. They understand that what we do is difficult, and if it's a huge blow in the forecast, for instance, cold air is rushing in and it comes farther south than we anticipate, and so instead of seeing highs in the mid 70s, we don't even make it to 70, and that becomes tricky. And to Gannon's point, how could I have messaged that differently? What steps can I take to be clearer about that message going forward?
We blame it on the wedge here in Western North Carolina. It's all about the wedge.
Yeah.
All right, Evan.
So last time I asked this question with the WFMY crew, we got somewhat of an unexpected answer. So this will be interesting. What is your favorite model website, if you have one?
Okay, I'll jump in. I use Weatherbell. I use the other ones like Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits occasionally. I probably need to use those a little bit more than I do, but I started paying the Weatherbell man, and I feel like I got once you pay for the ticket to the amusement park, we're riding every ride. We're gonna use that all day. So that's kind of what I'm stuck on for the time being. It's good. It's good.
I didn't get a Weatherbell account, but Pivotal just started charging. I was kind of using their Euro model, and then I think it was like Monday. I think they started charging. I was like, I kind of got to have something. Got to have my Euro. So yeah, I went ahead and just sucked it up and paid Pivotal. So I'm paying Pivotal. I'm with Gannon. I like Tropical Tidbits a lot. I'd say Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits are probably my two favorite.
Okay.
Complete agreement with the two of you. Pivotal, Tropical Tidbits. Good to know that they're paying. It's been since Sunday since I forecasted. So if they're paying now, then it looks like I'm going to have to knuckle down and get an account.
Just ask old Gannon. He'll help you out there.
Eric,
Weatherbell's a good side though. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Kelly?
I have to agree with the rest of the guys too. I like to use Tropical Tidbits obviously during hurricane season, but I favor Pivotal Weather for severe weather. I just think they have different parameters than Tropical Tidbits has, and I like to use that more.
Now, did those answers surprise you?
No, they did not.
Okay,
those are generally what we were expecting last time.
Sorry, guys.
Last time we got the Penn State E-Wall as the resounding answer from everyone.
I've used that a little bit.
Yeah.
I've used it.
And I haven't heard of it before.
Gannon,
Even with the hat, I've been using that for years. But I haven't used the E-Wall so much recently. I gotta be honest. I probably need to go back and check it out. That used
me
to be my
too.
go-to for the HRRR mod for her. I used to go there for the E-Wall. But now I use Weatherbell.
So, Gannon, here while we're on you here, the this is kind of a multi-part question. Were you scared of thunder and or lightning as a kid? And also, was there kind of a period connected to that or after that you knew you wanted to be a meteorologist?
My answer to the first part was not especially. Like, I don't have one specific knock your socks off thunderstorm memory that really freaked me out. And I have a couple of thunderstorm related memories. Like, we actually had a lightning strike to a tree outside of my house, and I remember the current got in the house somehow to the extent that some electronics were messed up. And I remember thinking, "Whoa, how would that?" So it's like 3-4 years old. That kind of gets the gears turning in your head that something bigger is at play. It didn't really turn into fear, and I would say it was just a compilation of thunderstorms and other weather phenomena in aggregate that got my interest in meteorology going throughout my childhood years and in my adolescent years.
Okay, great. And Kelly, do you want to speak to that?
Was I scared of thunder and lightning when I was younger? Is that the question?
And then did that kind of evolve into an interest for meteorology one way or another?
I don't think I was ever scared of thunder and lightning. I actually would love when a summer storm would pop up in Pennsylvania in the summer, and you just feel that nice rush of cool air. But I don't think that necessarily led to my love of weather. I mean, growing up in Pennsylvania, I mostly remember like huge snowstorms, even though I don't like winter weather forecasting that much. Kind of ironic there. But that's kind of, what sparked my interest in weather, is waking up to like 2-3 feet of snow, just overnight. And it kind of just snowballed, if you will, from there.
I have to say I wasn't really that afraid of thunder and lightning. I certainly had an awareness of it. And one interesting thing is my house, I think when I was maybe 15 years old, was struck by lightning, or at least some streamers got into our house. And I remember my mom was making spaghetti that day, and she was cooking spaghetti sauce on an old cast iron pan, and the lightning actually burned a hole in the cast iron pan. I remember that very, very vividly.
Well, see, I'm going to go the opposite of these guys. I was scared to death of storms growing up, and I think doing weathers has helped me over the years, of course, get over that. I remember, gosh, I was living in Thornville, Ohio at the time. It was the summer of 96 or 97, I think 96, and we had just a huge, string of showers and storms that came through that resulted in what was basically tornadoes, and constantly the EAS tones going off. As a kid, it's kind of scary. So it always stuck with me. From there, I was always at least keeping an eyeball on the weather forecast, no matter what it was. And then when I got to college, I had actually. Long story short, my folks had us grow up basically in TV. They were both TV personalities, TV managers in Columbus, Ohio. Got out of it for a little bit, and then college came around, and then got back into it. And so I started on the news end, and then I actually dated a meteorologist my junior year of college, and then that sparked the love of weather. So
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I love weather from there on did.
At least you had something lasting from that.
You know, we'll call it a nice parting gift.
Another question, and then we want to kind of get to some more fun questions. While we're taping this, we've been going through some crazy times in the country with the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is kind of another two-parter question. A lot of folks have been able to do weather from home, a lot of meteorologists. So my question is, what are your thoughts on doing weather from home, and what do you think the future of meteorology looks like? Do you think we can incorporate this more into your daily routine of what you guys do on TV? Whoever wants to start, I'll let whoever.
Well, my thoughts of weather from home is I think it's a great way to offer the service, the public service of distancing as you can. We've kind of followed the guidelines at work from our middle and upper managers, and we're kind of as weather in terms of directives, the last off the boat, really. A lot of our anchors have been broken up, and our reporters have been taken away. Some of our producing has been doing sales, etc. But they've left us in place. But I mean, I think it's great when it can be done. I know Gabe has a great setup that he's probably going to speak to, and but I'm enjoying watching some of the setups and the creative things that people have in other media markets. Every little bit helps, I suppose.
Yeah, Gannon's right about that. I for sure think that this entire outbreak is going to change the landscape. Are we going to be doing this completely at home from now on? No, but certainly we have a baseline of what to do in the event that we can't be at the station. I mean, it's really no different than doing live shots, but the key is going to be for stations to help as much as they can, their meteorologists, their anchors, reporters, utilize the technology they have or provide them with the technology they have that is comparable to what they would have if they were in the building.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Gabe. Again, I think it is incumbent upon the stations to make sure that the meteorologists have the tools that they need, the computers, the broadcasting equipment they need to broadcast from home. I love the idea. Of course, I think you always run into the issue, of course, is probably severe weather. It's probably a little easier to obviously broadcast from home on a quieter weather day, but when you start getting a severe weather situation, especially, it kind of feels like it's more incumbent to be at the station where you have all of the tools that you would really need to do a broadcast, especially on short notice.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what they were saying, I have personally seen a lot of very impressive work from home setups. And I think, at least for me, going in, you know, you normally think you're a broadcasting major. Everything that you do needs to be done from the studio. And now that we, you know, kind of are taking that step forward to work from home, there's so many different, you know, opportunities and doors open on how much can you expand this? What more can you do from home? And then you also think, you know, how long is this going to last for? And, you know, if it's, you know, tech trends to be something that pops up more in the winter or in the summer or whatever it would be, you know, would people just start to transition to working from home during that, you know, time where people would more likely get sick than, you know, during the off season, if you will, from that coronavirus?
It's amazing how many different setups there are too. I mean, I even saw a picture of someone using augmented reality in California, and their weather hits. It's impressive. So transitioning away from some of the weather talk, and Kelly, I'll put this right back to you. What are some of your I guess your favorite non-weather hobby?
Well, I've recently started painting at home just to keep myself busy. And I've also realized that I'm pretty good at doing puzzles, since that's kind of one of the only things that I can do now. But I also love doing anything at the beach. Anybody who knows me knows anything coastal or nautical or ocean related. Like, my name is just all over it. I really want to start surfing. That's like the next thing on my list.
Are you able to get to the beach right now?
I know. Well, Ganna said there's parking in Carolina Beach, so I'm going to try and get down there like ASAP, because I usually go probably like 3 days out of the week, and I haven't been in like 2 months. So I'm starting to go a little stir crazy there.
The waves are good today, so
I know.
It'd be a good day to learn. I'm seeing that.
Even just body surfing would be fine with me. Just something to get into. I love being in water and around water.
Awesome. Good choices. Eric?
Well, I don't get to do it enough, but I like to play tennis with my son. Obviously, in recent years, I've been having raising my kids, but now they're kind of getting older. So actually, probably in the future, I'm going to have a little more time to myself. But yeah, I love sports. I like golf. I'm a terrible golfer. I haven't golfed much recently, but I do love the sport. Obviously, I love just getting out, walking around. And you know, obviously, when I go to neighborhood swimming pool, beach, things like that. Pretty simple guy. Wouldn't say I'm real complicated, but those are the kind of things I like.
You know, we found out during a photo shoot that Eric has got some pretty awesome hoop skills.
Oh,
yeah. This was.
I need to get in shape. I got to get in shape though. That's the first thing.
Well, yeah,
is there
but
a video of this?
I feel like someone recorded some cell phone video with it. I'm not 100% certain, but
I could shoot a little ball in a day. I could.
Yeah, it was October and November. I'm a perpetual band kid, so my athletic talent is slim and none unless it's pro wrestling, because it's predetermined and I know how to do it. So
he was fitting in well with the WFNY crew last week. Every single one of them played an instrument. They were all in the band back in the day. So we're trying to get a band together, a weather meteorologist band. So we'll maybe reach out.
Not me.
Oh well, I'm your guy. Any drums or any percussive needs, I've got you covered.
Okay. Gannon, what about you? Favorite non-weather hobby?
If you guys get a band together, I'll just call the bars to see if I can get you in. That'll be my role. I'm not very musically inclined. I like a lot of the things that my cohorts said they like. I like sports. Play a little sports. This past week I did tennis, but I like watching sports, keeping up with sports. Around the house, grilling and chilling, gardening. I like to exercise, so try to do that. I got a little elliptical machine that I try to hit at. Even if you're tired, it just feels good to get drenched with sweat when you can, a couple of days a week at the very least. And then just the salt water, having that, I really like it. I'm with Kelly. Made it down to the beach yesterday. They kind of have a just keep moving along directive going on right now. So there's no coolers or beach blankets, but that's real nice when you can do that, because that's just a real good way to unplug, is being near water. I've always found that to be the case.
Very nice. Well, in a similar light, is there what makes this city that you live in so great? And do you have any favorite spots to go to? Anything you can recommend to the viewers?
I'll say Wilmington is great in its variety of things to do, for a city of its size. I think it's a relatively small city. And you might pick something out of Charlotte or Atlanta or Washington, D.C. that Wilmington wouldn't have had a chance of even having. So, I mean, I know there's scale to be had, but there's plenty to do. And then the variety of landscape with the different water bodies, the ocean, the intracoastal, the river, so close, that naturally lends itself to a lot of different things to do. I'd say one of my favorite spots is the part of the downtown riverfront and historic district portion of Wilmington. It's all within a few city blocks of each other, and it's extremely walkable. And there's just a variety of places to dip into and eat and drink. It's a good vibe down there.
Wonderful. Do you want to jump in, Kelly?
I was gonna say I love Wilmington. I'm not a city person at all, but visiting from time to time is cool, I guess. But Wilmington just has beautiful downtown features. They have the Riverwalk, numerous different kind of restaurants you can go in. They have a raid room. They have again, what did we do the one time? The knife throwing thing.
Oh, you can throw axes.
Axes
and
allies,
axes.
Multiple axe throwing opportunities in Wilmington.
Yes.
Axe throwing. Then you have, the beaches. Any beach you go to is going to be a beautiful beach. I love how the people here really take care of the beaches. Like, I rarely ever see any trash on the beaches, and it's great. People pick up after themselves there, and we keep our beaches clean. And not too far away from here, you can go to Raleigh. You have Myrtle Beach to your south. It's just a really good location, and being in a southern coastal town, for me, it's something that I've always wanted to, experience living in, and I'm glad I did it.
Yeah, I completely agree with what my colleagues have said. I kind of like the Fort Fisher State Park myself. I think that's kind of a hidden treasure in a way. One nice thing about Fort Fisher is, you probably, of course, hear about like go to Carolina Beach or Riceville Beach. You have to pay a lot of money to park, but obviously Fort Fisher is a state park. You can park there for free, so that's a good beach experience. And plus, it's not quite as crowded either. So that's kind of a nice place to walk around, or if you want a little quieter beach experience.
I'm for sure more of a Wrightsville Beach kind of guy. I live near Wrightsville Beach, so I can very easily run or jog to the beach and get in and around there, kind of the Mayfair area. Also, really just from here up through like Surf City, North Topsail, some of those places. They're a lot of fun. I don't want to say a lot of folks my age, but 30-somethings, you're going to find some 30-somethings, in that neck of the woods. So it's pretty cool to get out there. And yeah, most people keep to themselves. And the one thing that was remarkable when I came down here 5 years ago from Ohio, I was just floored at just how nice everybody is. You don't get that kind of niceness in Columbus, Ohio, when you walk past somebody in Walmart. Oftentimes it's what are you looking at me for? Like, what's going on? Here it's like, hi, how are you? Oh, wow, I didn't get cursed out. That's incredible. So it was a nice change of pace. So I love the people down here and the scenery just as much.
Well, what they say is that people who are at the coast often are have a little bit more of a relaxed personality and are generally happier, right? And it sounds like we all need to try the Riverwalk too if we haven't done that. I know that's I'll have to put that on my list.
Worth it.
But I think, Evan, you have one more question to follow up with, and we'll go with that.
Yeah, so one last very short, very silly question to kind of end us off for the afternoon, I guess. Gannon, start with you. Really philosophical here. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh, shoot. You were really going to ask that?
Oh, yeah. We weren't joking around earlier.
Yeah. I'm going to say yeah, like a square is a rectangle, but it's a square.
What goes on what goes on your hot dog, Gannon? Tell us what's your toppings?
Oh man. I haven't had hot dog in years, but I like brats, so same kind of thing. It's mustard and sometimes pickle relish, but definitely mustard.
I like the rectangle is a square is a rectangle, whatever. That's good. That's good logic.
I got mathematical on you.
I'm going to say yes, because if it's between two pieces of bread, in my mind, that qualifies as a sandwich. Very, very simple criteria. If I have to have a hot dog, I'd probably say chili, mustard, and some onions. Got to throw some onions on there too.
Okay.
Well, by that criteria, quesadilla is a sandwich too, then, right?
Oh,
sure.
And that's for the next show.
It's got to be bread. Hot dog
Bread.
lunch kind of
It's
bread.
a parallelogram.
Gabe, Kelly?
I'm stumped. Would never consider a hot dog a sandwich, but I guess if you think about it, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, in elementary school, when they'd send out the list of what's for lunch or whatever, they actually would have for us hot dog sandwich, which is okay. Small town Ohio, great, but I guess it would be considered a sandwich in that regard. I mean, if that's the same thing with with a hamburger. I guess it's technically a sandwich between two pieces of bread, like Eric said. So, in my case, I'm with Eric though. I like chili on my hot dog, and I am a cheese fiend. So whether it's nacho cheese, cheddar cheese, you name it, load it on there, good to go.
So Gabe, on my hot dogs, I do the cheese rotel dip. You can mix the rotel and the cheese to get with a little bit of chili. It's good.
Oh yeah. Oh, and bacon too. Duh. We're planning in my front. A little bit of bacon on there, just for some taste.
Kelly, what's on your hot dog? I'm
still figuring out if a hot dog's a sandwich over here. I haven't even gone past the first question. But I guess, I don't know, kind of just a classic hot dog kind of gal, onions, mustard, ketchup. What's that one hot dog place in Southport that's now in Wrightsville Beach, guys? You know what I'm talking about? The Trolley Stop or something like that?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of really cool, different kind of hot dogs there, so I don't know. Is a hot dog a sandwich, though?
This is a question that's going to have to come back every time we do this now.
I bet
like y'all's answers. These were good.
I bet for you guys watching, you never thought we was going to talk about hot dogs on this show. But we are going to start to close up, so would love to give each and every one of you the opportunity, if our followers and listeners find themselves in Wilmington, how can they find you on the social media platforms so they know what the weather's going to be like when they're visiting the Wilmington area? Gannon, I'll start with you.
Thanks, Scotty, and thanks, guys, for the opportunity to hang out. I'd like to revise my answer on the hot dogs to include chili, first of all. But also, if you're in Wilmington, you have any interest in Wilmington weather, I'm at Medwick, just my last name, on Twitter, at Gannon Medwick, all one word, on Instagram, and then meteorologist Gannon Medwick, -WECT, is the search for Facebook. So I'm on all of those three places.
Forgot my Instagram. I'm going to have to remember that. But on Twitter, I'm at Eric Davis, WECT, ERICDAVIS, WECT. Meteorologist Eric Davis -WECT. You can find me on Facebook. I'll have to get back to you on the Instagram. I forgot for the moment.
I have it, Eric. It's WX Eric D 10.
WX Eric D10. There you go. That's Instagram. Thank you, Gabe.
Quick search.
My Twitter is at Kelly_WX. And for those that may be watching that doesn't know what WX means, it means weather. And my Facebook is just meteorologist Kelly McLinn. So if you do come to the Wilmington area, you won't be disappointed. And hopefully you won't be disappointed in what the weather is that day. But otherwise, it's a beautiful place.
I try to make all my social media as consistent as possible, so you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at TV's Gabe Ross, TVS Gabe Ross, GABEROSS, YouTube, and all the other fun stuff you can find on that too.
Well,
and I just want to say too, I'm not like other Kellys who spell their name with a Y.
Oh yeah.
My name is KELLIE, so that may help you find me too.
All right.
There you go. Well, we appreciate you all joining us this afternoon. For everyone who is watching, thank you for joining us, and catch us next time as we wrangle up another group of meteorologists and ask them these silly questions. Have a good day. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, April 8th, 2020 edition of our little weather get-together. We hope you are all staying safe out there. Tonight we're going to be talking about storm chasing and COVID-19. We know that the pandemic is ongoing throughout the United States, and we are entering severe weather season. So we're going to talk to some storm chasers tonight, some familiar faces and some new faces. We want to welcome in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Pocatello, Idaho. We have on with us Tim Marshall, storm chaser, meteorologist, and engineer. If you are familiar with the weather community, you know Tim goes out and performs damage surveys after these big tornado events. So happy to have Tim on and let him talk a little bit about that towards the end of the show. And our good friend Mike Olubinski is with us. He's back with us, storm chaser, videographer, located out in Arizona, and goes out throughout the plains throughout the storm season, capturing all the sounds and the sights of tornadoes and severe weather. So we're happy to have Tim and Mike and Kevin on with us. We may be joined by an additional guest later on in the program. But bring in our guests. I want to bring in Tim Marshall, Mike Olubinski, and Kevin Smith with us tonight. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. How's everyone doing this evening?
I'm still alive.
Well, that's good. We like to hear that.
Doing
Tim,
great. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, Mike.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Tim, we'll start with you. You are in Texas right now. Tell us a little bit for your first-time guest. So tell us a little bit about your weather history, your weather background, how you got caught up in this crazy weather community that we're all involved in.
Yeah, we've come a long way, haven't we? Many, many years. Well, I've always been interested in the weather. Ever since I was small, I really kept weather records in my house. My parents asked me what I wanted for Christmas. I told them a barometer. They said, "What's that?" And I go, "It's a device that measures barometric pressure, air pressure." And I got a barometer, so I kept daily records. I wrote to TV weatherman. They wrote me back in those days. And then Ted Fujita was at the University of Chicago, and I was in a suburb of Chicago, Oak Lawn. I got hit by a F4 tornado on April 21, 1967. I was about 9 or 10. And I knew right then and there I wanted to study tornadoes the rest of my life and figure out what these things are. And I didn't realize at that time I was going to chase them down, but that came later. But I wanted to go to school and learn about tornadoes, and that's what I did.
That's awesome. And Tim, we want to get more into what you do after the tornado later on in the show. Let's bring in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Idaho. Kevin, currently in Idaho, but you also have some ties here to North Carolina. Tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, so great to be on, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So grew up in central New York, Syracuse area, right in the middle of New York State, and right on the edge of the lake effect snow belts, which might have helped spur a little bit of my early interest in the weather. And I'm not really sure what really got me into it. You know, a lot of people have stories of a big tornado or a big storm or some trigger for them that really launched them into their meteorology careers, their storm chasing careers and whatnot. And not sure really what it was for me, but ever since elementary school, knew I wanted to be a meteorologist and was particularly interested in the National Weather Service, just for the public service side, public protection side of everything. So went to college down in NC State, Raleigh. So there's my connection to North Carolina. Started in 2007, working on my meteorology degree, and was there for 4 or 5 years. So, got to know a lot of great people down there. And Dan Whitaker and I believe we met possibly doing some local chasing back during that time when I was in college. Got some exposure at the Raleigh Weather Service office, doing some volunteer work there. Whatnot, and I got involved in the ham radio side of weather spotting and the Skywarn programs there in central North Carolina as well. And so graduated in 2012, and just like a lot of people are facing, very competitive these days to get into the National Weather Service. And it took several years of applying and kind of refining my credentials and gaining some more experience in different areas. And During that time, I spent some time actually firefighting and doing private security as my paid job during that period. So a little bit of a break, and then was able to get a job offer at the National Weather Service out here in Pocatello, Idaho, just a little over 3 years ago. And I've been out here ever since.
Do you know one of my best friends out there?
I'm sorry?
Do you know one of my best friends out there, Jeff Hedges?
Yes. Jeff was there when I first started. He's retired now, but I was able to work with him for, I believe, a little bit over a year out there.
Yep, Jeff and I went to school together at NIU.
Yeah, so small, tight-knit community in this meteorology world we live in.
Yep.
So, and I have about 12 or 13 years of storm chasing experience as well that I've continued on the side. So.
Do you know Elizabeth Padian?
I have met her. I believe she is or was working at the Boise Weather Service office, and I've met
Boise.
her.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. I shot her wedding like years ago, and she was always. She said she was up from one of those offices, and for some reason, Pocatello always seemed to be where she was from, or something in my head. So that's why I remember.
Yeah. No, I have met her as well.
Well, Mike, I'm going to start off with first question for you. Our guests may remember you from December. But I want to ask all three of you guys your different roles. Each one of you have a different role in storm chasing, a different agenda, idea of what you want to do. So, Mike, I'll start with you. Kind of tell us, you live in Arizona, so you make the trek out to the plains every year. Kind of tell us about the role that you want as you're out storm chasing.
I was just talking to someone today. They were saying something about, I bet you'd probably still go chasing if you didn't have a camera. And I was like,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Storm if I didn't have a camera, but chasing it and going out to the plains and all that stuff. My big thing is I love to capture that stuff. Photos, time lapse, and share that stuff. That's kind of what, drives me. So my whole kind of motivation every year is to go out and do that. And it's, my job has kind of evolved since I've been, started doing this over 10 years ago out here. And I'm, from Arizona, we get amazing monsoon thunderstorms. And that's what I grew up loving out here was lightning and dust storms and all that. And so of course, once I saw a supercell and a tornado, I was like, well, that's the next best thing. So, But my job has kind of evolved where I'm out there mainly for me to get footage, but I've also turned into taking people along on tours. I kind of, do more like, I guess I would kind of call them private tours where there's 1 or 2 or 3 people coming along, try to keep them small because I still want to get, the footage I want to get. And we've also played guide to having some people follow us that want to get the same kind of footage that we're getting. And we're definitely, when I say we, I mean, sometimes I have my buddy Brett ride along or me by myself, but we, we kind of have a different mindset. I know Tim, a lot of these guys are right under the tornado. They want to get close up footage. They're getting the damage. They're getting all the crazy stuff. And we're usually in front of it because we want to stay out of the rain and the hail because we want to capture these images. So the footage we're getting is a little bit of a, different type than what other people get, but it's a heck of a lot of fun, and hoping badly that I will be able to get some more this spring.
I'll bring in Brett Adair. He's joining us. I think he's actually out in the field right now, doing a little bit of chasing. Brett, a guest of our show, so if you've been following us, you've seen Brett before. Brett, you do live storm media, doing some stuff for Weather Nation. What's your objective? What's your goal as you go out in the fields and chase?
Well, the number one objective has been a report. Obviously, we want to get in front of these storms and, in some cases get close and others maybe not so close. Today, the objective was we had some inverted V-type soundings earlier in the day, so we knew hail and damaging winds were going to be the key elements and components for earlier today. So we did a little chasing in the severe thunderstorm watch down in Alabama just to do a little bit of reporting if we had anything. Now we're shifting into nighttime mode where we're moving up I-65 north of Birmingham headed toward Huntsville, and we're going to go up and see if we can't, confirm anything that might happen. We got increasing shear in the overnight hours, and we're still really unstable. 2,000 to 3,000 Cape out here as these storms push out of Tennessee and Arkansas. So we're going to be doing anything that we can to confirm any type of damage and see if we get any wind or hail reports up here.
And so we know chasing kind of a different scenario this year with the coronavirus going on. maybe some different rules, perspectives coming through. Tim Marshall, I know you was able to head up to Jonesboro, Arkansas. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. But as you're out in the field, what is your guidelines, or what's your what are you wanting to look for as you're out in the field?
Well, we've had to change
now.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, go ahead. Now, right now, I'm on this EF scale committee, and what we try to do is get pictures of certain buildings that are damaged by tornadoes. So that's my mission, and that's why I was in Nashville, I was in Jonesboro and Dallas, looking for these specific damage indicators, as we call them, and get photos of that. We have plenty of photos of damaged houses and manufactured homes. What we want to do is look at more details, like your Walgreens and your cantilever lights that we have, street lights, those kinds of things that we need photos for. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm surveying to get specific photographs.
Awesome. That's some great perspective there. Some good information that we get from your storm surveys. Dan, I know you friends with Kevin, and maybe you guys can kind of talk about that side of the conversation tonight.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So it's nice to have a great round view of perspectives here of all the different types of chasing that the people here do, as well as the professional associations with their job in storm chasing. It's one of the perspectives that I thought was really important to have tonight was bringing on Kevin Smith, who's a meteorologist at the National Weather Service. I've known Kevin for a while. We've ran in storms together. We've in North Carolina, we both would end up on some of the same storms as we were chasing it. He's always been someone who has thought very critically to spotter reports and reports to be used for the National Weather Service. So that being said, kind of Kevin, what do you think, just for you to speak to it, your overall kind of perspective on storm reports and the importance of those and how those are used for the National Weather Service? What's kind of your history and your, where you feel that importance lies with those reports?
Yeah. So going back to before I was in the Weather Service, my focus chasing has always been on reporting. And I know, we all chase for different reasons. There's research applications, there's chasing with tour groups as a means of making money and whatnot. Obviously a lot of research going on and whatnot, people looking for photos and videos. My focus has always been on the public reporting side, just because I knew back in the day that it had a lot of importance for the local Weather Service offices. And I'm also just personally very driven by things that help people. So putting on my Weather Service hat, now that I'm working out in Pocatello, spotter reports are huge. And, there's this distinction. There's skywarn spotters, there's storm chasers. A lot of people kind of put them in two different bins. And there is a difference. Spotters are usually going about their daily life and just when they happen to come across something, when they happen to see something going on in their neighborhood or on the way to work or on the way to their family, they'll go ahead and report that. Whereas chasers put more time and money into following storms over great distances, counties and states and whatnot. And again, sometimes for different reasons. So from the Weather Service perspective, ground truth reports are huge. They are not going away. The importance of spotter reports are not going away. We talk about all these great advances these days in radar technology, dual pole radar, phased array radar. We have satellite imagery that's incredible resolution now with even 1 minute updates if we want that type of data during severe weather. And even with these advances, there's nothing that's come along, and probably nothing that's going to come along in any of our lifetimes that's going to replace ground truth reports. So the Skywarn program, the practice of calling in reports, whether it's to the media or directly to the Weather Service offices, remains incredibly important for our operations at the Weather Service. And I think that's going to remain incredibly important going forward, even with the advances.
Well, thanks for explaining that really well. I guess kind of the purpose of tonight's conversation, how everything kind of comes back around is, how things are going to change this storm season with the threat of coronavirus and the way things are going this storm season already. And hopefully that changes in a few weeks or a month, and, staying ultra optimistic that by late May or June, things will be a lot closer to where they were, before all of this. But that's just the optimistic storm chaser in me. All that being said, I think one of the important things is, what if we're talking 5 years from now and we're looking back at this storm season, what are going to be the biggest takeaways? What are the most important things that may have happened weather-wise from a lot of people staying home, from a lot of research potentially being halted. So that being said, Kevin, kind of back to you about, this reporting, just kind of starting there, as we're all trying to make sense of severe weather and try and figure out the best way to make sense of ground reports and get those in. How do you think that might be affected this storm season?
It's really hard to tell. So obviously, and probably everyone on this panel is aware, there's a lot of debate right now going on among the spotter community, storm chaser community on to chase or not to chase, and CDC guidelines, and how is the overall season going to be impacted? With everything going on with COVID. In terms of the reports that are streaming into the Weather Service offices, it's hard to tell. We get a lot of reports from the local spotters in each CWA, so each county warning area, the area that each Weather Service office is in charge of in terms of forecasting and warning operations. I don't speculate that would change significantly, particularly with a lot of people at home. Our spotters that usually call in reports are hopefully going to continue to call in reports throughout the pandemic, as long as they can do so safely. In terms of maybe having less chasers out in the field, it's really hard to speculate on that. Whether that's going to have an impact on the overall verification process or just the amount of reports that are coming in. Officially, from the Weather Service standpoint, we strongly recommend everyone to follow all the CDC guidelines and all the local guidelines related to the pandemic. That's kind of a first priority before we get into, I need to report the wall cloud. But outside of that, pandemic or no pandemic, we want those ground truth reports whenever they can be sent.
Kevin, one of the things that you said that stuck with me was the importance that in normal times, these observations can provide to you guys at the National Weather Service. I'd like to have you speak a little bit more to that in just a second, but what I'd like to do to kind of draw a parallel between the two conversations we're having is play a sound clip today from here in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Mecklenburg County Health Director Gibby Harris actually drew a line between what hurricane forecasting is like and what trying to forecast the coronavirus is like, and it plays off of exactly what I think you were just talking about how today's observations determine tomorrow's forecast. This runs about a minute. It's a little long, but I want to let our weather-centric audience hear this sound.
We have built the modeling that we're using in this community based on methods that were developed by a team of researchers at the University of Pennsylvania. The CDC has also used this model. We're working with our partners at Atrium and Novant, and it requires data from all three of our systems to run these models. We've adjusted the models with our local data and are monitoring the projections daily. Every time we put in new data and adjust the assumptions based on what we're seeing in our community, the forecasts can shift. These models are not unlike what you see when we have a hurricane. When you see models from a hurricane, you see where the hurricane is and then the cone that goes out from the hurricane. That means that it could happen anywhere within that cone based on the modeling that they're able to do. And the further you go out with the modeling, the wider that cone becomes. That's what we're dealing with in this situation. We have limited data, and we're using what we're seeing in other communities to help us with that modeling. But you have to know that this is a moving target for us, and we're doing the best we can with what we have.
So, Kevin, those observations, whether they come from humans or machinery, really do play a role in the weather world to help with tomorrow's forecasting. Is that right?
That's right, yes. And I think we're padded a little bit as far as spotter reports go. And what I mean by that is, obviously, when we're reducing weather balloon launches, which are directly inputted into the models that we use, if we're reducing observations coming from aircraft, because air travel is down so much right now with the pandemic going on. Things like that are direct inputs into the weather models are going to have a pretty clear and documented impact, I think, on some of the accuracy and just the performance of the overall model. When we circle back around to ground truth reports from spotters and from storm chasers, again, it's hard to ascertain. We're not plugging a spotter report or a chaser report directly into a model. And again, with the majority of spotters being on the spotter end of that spectrum and reporting from home, reporting from work, again, we're hoping that we don't see a big reduction in those types of reports coming in during the pandemic. But I can think of multiple examples all the way back to high school when I was a spotter back in high school. And then I kind of started to stray more and more into storm chasing as we went into college and then my adult life so far. There's a lot of different examples I can think of where actions were taken by the Weather Service immediately based on my report. And that's a really great feeling. As far as, we know spotter reports are valuable. I'm telling you they're valuable right now as a Weather Service employee. But being able to see that in real time. So, for example, back in Cicero, New York, just north of the Syracuse area, called in my rain gauge observation one day. This was back, I believe, toward the end of high school, and said, hey, we've had a thunderstorm. Our total accumulation over the last 45 minutes was measured as this much. And this is what I'm seeing in terms of minor flooding around the neighborhood. And within 3 minutes, an urban and small stream flood advisory was issued. And when you read into the text of the advisory, it said, at such and such a time, a trained weather spotter reported this much rain fell in 45 minutes. The weather spotter reported there is street flooding in Cicero. And multiple examples like that over my time as a spotter, where you can see that direct effect that report has. So I think it's kind of in a different category. Regardless of how the weather models are responding to changes in the data inputs right now due to the pandemic, I think spotting is always valuable. Calling in reports, whether you're a spotter or chaser, is always valuable, pandemic or no pandemic, and hopefully that's going to continue uninterrupted as we go forward this year.
Hey, Kevin, one more question for you before we move over to Brett, Mike, and Tim. As a forecaster at the National Weather Service, if come May, some of these stay-at-home orders haven't been repealed and we can't get storm spotters out in the field, how will that affect the warning process?
Yeah, so again, hard to say. I think the majority, my impression from my experience is the majority of our local Skywarn spotters that report into each Weather Service office, again, are local. And so I don't think there's going to be a huge interruption in general in terms of their ability to report what they're seeing in their backyard, the type of weather that's impacting their neighborhood and whatnot. And again, it's hard to categorize, if people are not going out as much as they would, if some of the local spotters are not driving the neighborhood looking for damage, maybe because of the pandemic, or if we're cutting down on the chaser presence out in the field, just from the storm chasers, whether they're local or coming in from another state. It's very hard to tell what type of impact that would have. But the final thought on that, again, is whether you're a storm chaser, whether you're a spotter, whether you're someone looking to get involved in that process, these reports matter a lot. We use them every single high impact weather event and operations at all the Weather Service offices, and it's a great thing to get involved in. And if you want me to at some point, I can speak a little bit more to that and how to get involved as well.
Yeah, actually, Kevin, near the end of after we talk about some more things, we'll be talking about that specifically. And for any of the listeners, it would be great for us to give them things to do they can that they can do from home to become involved with better reporting and stuff like that. So we'll be actually speaking to that. I think it's a great and very useful thing that we can all kind of try and figure out what we can all do while we stay at home. So, but over to you, Brett. You're out in the car. You're pursuing storms right now. Just as a kind of overall question, what is so important about today and about what you're doing that you're in the car and following these storms right now? What from a media perspective and from a meteorologist's perspective is the reason you're out there, and why is that so important?
Yeah, Dan, it's one of those situations where now, some people are definitely scared to go on the field because, the advisement has been to stay at home in most states. for us, we're still essential. We still have to report. We still have to, give the news, whether it be the news or weather news. And we're having to take really drastic steps to change things in the field ourselves. Normally, when we go out, we do this. We're, covering the storms, and then we may be covering damage. And then, in most cases, we're going to go and, try to find a place to have a meal, try to find a place to sleep for the night, get ready for the next day, or get ready to head home. For us, over the last month and a half, my wife already has a bit of an issue with lupus. So she has an underlying condition. So I'm having to be extremely careful. We have tons of hand sanitizer, gloves, N95 masks. We've been sleeping in tents on air mattresses at campgrounds that were open. Now we're going to likely have to do some primitive type camping when we go out for the next month or 2 months or however long. We also are having to bring our own food because in many cases we just don't, either A, you don't have restaurants open to do curbside when we're finished with our day, or B, the comfort level of trying to get food right now is just not there because personally I think you could easily spread a virus through, food contamination. So, I mean, we're just having to be extremely careful wiping down gas pumps before we use them, wiping down credit card readers because we've still got to pump fuel. It has really changed the way that we operate, and we're having to really slow down and be more attentive to the things that normally would be second nature to us when we're in the field. So, personally, I'm a little more worried about other things than the storms, and you have to pay attention and really think about things more in depth. And it also, I second guess myself sometimes. I don't want to become complacent about the weather and then have an issue there as well. So it's becoming very challenging, but we still have to be out here, reduce the number of spotters. One thing that has not happened yet, and luckily for all of us it hasn't, what if we had a radar failure during, a time of this where we don't have as many spotters and eyes out in the field on storms if we had severe weather? Luckily our equipment hasn't failed us yet. Let's just continue to hope we get through this without any of those type of issues as well.
Yeah, that's right. So, Tim, to kind of speak to you, you've already been out chasing as well. You've done your damage assessments. You've seen some of these effects probably as well. Is there anything like what Brett was talking about that you think you've had to change, or that's limited your ability to do your job or to pursue the storms?
Absolutely. Everything Brett was saying with regard to carrying hand sanitizer. I have an N95 mask and have gloves, have surgical gloves, have a whole box of them. So every time I go to fuel up, I put on a surgical glove and then go ahead and proceed to use that and then throw it away after I fill up the vehicle. Fast food is the order of the day, obviously, and that's not good for my health. My doctor would certainly frown on that, but that's the way chasing is. So some of the fast food restaurants are still open fairly late at night, and even the Sonics we found were open, and not my first choice to go eat there, but if it's the only thing around, you want something warm there you go. Hotels I have not found to be a problem yet. I've been finding that many hotels welcome to have a visitor because they don't have hardly anybody in the hotels. So I'm not too concerned about that. So far, we've done pretty well. We've had a couple chases already, and it's been fun. But I think what happens is we'll see how things work over the next few weeks and months and see how bad it gets or if it improves any.
And so, Mike, I want to bring you in because Tim lives in Texas, Brett's in Alabama. You're in Arizona, so you have to do a lot of traveling to get to where you need to be. What do you think the effects may be for you? Have you already experienced some of them? Kind of tell us, walk us through your game plan.
Well, at least I haven't experienced them. I haven't been out chasing yet. I've kind of put a goal in my head of not chasing until May, just so I don't even think about it right now. I just want to wait till things maybe get a little better. Plus, I have 3 kids. They're out of school, and my wife works at our church where there's only a couple people working, so she still goes in every day. And so I'm kind of hunkered down, helping them, get caught up on schoolwork that they need to do. I'm the one going to the store to get groceries and all that. So it's actually been really fun, but also kind of, still trying to work and stuff on my own, which has been a little bit stressful with the kids. But, I'm trying to look at this time a little bit with some silver lining as a gift that I get to spend time with them and help them out. But all the precautions they're taking, I've been taking. I'm starting, I'm freaking out. I sound a little sick. I have allergies out here. But on Friday night, I thought I was like, oh my God, my chest is caving in and I've got all these symptoms, and had a panic attack on Friday night. So, since then I realized I just have allergies. It's real bad out here for everybody. But I do everything, go to the store and wash my hands before I go in. I try not to touch anything. I've trained myself not to touch my face. And it's just crazy how much your face itches once you've trained yourself not to touch your face inside a grocery store. And then I cannot immediately wash my hands and make sure and wash my phone if I've touched it, or credit card or whatever. So, but for me, at least coming up, it's going to be different. I usually will do tours for 7 days, 10 days. I don't know if any of those are going to happen. They don't usually start until mid-May. So right now I'm, one of the guys coming, he was a 77-year-old man who's come on a couple of my workshops before. He's like, I don't want to come and I don't want to stay in hotels, and which is great. I don't want him to risk anything he doesn't want to. But, for me, when I started doing this, I started in Arizona chasing by myself. And when I started coming out the plains, I had a buddy or two, but really my first time ever coming out was by myself. And I learned to chase solo and how to navigate, look at radar, and do.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I'm almost thinking, it's going to be like kind of like a flashback to how I used to chase. And right now, the plan is to bring a cooler of food and a sleeping bag and a pillow and sleep in the back of my 4Runner. And if I need a, motel, I might even go in and bring my pillow and my sleeping bag so I don't really have to touch the bed and make sure I wipe everything down. And like Tim said, I have a neighbor who works with hotels, and, I know that some of them out there, they're going to need money. They need support as well. And so, in a way, hopefully we're kind of helping them out at the same time of being, safe and all that. So, my plan is to just kind of try to do that as much as I can. I've gotten used to driving out there, especially to, kind of to Denver, chasing, coming back to Denver, leaving my truck somewhere and flying home for, $100 a flight one way, which is pretty cheap, staying home for a few days, flying back out and chasing. So I don't have to do the crazy drives back and forth across New Mexico and everything. But this year I'm probably going to have to get used to doing that again. So I think it's possible it's going to be a little bit different than before, but my plan really is to, hopefully wait till May, maybe first, second week of May. I love late May and June anyway. It's about my favorite time to chase. Usually it's more picturesque, or it can be. But that's just kind of my goal. And if it's safe to go, I'm going to feel real good about it, but I'm definitely going to be ultra paranoid the whole time I'm out there and try to avoid any, big chaser meetups, no Applebee dinners, none of that stuff. It's just going to be kind of staying below radar, just chasing and having fun and trying to just do what I really love, which is just be out there all night getting lightning photos. And honestly, storm chasing, at least to me, is one of the most socially distancing hobbies you can possibly have. That also, at least for me, is a job. So I get to go do that and really have an excuse to be away from everybody and not have to do anything. But other than, Tim and Brett said, wash your hands before touching a gas pump and avoid, that kind of stuff as much as possible. So at least that's my plan right now, but we'll see. It's, it's only early April. Who knows what's going to change?
Yeah, definitely in a changing world. Kevin, I want to bring you in, and then we're going to go to a quick break. With the Weather Service, I know some things have to be kept internally, but as we get into storm season with the Weather Service, we see these bigger severe weather days. Sometimes the Weather Service brings in additional staff to help monitor social media, Skywarn, things like that. Does the Weather Service have any clue or any ideas or plans on how to address these bigger severe weather event days during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah, so the guidance we've been given is operations continue. So broadly in the Weather Service, we have a lot of people teleworking if they can, particularly on the management side, upper management, even some of our IT support and electricians type positions. electronic support, are trying to telework as much as possible. As far as operations goes, doing the forecasting for the airports, providing support for our partners, all of the severe weather outbreaks, all of that. I say business as usual. We're washing our hands more. We're spraying down the workstations. We're trying not to sit next to each other. So we're trying to practice social distancing and disinfect as much as we can. But we're going to bring in everybody that we need to work a severe weather event or a tornado outbreak. And it kind of comes down to risk. If we have the potential for big tornadoes to start wiping people out, there's a point where that risk potentially, particularly if we can't warn for it, that risk is going to become pretty big and be a pretty big threat to life and property. And, right alongside the pandemic, that needs to be addressed. So, we bring in everybody that we need on the operational side to handle the big events, just like we normally would for the pandemic.
So, Tim, you were in Jonesboro just recently in the past few days surveying. Did you notice any effects of the COVID-19 outbreak and how that influenced storm surveying as well as storm recovery?
Well, the people there were very cognizant of the stay-at-home order, but they also wanted to go out and see the damage. So there was, two types of people out there. There were people who did stay home, and then there were people who were out in their cars taking cell phone pictures of the damage and destruction. The police were all over there, and funny because talking to the police there, one police officer shook my hand, and then we both thought, wait a minute now, we shouldn't be doing that. And then other officers would say, well, we could just, say hi or something like that. And that's great. So there was some of that. And then the hotel I stayed at up in Jonesboro, they said that before the tornado, they had 20% occupancy. But then after the tornado, it went to 60%, and they expected to be sold out as more first responders and contractors come into town. So in a way, it brings back some business.
Absolutely. Wow, that's scary stuff. It's the worst case scenario that a major tornado goes through a populated area at a time like this. And obviously that's awful no matter when, even when there's no virus wreaking havoc through the world. But that's just awful for those folks. Over to you, Scotty.
Thank you, Evan. Tim, I want to keep you up and bring Kevin in as well. Tim, you were able to kind of go through Nashville, Tennessee, look at this tornado damage that went through downtown. That was pre-COVID-19, before everything kind of shut down. You was in Jonesboro after COVID-19. So you did storm surveys on both. So I want to ask you, how are those storm surveys different? Have you noticed anything? And then Kevin, I want to piggyback that off to you as how will the Weather Service conduct these storm surveys when we're in this time of social distancing? So, Tim, I'll throw it to you first.
Well, as far as Nashville and then Jonesboro is concerned, I was still able to get around without any problems whatsoever. I was able to do my survey without any problem. I do a lot of walking as well, and I have all the credentials with me. So, I have my hard hat on and I have a jacket on that says, that I'm a surveyor. So those kinds of things, people recognize me as somebody who's supposed to be essential out there doing the job. And that's what I do. So I've had no problems with it myself. And like I was saying earlier, there's two kinds of people out there in the Jonesboro area, those that stayed home and those that went out and took a look at the damage. And it wasn't anything too bad because it's a rural town, and it didn't have the hundreds of people that have had it or died from it yet. And so it wasn't really that impactful to a lot of the people I spoke with. They didn't realize the full extent of it, I don't think, like some of the bigger cities have. It's because they're out 2 hours from Little Rock, for example, and they're out in the country, and they don't have the concentration of COVID positive cases as something like Little Rock.
And Kevin, with you guys doing out National Weather Service storm surveys, I know you got the credentials and stuff, but sometimes you maybe interview or interact with homeowners and business owners and things like that. Is there any guidelines that are changing during this COVID-19 period?
Yeah, so luckily we haven't had anything to survey yet out here in Idaho. Certainly less severe weather than the plains, which makes it a little bit nicer. But, storm surveys are a responsibility of the Weather Service, usually a lot of times in conjunction with local emergency management and some other partners. And as they fall under operations, we're going to proceed forward with what we need to do. Certainly, there's going to be social distancing. There's going to be an increased emphasis on safety and disinfecting and masks and things like that, just like everyone else is doing. So that's the main difference there, is that type of stuff is going to come into play in a pretty big way as we go out and do that. But storm surveys will continue. I'll mention, too, since it relates to chasing and spotting, we've had to cancel our outreach. A lot of Weather Service offices are essentially locked down. We're not letting contractors in anymore. We're not interacting with people who are delivering packages. We're not allowing tours or visits or any in-person meetings of any kind. And that includes the outreach we do out in the field, like Skywarn classes to train new spotters. So a lot of that has been canceled, and actually just about all outreach across the country for the Weather Service has been canceled or postponed until things get better in the course of this pandemic. We have increased, most offices have increased their virtual presence. Some offices are doing more virtual online Skywarn classes that people can dial into live. So there's been a little bit more of an emphasis there. And that's a trend that's been going on for years. A lot of offices have been starting to do that anyway. But that's certainly taken on a bigger role here during the pandemic, since we're avoiding all of that in-person
contact. So Kevin, if I was, let's say this was my first year trying to get involved with severe weather, whether that's the information or the spotting or and I have to do most of that from home. What other things would you recommend that I could get into to be able to kind of enhance my knowledge and also my ability to report from my local area for home? Things such as CoCoRaHS or MPing, anything like that you can think of?
Yeah. So there are two ways to look at this. One, business as usual as far as reporting for local spotters. If you're going to work, if you're at home, you see severe weather. Before we wanted to know about it, we still want to know about it. And it's certainly, a safe social distancing activity as far as reporting electronically or over the phone. CoCoRaHS is great. We use that data at the Weather Service offices across the country routinely for precipitation events. So getting involved in CoCoRaHS, whether the pandemic was happening or not, is certainly something that's encouraged. Getting involved in your local Skywarn program and becoming a spotter, certainly encouraged. And then there's other technologies out there such as Spotter Network and MPing that are both pretty popular among the spotter and chaser community. And those are fair game as well during the pandemic. So if you haven't gotten involved in Spotter Network, there's a training that you can take online to get involved there, and that's a way to submit reports. And those reports do process into a lot of our systems at the Weather Service offices, like NWS Chat and some of our other systems. And then on the MPing side, MPing, it can be a little less useful at times depending on the category you're using. In terms of whether we can directly use that for storm verification. So, for example, if you're reporting quarter-size hail in MPing, perfect. A lot of Weather Service offices have started using that data on a regular basis in an official capacity. Some of the wind damage categories in MPing are a little more binned. They're a little more broad and not very specific, and that isn't always the most helpful as far as verification goes. But remember, MPing is being used for research by the NSSL, by OU, and I believe SIMS is involved in well. So outside the Weather Service, there's a lot of applications for the MPing data. So that's still a great, valuable way to report. And they're still looking to really push that and get more and more reporting through MPing. Utilizes crowdsourcing to really provide its value. So all of these are on the table, regardless of whether there was a pandemic or not. And we certainly encourage people to continue to take those routes and get involved if you're interested in getting
Tim,
involved.
in years past, you've been involved in projects such as Vortex 2 and more recently Rotate. How might this diminish travel and being more careful about what you do while you're out chasing? How might all of those things affect severe weather research this season?
Well, there will be no project this year for me. I was informed that the folks that are in charge, Josh and Karen, lost funding, unfortunately, with NSF, so there's not going to be any kind of program this year. But they have asked me in past years to go along with them and to serve as one of the lead probe vehicles out there to deploy those instrumented pods. And the reason for that is because of my long years of experience and how I have this passion for getting up right in front of tornadoes. And we've had some good success over the years with them. It's just I wish that we'd go every year instead of kind of waiting on the whims of funding. But I guess that's the way it works. So there won't be a project this spring, but I'll be out. I'm always out every spring, have been since 1978, and I will continue to go out and chase.
Brett, I want to talk to you. I know you, Live Storms Media, you guys are out shooting video and different media outlets contact you about that. Do you think that might be a bigger thing this year to kind of break the COVID-19 news cycle, people wanting to see something besides the coronavirus with severe weather video?
It's already been that way. We've been kind of noticing an uptick lately. A couple of other issues, though, with it. Unfortunately, some of our clients, particularly within the CBS News headquarters in New York City, have actually died of COVID. So it has created internal challenges on the administration side for the bigger networks. As you can imagine, treating their people and covering the story as much as they can. Another issue that we have actually ran into this year is we covered the Eufaula, Alabama tornado last week as it roared through. And, your first thoughts are to get out and check on people, number one. Number two, when people start talking to you and coming up and telling you about how the storm was, and then, from my media background, my perspective is, okay, well, would you like to do an interview? And it's very, very hard for me to try and retrain myself. Wait, I can't mic this person up, or we're going to have to take a different approach. We're trying to stay 6 feet back. Well, the boom mic pick up the audio, those type of things. So the actual coverage element has had to change overall as well due to COVID. But back to your original question, yes, we've seen an uptick in weather video. I think really and truly, there's so much doom and gloom with the curve and the number of fatalities nationwide, the number of cases, that anything that is different that's going on television, people are kind of glued to, because they know the seriousness of the situation, but they're getting burned out on hearing about it.
Definitely so. Well, I know we're running up on the hour. I want to invite you guys to stick around for just a little bit more. We're going to do a weather roundtable. But before we do that, I would love to give you an opportunity to promote any website, social media that folks can follow you on. Mike, I'll start with you first. How can people keep track with you as we get into the storm chasing season?
Pretty much, unless it's something called TikTok, which I've never understood what that is, you can find me. So Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and my name for my website and all that. But if you Google my name, you'll probably find it.
I think we may see Mike on TikTok before long. Tim, how about you?
Well, I'm on Spotter Network. When a storm gets going, then I put my beacon on, but not until my target storm is going. So people cannot follow me until there's a target storm there. And I'm on Facebook. That's the only social media I'm on. Even though I do have a Twitter handle of Tornado, I don't really post very much on Twitter. So it's best to follow me on Facebook. I put out a forecast in the morning if I'm going chasing, and I show kind of the setup and show you my target. So that's not done by too many other chasers, but that's what I do. So at least they have an idea of where I'll be in the afternoon.
I always enjoy seeing your Facebook posts, drawing the target area of where you are headed towards. Brett, how about you? How can we follow you?
Yeah, we're on Facebook. Obviously, I have a personal Facebook with Live Storms Media. You can see all kind of cool videos, and then the YouTube channel, Alabama Storm Tracker on Twitter. And if you got an iPhone, Android device, which most people do these days, the live chasing app. That's one thing where people are going to be able to get some entertainment. We're going to have a lot of new live streamers streaming storms this year. And we're going to be running on livestormchasing.com. Also, lots of cool new features coming as we go through the season.
And then, Kevin, if we find ourselves in Idaho up in your area, how can we follow you?
Well, unfortunately, with my focus always being on calling in reports, and that's been, always been kind of my core focus. I haven't really dabbled much into having social media pages for people to follow me on. So not super helpful there. I have a personal Facebook page. I post some photos and video, mostly for friends and family. And I'm on Spotter Network. So for the chaser community and the spotter community, you will see my beacon moving around when I'm out on chases on Spotter Network. I'll toss out there too, since I don't have a personal page that's public. The last question I kind of said, well, there's two different things here. One of them, like I talked about, is the spotting and chasing side and calling in reports. But for people who are home teleworking right now, or maybe just have more free time on their hands because they are isolated because of the pandemic, one way to get involved if you want to expand your knowledge a little bit in the world of weather, weather.gov/learning is one of our official websites where we've collected together a lot of different things. So some of it designed for children, some of it designed for everybody. And I believe there's links to like Comet Med Ed and some different programs in there where actually you can take Skywarn spotter training online and get that to your local office. But a lot of different resources there for anyone looking to pick up a little extra knowledge or learn a little more about weather if you have extra time at home during the pandemic.
Climatologically, this is the prime time for severe weather in the South. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that. And James, today, the National Weather Service, NOAA, Weather Ready Nation ambassadors, all were promoting Safe Place Day, Safe Place Selfie Day. I'll say it that right the second time. Safe Place Selfie Day. And so, James, I know you were able to capture a few selfies.
Yes, the first one comes to us from the National Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg, making mention of social distancing. Have you thought about where your safe place is at work? For that point in time when we actually went to work. For them, it would be their break room, which doubles as their storm shelter. And you'll notice that it is empty here, as we've talked about with so many of them working from home. This guy's going to look real familiar to you. Here's Scotty Powell in his, is this a basement closet, Scotty?
This is the basement bathroom, yes.
Yeah, you got your helmet on, which is good. You have your tools, and loyal viewers of the show will know that we've actually seen Scotty reporting live from this space while seeking shelter, so we're used to seeing that wood paneling there behind him. And then...
Remind me, it happened about this time last year, right?
Yes, I believe
we were talking about that earlier.
A year ago, coming up, not the 16th, because that's a different tornado outbreak, but it was about a year ago that all took place. And then here's my picture. We moved into our new house a couple months ago, and I'm still trying to figure out where everything is, but we have this really nice space under the stairs, and I was going to pose with my emergency hand crank radio, because it's important that when you go into a shelter, you can continue to receive information, but it's actually acting as the flashlight in this particular photo. So it's not too late. If you have not already taken your picture, you can send it using hashtag #SafePlaceSelfie. And it's just always good to know exactly where you're going to go, how you're going to get there, and if you're like me, make sure you clean the space out, clean the closet out, maybe the day or so ahead of time so you can get in there in a moment's notice. Scotty, back over to you.
Yeah, so we have a couple of days. We'll be watching that severe weather possible setup over the weekend. So that's all for tonight. Next week, we're going to be talking about the April 16th, 2011 tornado outbreak in the Carolinas. So be sure to tune in next week. We all hope you have a great Easter weekend. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on this Wednesday evening. We're going to be talking with Dr. Phil Klotzbach, meteorologist and professor out at Colorado State University, as well as Mr. Carl Schreck, who works for NC State University You've also probably heard him associated with NOAA up in the Asheville office. So, Carl, fellow North Carolinian on the show tonight, and we're going to be talking about some research that they've put together, and they are trying to get a little momentum behind of this theory of classifying hurricanes not by the traditional way of wind speed, but more of surface pressure. And that is something that we've seen over the past couple of years with, you guys know, living here in the Carolinas, we've had our fair share of tropical weather. So as always, we appreciate you following along. And if you have any comments throughout the show, feel free to drop them in the respective outlets that you're watching on tonight. So, Phil, we've had you on the show several times. We're happy to have you back. Carl, this is the first time for you, so I'll start with you first. Kind of give us the background of your weather history, and then Phil, I'll turn it back to you since and let you kind of give our audience a little bit of background behind you too. So, Carl, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So I grew up right down there in Raleigh, North Carolina, and one of my pivotal moments was in high school when Hurricane Fran made landfall in Wilmington, followed I-40 right up to Raleigh, and just the power of that storm and all the damage that it caused and the power outages and missing school for 2 weeks, which seems like nothing now, but back then that was a big deal. So decided to go on to grad school, and to this day my parents don't understand why I went from North Carolina up to Albany, New York to study tropical weather. But Albany is actually kind of one of the hot spots for tropical meteorology. And I did my PhD, master's and PhD in tropical meteorology up there.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Equatorial waves and the Madden Julian oscillation on subseasonal scales. And then managed to find my way back here to North Carolina, where I got a postdoc out here in beautiful Asheville, working for NC State University, but at the National Climate Data Center at that time, NCDC. It's since been renamed the National Centers for Environmental Information. Yeah, we're kind of like the research arm of NCEI, doing some of the more fun researchy stuff.
And Phil, for those who may have not caught you on a program that you've been on with us before, you study hurricanes, but out in Colorado, so kind of tie all this together and let us know a little bit about you.
Yeah, so I grew up in Massachusetts, right on the coast in Plymouth, and so when I was 5 years old, Hurricane Gloria came into Connecticut. But even though it was about 150 miles away from where I grew up, it still had pretty significant impacts there, and that was I've always been kind of really fascinated by the weather, but that's really what got me focused more on hurricanes. And then I did my undergraduate at Bridgewater State in Massachusetts in geography, and then I've done some research on seasonal prediction as an undergraduate, and so I applied to go to CSU, where Bill Gray was, and he accepted me, and I was very, very, very excited to go work with Bill Gray because he's kind of a legend in the field of tropical meteorology and everything. And I went out to CSU in 2000, and I've been working at CSU ever since. So I've been doing seasonal forecasting, part of the team for 18 years now. And if you were to ask Bill Gray why forecast hurricanes in Colorado, he would say it's because a storm surge can't get you at 5,000 feet.
That is very true. That is very true. Well, Dan, I think you're going to kick off the topic, so go ahead.
We want to talk a little bit about surface pressure in relation to how hurricane damage is assessed. Currently, hurricanes are based mostly on wind speed, but it would be great if you could tell us a little bit more about how the pressure is actually related to the hurricane damage assessments, or how that comes into play at all, other than just forecasting.
Yeah, so this was some work, and some of this actually came a little bit motivated from me growing up in the Northeast U.S., where the Hurricane Center has been reanalyzing all those historical hurricanes, and all my major hurricanes from New England are gone. They're taking them away. They know they're only Category 2s by wind speed. And so, if you look at hurricanes hitting in the East Coast, especially from, say, like Georgia northward, the Carolinas, especially as you get up in New England, their structure is somewhat different from a canonical hurricane like the ones you normally see, like a hurricane hitting Texas or Florida. As these hurricanes move further up the coast, they tend to get somewhat elongated. They're a little less symmetric looking. Sometimes they're not particularly, you wouldn't have those on your wall behind you framed as a picture of what a hurricane looks like. But these kind of big sprawly hurricanes often have a significant amount of damage associated with them. And so basically, if you're thinking about a hurricane, and I think Sandy's probably the best example. I know Sandy was officially post-tropical when it made landfall, but up to about 2 or 3 hours before, it was still classified as tropical. It was a Category 1 by wind. Wind's only about 65, 70 knots, but the pressure was down around 942, 943 millibars, which is an incredibly low pressure. And so the reason the winds weren't that strong was because basically you had a very low pressure in the center, but Sandy, as you know, was an enormously large storm. And so that pressure gradient, the gradient in pressure was spread out over a very large area. And so basically we find that pressure is more of an integrated metric of the storm. So your max wind gives you the strongest wind anywhere in a hurricane, whereas pressure gives you kind of the overall broader intensity of the storm, how large the storm is, because size is very important when it comes to the storm surge. If you have a larger storm, it tends to have a larger storm surge associated with it. And in our paper, we kind of talk about both Charlie and Katrina, how you had Charlie, which was a Category 4 by wind, a tight little storm, very damaging, very devastating, but over a very small area, had very little storm surge, even though it went into one of the most storm surge prone parts of the US. Whereas Katrina, obviously we all know what it did in New Orleans, but even say the levees it held in New Orleans have been 100% fine, killed several hundred people on the Mississippi coastline with a storm surge that approached 28 feet. Because even though its winds were slightly lower, it had a low pressure, 920 millibars. So we argue from our pressure classification scale that Katrina actually would have been a Category 5 hurricane. And consequently, if you look at the damage from Katrina, even putting aside the New Orleans damage, certainly had the damage more you would expect with the Category 5, just basically complete devastation and surge going miles inland.
And so, Carl, we're talking about categories. This is all based off of the Saffir-Simpson scale currently. Can you just give us a brief rundown? I know it's not all, not quite as complicated as perhaps the pressure categories you guys have produced. But can you just give us a rundown of the Saffir-Simpson scale?
Yeah, so the Saffir-Simpson scale was developed back in the, I think it was the 60s, based mainly on damage assessments, and it was tied very much to the wind speed. Originally, it was set for wind speed, pressure, and storm surge, but as the decades went on, they started to realize that those aren't always one-to-one. So the Hurricane Center is really narrowed in on using just the wind speed to define each level of the scale, going from 1 to 5. And it's convenient because it's an easy way to communicate to people how strong the storm is with just a single number, but it can also be misleading, and so, some of them are spaced closer together than others, and so there's a little bit of kind of statistical noise with it as well. And so that was all part of why a lot of folks have really been starting to turn away from this really simple, just based on the maximum wind speed. Folks have been trying to come up with better and better metrics to identify different hazards like the rainfall or the storm surge that aren't really well captured by the winds. And also it's the winds at the center of the storm, or the strongest winds in the storm, and that doesn't really give you an idea of the size of the storm. And so one of the most popular alternatives to just using the wind speed is something called IKE, or integrated kinetic energy, that takes kind of the whole disk of the storm and kind of adds up all of the wind speeds throughout the size and really takes into account that size. But the issue there is that you need to know the full wind field, and that's very rarely possible, especially as you go back farther. So that's one of the reasons why we really like the pressure. I mean, no single number is going to give you a great estimate of how strong a storm is, but we think if you've got to use a single number, that the pressure seems to integrate a lot more things and is a lot easier to calculate than some of the alternatives.
But the nice thing with pressure is we measure it every time we fly a plane through a hurricane. We measure the pressure, and we have that number in real time. So basically, the nice thing is someone who's TV meteorologist or emergency manager can see, here's the current pressure, look at the scale and know what it is exactly, as opposed to having to wait for a model analysis for IKE. And that's the thing, is we need something we have in real time. And basically in real time, Hurricane Center has wind and pressure. And we argue also you can measure pressure a whole heck of a lot better than you can measure wind, both with aircraft and especially on the ground during a hurricane. Obviously, we all know anemometers tend to crash and burn in strong winds right when we want them.
So your research, is this at the point where we could see this becoming the new scale in the near future?
I don't know. I mean, I think the general public. I think we do need a scale for hurricane intensity. I think you need a 1 to 5 scale. I mean, you look at whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, or even just like storms. Your CTV stations will categorize it under 1 to 5. I think really what we find is that it gives you an overall better indication of, one, how much damage the storm is likely to cause. If you look at the historical relationship between wind and damage versus pressure and damage, pressure works better. And we've seen that. You see it also with fatalities. The storms with lower pressures have higher fatalities compared with the storms with lower. I mean, higher winds cause more fatalities too, but the relationship is better with pressure than it is with wind. When it comes to storm surge in general, lower pressures, you're going to see higher storm surges, even with a stronger relationship than you do with wind. And one of the big things we've seen is a pushback against Saffir-Simpson in the last, say, 10 to 12 years, as with these large storms like Ike and Sandy doing a lot more damage than we would expect from the category. But if we were categorizing them by pressure, we wouldn't necessarily have that strong pushback because they've actually worked pretty well. When you look at the pressures, they correlate really well with the damage. And obviously, all we're looking at is the storm itself. We're not looking at where the storm is making landfall, because obviously if a storm makes landfall in a major metropolitan area like Miami or Houston, it's going to do more damage than if it makes landfall in a much sparsely populated area. So just simply looking at the pressure, we can explain about 55-60% of the variability in the damage, not even knowing where the storm is going to make landfall.
So for a rapidly intensifying hurricane, would this provide any more, any better communication tools, or how would this apply to a storm perhaps like Michael that was rapidly intensifying as it approached the Florida coastline?
When it comes to rapidly intensifying storms, it should work about equally whether you're using wind or pressure. I would say typically your pressure is going to, you may see the pressure fall. The pressure often will fall just ahead of where the winds pick up, so it might give you a little bit of extra notice. I think a lot of what you find is that pressure works well for these storms. I would say that pressure is going to work a little more robustly than wind when you have an eye wall replacement cycle. Because when you have an eye wall replacement cycle, the storm grows in size, the winds come down, but the pressure will maybe go up a scooch, but it's not necessarily going to go up. You're not going to see as big a dramatic a variation in the pressure as you do the wind. And so often when these storms go through eye wall replacement cycles, it's like, oh, good, the winds are coming down, but the pressure is staying the same or even going down at the same time. And so it's not things are getting better, it's the storm's getting larger. And basically, kind of the way I always figure it is that the pressure's falling, there's other things that come into play, but in general, if the pressure's falling, the storm's either the winds are picking up, the storm's getting larger, or a combination of both, all of which is bad. We saw this a bit with Hurricane Dorian last year, is that once it emerged from the Bahamas, it was it had weakened, the winds had come down, and the pressure had gone up. But then we had a few hours where the winds were still coming down, and the pressure was actually dropping at the same time. And so you kind of see the wording that the Hurricane Center was using, where it's like, okay, the category may have come down, but the storm is growing in size, so it's not like the risk is getting any lower. And so I think that's why we argue it's a smoother and more continuous function than is the wind overall. It's a lot less volatile. And again, I think really one of the key things is we measure it a whole heck of a lot better too.
Well, and you touched on earlier how the winds were, they're always going to be concentrated kind of in a smaller area. The strongest winds, as where the wind field itself can be a lot larger and still be very damaging. And how does assigning a number to a hurricane, a category number, obviously when it comes to research purposes, you're going to be able to look at a lot more factors. But when it comes to emergency management and assisting funds that are associated with these storms, can either of you speak to, how putting a number to that storm might affect that system if you have a 4 versus a 2, and how many funds you would be able to get from that, and why it would get better to have a better rating system?
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how the numbers are used in that scenario. I know that the Hurricane Center has been increasingly trying to kind of de-emphasize the Saffir-Simpson scale. So if you look at the warning graphics, the cone of uncertainty, nowhere on there, you have to really dig pretty hard to find the Saffir-Simpson category. It may not actually be in there usually. They usually just give the wind speed and the pressure. They'll put, hurricane, major hurricane, which is category 3 or greater, but they don't really get beyond that because people seem to focus too much on the category, and they'll see, like Florence as it was approaching Wilmington, we've got downgraded from a category 4 to a category 2, but we all knew that the rain threat wasn't going away at all. And with pressure, the downgrade wouldn't have been as significant. So really where the Hurricane Center seems to be moving is, and I think this is similar to other parts of the Weather Service, where it's really worn on hazard instead of worn on the hurricane itself. So they're really more focused on having this custom suite of different storm surge products and wind products going farther inland, and the rainfall and the flooding, like having each individual component warned on. And that's really, I think that's what the emergency managers probably really need, because they really care about what's going to happen in their county, not necessarily what's happening at the coastline if you're not, right there on the beach. But if you're on the nightly news, going through all those details is going to take a lot longer than you probably have. And so that's why boiling things down to just one number still is valuable. It's just a matter of trying to figure out what one number is going to be the best for it. And we think this is a better solution, but we'll see how quickly people pick up on it.
Have you guys looked at applying this to typhoons in the Pacific or any other basin?
I would love to do that, but unfortunately we don't have really independent pressure measurements from wind. So in the Western Pacific, almost all the assessments are based on satellite. So they have basically what's known as the Dvorak scale, intensity estimation scale. And basically it and all its derivatives are based off of like satellite presentation, and then they assign a wind and a pressure based on that. So unfortunately, the Atlantic is really the only basin we have independent pressure measurements to actually be able to do this analysis. We actually do have aircraft recon that goes back from like 1950 to 1987 in the Western North Pacific. Unfortunately, I don't think, Carl, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the pressure is archived in the best track, though, unfortunately. So like this, the statistics at the end of the year, basically the Hurricane Center or the Joint Typhoon Warning Center in the Western North Pacific will go through and reassess the storm, maybe tweak its location slightly, or maybe change its intensities. And so in the Atlantic, they archive the position, the wind, and the pressure. In the Western North Pacific, they only archive the wind speeds.
So the other really interesting thing that Phil was touching on there with the West Pacific is, so the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, their best track historical data only reports the wind for most of the record. But we do have the pressure fixes from recon data. And the really ironic thing is those winds that are reported in the best track were almost never measured. Because if you think about it, right now, most of the winds that we get are primarily coming from dropsons. And, we look back in the 50s, we found a schematic of what a dropson looked like in the 1950s. It literally had a record player in it, like a turntable dropping down out of the sky. How accurate do you think that was for measuring the wind speeds? Not very. So, really what they were doing for most of the recon era in the West Pacific was they were actually measuring the central pressure and then using their best guess of a wind pressure relationship to estimate the winds from that pressure, because the only way they could really measure the winds was to look down at the ocean and see how much spray was coming off of the waves. And again, not a very accurate way to do things.
My, how the technology has changed. You guys have poured a lot of time and effort into this research. If some of our followers who are watching tonight, they want to kind of look at the research, where can they find that at? Where's the best spot?
So it's been accepted. It's currently in early online review early online for publication. So you can view it. It's currently the way it was accepted, the way it's currently formatted. They'll actually put a nice new formatting on it. It was supposed to come out in April, but I still haven't seen like the final version. So I suspect it's now going to be May. We have some other stuff going on in the world, so a lot of stuff has been delayed. If you search Phil Klotzbach, Carl Schreck, and wind pressure, you'll definitely find it from that. There's not a lot of us roaming around.
Well, gentlemen, we certainly appreciated your time tonight talking about this as we get into the tropical season. I know there's a lot of conversations going on in the weather industry about the Saffir-Simpson scale, maybe adapting or changing a little bit. I think tonight you've got a little bit of an idea of what a future scale may look like as we go throughout the next few years. So, gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your time, and hopefully this tropical season will be a little bit quieter, but if not, when you hear about surface pressure, hopefully tonight's episode will kind of give you a better idea about how we're determining the damages that these hurricanes could cause. So thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Hope you have a great evening, and we will see you back here next time. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is show number 305, and we're very happy to have Mr. Tom Nizzle on with us. You've probably seen Tom on the Weather Channel. He's a winter weather expert, has since retired, but finds himself close to the Carolinas, and we are happy to have Tom here. As we're in the heart of winter weather season, we thought, well, it's appropriate to have Tom on. So, Tom, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on with us this evening.
It's great to be with y'all, and I'm originally from up north in Buffalo, New York, but now I'm right next door to you, just across the border in a place called Roan Mountain, Tennessee.
Yes, Roan Mountain, Tennessee. You've probably heard about that on the show here. Ricky Matthews, meteorologist up in the Bristol, Tennessee area, talks about Roan Mountain, as does Evan Fisher, who goes up several times throughout the winter season to do some snow chases. So you've heard about Roan Mountain, so now you can kind of put a face with the place tonight. So Tom, you have been dubbed the winter weather expert at the Weather Channel. You worked for the National Weather Service. You've been able to develop some weather programs, some tools. Kind of talk to us about your weather journey. How did you catch the weather bug? Kind of go through with us on your journey and how you got to each stop along that journey.
Yeah, well, thank you. And again, thanks for having me on. This is an honor. Like so many of you that are in tune to this podcast, you're weather geeks, right? You're weather weenies, and something turned you on at some point in your life. For me, coming from Buffalo, New York, of course, they say up there's two seasons, July 4th and winter. And we, of course, really got to enjoy winter as kids. I also lived very close to the Buffalo airport. And when I was a little one, there were 10 boys in my neighborhood. My dad used to load all the kids into the car and go over to the airport to watch airplanes. And we'd park next to this crazy-looking building. It had a little dome on top of it. And while the rest of my friends were watching the airplanes, that building was the upper air site for the Buffalo Weather Office, and that's where they sent up the weather balloons. And I got interested in weather just by watching the technicians taking readings and sending up balloons. And my love of winter weather, of course, was in my DNA, because when you live in Buffalo, you learn to enjoy the snow and get out and play in it. So it's kind of my beginnings.
And Tom, talking about winter weather, before we kind of transition into more conversationally, winter weather is different. You said you grew up in Buffalo, you're kind of used to it. Now you live here in the South in Tennessee, where the mountains of Tennessee obviously sees more snow than when, let's say, you lived in Atlanta, Georgia. So can you talk a little bit about the differences of how people perceive snow maybe in Buffalo compared to here in the Southeast?
Well, yeah, it is fascinating. And, when I lived up north, we used to, and I mean this in sort of a respectful way, but we would laugh at the people down south having all kinds of problems with a few inches of snow. Well, then I moved down to Atlanta, and we got a couple of interesting events with only a couple of inches of snow, but temperatures below 32 degrees that turned that snow immediately into ice. Atlanta's a pretty hilly area. I came from flatlands up in Buffalo, and I very quickly found out that when there's no salt to salt the roads and treat the roads, and you're in hilly conditions, I don't care how good a driver you are, you're going to be stranded. You can't get around in that kind of weather. And so it's not as much that people are wimpy in the South and can't handle the snow. You're just not set up for it. So it was a really interesting education to me. But it was also fascinating when I first got to the Weather Channel that when we would talk about snow in the South, I would kind of just push it off like, yeah, there's going to be a little bit down here. And everybody would say, no, no, no. That's the point. All you have to say is the word snow, and it puts everyone into a panic.
Ain't that the truth? The time, that we're talking about this, we just recently had a snow scare here in Charleston. Somebody, a snowflake showed up on the app and everybody freaked out. So it's, I get it. I lived down here a long time, and it just freaks everybody out. So let's talk a little bit about you started, you really got your big time in weather before you came to the Weather Channel. You were at the National Weather Service up in Buffalo. You were up there, did a lot of really, a lot of really cool things that we're going to talk about here later in the show, such as Buff Kid, and but also naming winter storms was something that came out of the Buffalo office, as I recall. I want to talk a little bit about that and just how that, and just your time up there and how the winter storm names came to be.
Well, let's start with career real quickly here. It's great to be in the right place at the right time. When I graduated from college with a bachelor's degree out of State University of New York in Oswego, one of the lake effect snow capitals of the world, I worked research for about 3 years in the Buffalo area in atmospheric science, and then transferred over to, at that time, the Weather Bureau, now the National Weather Service office in Buffalo. And immediately began this interest in lake effect snow, this crazy type of snowstorm where it can be snowing in one part of your town.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And 10 miles away, you could have green grass. I was born and raised with that, but I didn't understand it that well. So getting into the Weather Service office in Buffalo really sprang my career into learning more about lake effect snow. And, as I went through that career there, a 32-year career, I went from a forecaster to a science officer and eventually the meteorologist in charge there in Buffalo. Great time. Just a wonderful time to work in an office where so many people had an interest in winter weather. And, we developed a lot of tools to help predict winter weather.
So tell me a little bit about, you worked on some really innovative things, including BuffKit. And BuffKit is, we love it here for fog prediction, smoke dispersal, things like that. Talk a little bit about, what that was like, seeing that get off the ground and how that has been applied across the weather enterprise.
Yeah, BuffKit. It's a fascinating story about a tool that was developed by forecasters for forecasters in the operational environment. Way back when I started in the Weather Service, there were only very basic computer models with very basic information. But in getting to network with people from Washington, D.C., we were able to pull much more data out of the computers at Washington and be able to develop programs that would display that information and that data, forecast information on an hourly basis from computer models that up to the point in my career, you only got information and weather forecast at 12-hour intervals at just the mandatory levels in the atmosphere. So we had this plethora of tremendous amounts of data that were coming into our offices, but no way to really display them. And we developed this tool called BuffKit. I was in on the ground floor with the development of that. But the guy who was really responsible was a guy by the name of Ed Mahoney that still is in the National Weather Service at the Warning Decision Training Branch out in Norman, Oklahoma. Ed was an amazing programmer. Came in as our science officer to Buffalo. And over the course of about a year and a half, it turned into this magical laboratory right within the forecast office. We would say to Ed, we want a tool that's going to help us predict fog or maybe predict strong winds with momentum transfer down through the atmosphere. Ed would look at the data, go into his office, sit down at the computer like Scotty at the computer in the Enterprise, right? Just type away. And about 3 hours later, come out with another tool that we added to this toolkit designed in Buffalo, and hence the name BuffKit.
I wanted to get back into one of the topics that we brought up a little while ago, which was lake effect snow. So Buffalo being on the eastern side of Lake Erie, we all have heard stories about just some of the amazing amounts of snow that fall from lake effect snow in the Buffalo area. Specifically, a couple of years back, there was about 5 feet of snow that fell during one event. That it was forecast. It was a huge event. But talk to some of our viewers about what is lake effect snow and how you understood it in your office. How did you forecast for that?
Lake effect snow, of course, when we talk about lake effect, it's mainly in reference to the Great Lakes, though it can occur in bodies of water all around the world. Essentially, they're a snowstorm on about the scale of a summertime thunderstorm. So they can only sometimes be just a few miles wide across the length of a band of snow that comes off the lake itself. The snow develops as cold air comes across that relatively warm water of the Great Lakes. So you may be moving air at maybe 10 degrees Fahrenheit across a lake that's 40 degrees. You get a tremendous amount of latent heat release and heat and moisture that actually rise off the lake into that air. And as it continues to rising, cools, condenses into snow. And then the wind direction is what determines where that snow falls. So as the winds change direction, the snow band will move downwind of that. And that's what the big challenge is to predict lake effect snow. You got to think about the fact that you're predicting for one side of the city, maybe 2 feet of snow, whereas your friends that live on the other side of the city may see no snow at all. So it was a tremendous forecast challenge. And early on in my career, it was long before you guys were, some of you may be on the face of the earth, computer models were at a much lower resolution because you didn't have the computer power to work with these models. And some of these early models did not even see the Great Lakes. That is, the Great Lakes weren't even an input into the model. So they wouldn't even recognize the ability to predict or simulate a lake effect snowstorm. So early on, we actually had forecast methods that we used to predict these snows. And again, you see the Great Lakes there. These are huge bodies of water. I mean, they compose 20% of the fresh water in the world. I think about that. And I read a statistic on that. If you take all the water in the Great Lakes and you spread it across the entire United States, it would be 9 feet deep. So put that in your head and think about it. These are huge volumes of water, and they actually control the weather, and not only on a local scale, but on a regional scale across the eastern United States. And yes, and we may touch on this a little later, if you get the right wind direction off the Great Lakes, you can actually see lake effect snow down along the Appalachians.
Very, very interesting. So a little bit, I just want to dive a little bit more into this, right? Because we touched on what the lake effect snow is. Wind direction for Lake Erie. If you look at the length and the width of the lake, not so much the depth or the longitude, but the latitude, you think west-southwest winds. And then how do you forecast the time that it's going to occur? Say, like you said, 10 degree Fahrenheit air moving over 40-degree waters. At what point does that stop? We're looking at what kind of difference in the for maximum occurrence to happen, and then for how long is this going to occur? How do you know when the valve shuts off?
Yeah, it's a very interesting and important question there. I like the question. The question is, how long is it going to last? What's the intensity going to be, in addition to where it's going to occur? What's important is you need cold air moving across the Great Lakes, but that cold air has to be deep enough to allow clouds to grow to a great enough depth to produce snowfall. If the cold air is really, really shallow, like that cold air that dams here on the east side of the Appalachians and is really shallow, you're not going to develop the clouds to produce lake effect snow. So that's a very important parameter. As far as how long is it going to last, once again, once that layer of cold air becomes shallow enough that it gets squeezed out by high pressure that moves across the area and begins to produce subsidence, that will cut off the lake effect snow. But in any particular locale, any location, it's the wind direction that determines where the snow band is going to be. So that snow band may be going like crazy over your little suburb, your area, and as little as a 10-degree shift in wind, just like that, will kick the snow band 10 or 15 miles north of you or south of you, and you'll go into clear skies at times. So it's a very, very intricate set of parameters that produce lake effect snow. Again, temperature difference to get that heat and moisture off the lake, the depth of the cold air to allow clouds to grow, and then the wind direction, which determines where that will all occur. And if you put all those parameters together and keep the winds in one direction for a long period of time, then you get pasted with snow. If you're under that snow band, think about the fact that it can produce 4 to 6 inches of snow an hour. Put that snow band over you for about an 8-hour period, and you're looking at anywhere from 32 to 36 inches of snow.
Very insightful. Thank you for those answers. I got one more topic to ask you about, and then I'm going to hand this off to Scotty. Tell us about some of your most memorable winter events.
Being from up north, probably can give you one a year from up there. But, and again, many of you too young to remember this, but one of the coldest winters on record in the eastern United States was back in the winter of 1976-77. And in January of 1977, everything came together in the right or wrong place, depending on how you would define it, at the right place at the right time into upstate New York, western New York off of Lake Erie, and produced a 5-day blizzard known as the Blizzard of 77 in Buffalo, New York. Unfortunately, 29 people died during the blizzard. Many of them were found frozen in their cars that had gotten covered over by snowfall from 5 days. And think about this, 5 days of blizzard conditions. Blizzard conditions that stranded people on roadways. Back then, you didn't have cell phones. You couldn't get on that phone and just call someone to help you. The conditions occurred with temperatures down near the freezing or the zero mark and wind chills down to 20 to 30 below zero. Anyone caught outside in that storm was in peril. And again, unfortunately, there were many, many people that died from that. That was probably the benchmark storm for me because the intensity and the duration of that event. But we've had other really interesting lake effect snow events that have occurred. Back in Christmas week of 2001, I was working at the office in Buffalo, and during that week, we picked up 82 inches of snow. And this wasn't in mountainous areas or areas that were not populated. It was right across the city of Buffalo, and that really put the city at a standstill for several days.
Tom, when you had a chance to go to the Weather Channel, your area of responsibility grew from upstate New York to the entire country. What was that learning curve like?
Oh man, what an education to go from forecasting for, several counties in a portion of the state, and then all of a sudden ending up being responsible for forecasts across the entire nation. At any one point in time, and I've had this happen more than once in my career there, I'd be covering a storm coming into the West Coast, pasting the Sierra with heavy snow, a second weather system that was developing a lee cyclogenesis coming off of the Rockies, and maybe a third weather system that was working up the East Coast to produce a northeast snowstorm. As I got into that, I began to understand the United States as a whole and what an amazing natural laboratory it is for studying the weather. Check the map out here. This is what I use when I train the forecasters and meteorologists that are at the Weather Channel. There's several features in the United States that make this a great natural laboratory. We start with the mountains, the western and the eastern mountains. They not only, their elevations, trap a tremendous amount of cold air and wring moisture out, but they actually are responsible for developing their own storms. Lee cyclogenesis, low pressure systems that would develop either in Colorado area or across the Carolinas here and just off the coast to produce massive winter storms. All right, so you've got the mountains. The mountains kind of ring in the United States on either side here. And what they do is they take and they channel all of this cold air. That's the second ingredient you need for snow, right? Cold air and moisture. That cold air comes down unimpeded from Canada in across the United States and can get as far south as the coastal areas of the Gulf Coast. And that is just amazing. So here you have this continent. You've got the mountains to start. You've got the cold air that comes down from Canada. And now you've got 3 significant moisture sources to produce that snowfall. The Pacific Ocean, it hammers the Sierra in through the Cascades with the most snow that we see in the United States. Paradise Ranger Station up Mount Rainier in the Cascades gets over 1,000 inches of snow in some seasons. Think about that fact. Now, that's your first source of moisture coming off the Pacific. Your second source is the Gulf of Mexico. What an amazing source of moisture that comes northward into that cold air and is responsible for the tremendous snowstorms we see from Colorado working its way right up into the Great Lakes region. And down in the southern United States, that cold air can be shallow enough that the Gulf air rides over it to produce some major ice storms. And then we've got our next feature, and that is the Atlantic Ocean. We're all familiar with that because that's what's going to fuel a lot of the snow that occurs here along the east coast of the United States. And by the way, what I call the turbocharger is the Gulf Stream. That'll take that storm that's really firing up off the Carolinas and infuse it with so much more energy that it really cranks as it develops into a nor'easter going up into New England. So all in all, that education in the 7 years at the Weather Channel taught me just how amazing the United States is and the North American continent for producing winter weather.
Let's take a little bit of that and translate it into the Southeast here in the Carolinas, Tennessee, Virginia, Georgia. For us to get winter weather here, you kind of talked a little bit about the CAD situation. What are our typical setups? We hear Miller A, Miller B systems. Talk to us about what we need to see here in the Southeast to get a winter storm.
Well, again, I always talk about two ingredients, right? You need cold air and you need moisture. And it doesn't have to be exceptionally cold air. It just has to be cold enough. But my gosh, that temperature profile in the atmosphere, where the air is cold and where the air is warm, means everything as to the type of precipitation you get. Now, you get across the Carolinas in the Southeast, you're east of the Appalachian Range. And so very often, you will end up seeing events that set up that bring really cold air from New England down along the east side of the Appalachians. And many of us are familiar with the term cold air damming or the wedge. That cold air that slides down, it's very shallow. It's kind of like molasses. It moves its way down along the east side of the Appalachians, and it sits in there. All right, there's ingredient number one. We've got the cold air. If the cold air is really, really shallow, then that can be a real serious issue for the Carolinas. Because ingredient number two is typically going to be a system that is coming somewhere out of the Gulf of Mexico. Well, we talk about the Miller Type A, Miller Type B systems, but let's keep it even more basic than that. Low pressure system coming out of the Gulf of Mexico is bringing all of this moisture northward along the east coast of the U.S. And it's not exceptionally cold. There's a lot of moisture there, but it's relatively warm. Oftentimes, we see in the Carolinas that this moist air will move northeastward along the coast. And what I've got next to me is one of the most interesting storms I had looked at in the years that I had worked with snowstorms and ice storms along the southeastern part of the United States. And this storm is back from December 2nd through 4th. And I think this was back in, trying to look at the exact date on there. I can't see it on there. I think it was 2002.
That's right.
This is one of the worst ice storms that occurred in the southeastern United States in many, many decades. In fact, in the Raleigh area, I think you had over an inch of ice that occurred from this storm. There were hundreds of thousands of people without power. I believe there were 24 deaths attributed to this storm. But it's a classic setup from a meteorological standpoint here. You've got very cold air to the north of that storm. It comes down along the east side of the Appalachians. It's very shallow. You bring warm moist air above that. What will happen is snow starts high up in the atmosphere. It melts as it comes down into that warmer air. And then when it hits that cold air right near the surface, it ends up hitting anything that's below the freezing mark and instantly freezing. And because there was so much moisture with this storm, it moved relatively slowly, so there was a long duration. That combination of cold air at the surface and warm air aloft produced what again was an epic ice storm there.
As of here in January, mid to late January, much of the East Coast, Southeast, I would even say the Tennessee Valley, has not really seen a lot of winter weather. We've had really warm conditions. As we go back, I know for a lot of locations in western and central North Carolina, it's been over 400 days. You'd have to go back to December 2018 since we've seen measurable snowfall outside of the mountains. Obviously, the mountains have seen some snowfall. What has contributed to that? Why do you think over the last couple of years it seems like the snow chances are decreasing in much of the southeast.
Well, obviously, there can be a number of parameters that contribute to that. You can certainly have weather patterns that operate on many different scales, from more of a local or regional scale to a hemispheric scale, that certainly modulate the winter weather across different parts of the globe and across our latitudes. You know, we've had up to this point, two relatively mild, and I might say very mild winters across the southeastern U.S. We've had a jet stream that has been defined by oftentimes a trough in the western U.S. and a ridge over the eastern U.S., which is not allowing much in the way of cold air to get down into this part of the world. But you can't neglect the fact that all this is occurring on a background of a warming globe. And that climatic change, that warmth, is going to produce certain results. We don't know exactly what that is contributing to in the way of modulating our seasonal weather patterns here, but it certainly has to be doing something. We'll often look at other factors on a large scale that help to modulate seasonal weather across parts of this continent. ENSO is one example, okay? And we're always quoting El Nino or La Nina, whatever phase of ENSO that we might be in, and looking at that as a possible modulator for a seasonal forecast across the United States. But there are so many other factors that come into play from mid to high latitudes. And when you talk about the eastern United States, you talk about other factors that can influence that pattern in the season. It can be anything from ice cover in the Arctic to snow cover in Siberia to other factors that influence the mid and high latitude flow across North America. Features that are indexed or measured by things such as the NAO, North Atlantic Oscillation, the Arctic Oscillation. Those types of factors in there also play a role in the seasonal weather. But there's no doubt that the past two winters here, I mean, for someone like me who's a snow lover, it's been few and far between.
Even extrapolating that over the last decade or so, we kind of transitioned to northwest flow snow and how that pertains to the Carolinas. There's been a serious decrease in bigger northwest flow snow events over the western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee area. That affects you because you've just recently moved to Roan Mountain, a place of legend in the northwest flow conversation. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to live there, and also how northwest flow snow is similar to lake effect snow?
Yeah, well, again, I'll go back to the fact that you need two ingredients, right? For snowfall, you need cold air and you need moisture. And there's a couple of ways that you can get cold air. You can move to the far northern parts of the country to get in where it's colder, right? Going up toward Minnesota or Maine in those areas. But you can also get to colder air by elevation. All you have to do is go up in the atmosphere. And so that's why these mountainous areas are so great for skiing, right? Because the temperature drops about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet on average. And so as you get up in elevation here, there's a much better chance for the precipitation of fall as snow. You talk about northwest flow events. These are winds, northwest winds that will come down across the Appalachian Range and produce snowfall. The Appalachians run from the southwest to the northeast. So if you have a northwest wind, it's hitting that mountain range just about perfectly perpendicular, isn't it? And that's the best chance to get lift in the atmosphere, to get what we refer to as orographic lift. And that lift can help squeeze out any moisture in the form of precipitation across the windward side of the mountains, where that wind is coming from. But what's interesting is northwest flow also emanates from an area called the Great Lakes. And so oftentimes, if the flow is very well aligned, it comes off the Great Lakes, you can actually get channels of moisture that will propagate hundreds of miles downstream. When that little area of moist air is moving along and it gets that little kick going over the mountains, that's when the snow can get kicked out. And so oftentimes we get some pretty significant snow events in what otherwise would not be a snowy setup across this part of the world.
Well, Tom, we've certainly appreciated your time tonight. If our followers want to follow you on social media, I know you like to tweet and you tweet out articles. How can they do that?
Well, I'm at it'll be at Tom Nizzle, and you'll be able to get to me there on Twitter, and I have my Facebook page as well. And if you're interested in snowflakes, I have a Facebook page called Mother Nature Snowflakes. So you can hit me at all those spots, and I'll friend you for sure.
Awesome. Well, go follow Tom on social media. Great follow. Check out his snow photography. Hopefully we can get you a few more snow events up there in the East Tennessee Mountains before winter ends. And we've appreciated you being with us tonight. As always, we thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Remember to like and subscribe our podcast. Send us any requests. If you have any guests or topics you'd like for us to talk about, send them our way. Until next time, have a great one. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we're going to be talking about winter weather. It's getting cold outside, and eventually we're going to be talking about some of those wintry precipitation events that likes to kind of rear its head here in the southeast, here, especially in the Carolinas in the wintertime. So with us tonight is Trish Palmer. She is the coordinating meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg. And if you've watched our show you probably remember Trish, but if you haven't, Trish, welcome back. I know recently you got a promotion there in the office to the WCM. So before we kind of get into winter weather, tell us about that position. It's I know it's kind of different.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
As to doing a lot of more things, kind of juggling in the air with the new job promotion.
Sure, and thank you guys for having me on again. As the warning coordination meteorologist, my job is that I'm now the primary liaison with our external partners, and that means the TV meteorologists, emergency managers, you guys out there in the other parts of media world. I'm also in charge of all of our outreach and preparedness programs. So when you hear about Severe Weather Awareness Week or Winter Weather Preparedness Week or whatever it might be, I'm the one that has to coordinate all of those different issues. And I work very closely with our surrounding offices. As part of the transition, I'm no longer actually in the shift rotation, but I still cover shifts because I'm still a meteorologist, and I have not lost my love for the geeky part of meteorology. I absolutely love it. That's why I got into this. But now with the promotion and my title as the warning coordination meteorologist, getting to work with the partners and establish those relationships and working with the media and helping to bridge the gap between what we do in the Weather Service and what you guys and the TV meteorologists do in taking the message to the public. It's the whole weather enterprise needs to work together really well in order to effect the proper response from the public. And I really enjoy being that liaison and working with all these different facets of the weather enterprise.
Forecasting is a big deal, but communicating is another big deal. And you about put half and half now these days with the various ways that we can communicate. And one of those ways that we really want to communicate is winter weather. And it's one that we don't get a lot of storms here in the Carolinas, but when we do, they're pretty impactful. So Trish, talking about the winter weather products, we kind of start with a winter storm watch, and then it kind of builds from there. Talk to us about these different products and what each product, the criteria is for each of those.
Okay, so for a watch, just like any other watch that we might issue, a severe thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch, tropical storm watch is what we had this year as well. A watch means that conditions are favorable for these hazardous weather types to occur, and you need to have a plan in place. You need to be thinking about what you would do or where you would go if that weather event were to impact you. So a watch is basically, we're keeping an eye out of the sky, we're watching the weather. Again, have a plan, make sure you're prepared for whatever happens. So in the case of winter weather, we like to issue a watch anywhere from 36 to 48 hours in advance of the onset of wintry precipitation. And the watch timing with that, we're really looking at about a 50% confidence level, that we're 50% confident that this hazardous weather will occur. As we get closer to the event, we can transition the watch to a warning, or an advisory. And the difference there is that with the warning, we're looking at 80% confidence that hazardous winter weather will occur. And with an advisory, it's still 80% confidence, but it's more like nuisance winter weather. So the difference would be if you consider snow. Right now, for the Piedmont of the Carolinas, our criterion for winter storm warnings for snow is 3 inches. So if it's below that, that would be more of a nuisance event, which would warrant an advisory. And if it's 3 inches or above, you'd get a warning. Now, we do have flexibility with our forecasters because we all know that, say, 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 2 o'clock Sunday morning is very different from 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 7 o'clock Monday morning, right? So we are able to take the societal impacts into account when we're issuing those warnings. So for 2 inches of snow at 2 o'clock Sunday morning, probably an advisory. 2 inches of snow at 7 o'clock Monday morning, you talk about rush hour, school buses, that's where we would have that flexibility to go ahead and issue a warning, even though the objective, the number criteria isn't quite met. So we have that flexibility there. We have different criteria for sleet and freezing rain too. For a warning for sleet, we're looking at 1/2 inch. For freezing rain, for a warning, we're looking at 1/4 inch. But again, there's a little bit of flexibility there depending on the impacts that we might be experiencing.
And so, Trish, one thing is an advisory really isn't a step down. It's still impactful. It just, the accumulations are different than what a warning is. And, you know, some folks may see as advisory as, it'll be okay, when in fact it's still going to be impactful to people.
Right, especially when you're talking bridges and overpasses. You could still have dangerous areas on the roads, dangerous travel conditions, even with an advisory. Again, going from a watch to either a warning or an advisory, we're going from 50% confidence to 80% confidence. So we're confident that something is going to happen. It's just the scale of whatever that is. So we don't want people to just take advisories lightly. You still have to be prepared, and you still have to take precautions. It's just that we're talking the chances of, say, like widespread power outages and stuff like that would be much less with an advisory type situation than with a warning situation.
Right, and Tricia, one of the things that sticks out that I wanted to reinforce is that the criteria for this is it's tailored to each area in your forecast area. Like, for example, the impacts and the impacts are what matters most. So, you know, what would be most impactful for Asheville is different than what would be impactful for Charlotte and Greer. So obviously you're going to have different criteria for those areas, and that's what matters, and that's the thing you need to be thinking about, is whether you get this lower level advisory but still important, or the higher level warning, which is even more important, that would be issued for your area.
Right, exactly. And we all know that the mountains get more snow than the Piedmont does, right? So our criteria for the mountains for snow is 4 inches, whereas the Piedmont gets 3 inches. And the further north you go, the higher that gets. You go for places like New York, you're looking at 6 or 7 inches, maybe even 8 inches before they get to a warning, because they know how to handle it. They have the resources. The impact isn't as great up there as it is down here. Again, just partially based on climatology.
Right. And something else to think about if you're traveling outside this area is that criteria will be different elsewhere. If you go into Raleigh, if you go to Philadelphia, if you go to Chicago, those criteria are going to be different still. Think about the level of impact when you hear about these advisories or warnings being issued. It indicates how serious the event's going to be.
Right, and we have the exact opposite in the summer. You know, down here we can handle the heat a little bit better than people can up north. So somebody down here may go up north in the summer and it's a heat advisory, whereas down here we're expecting heat indices of 105 for a heat advisories, but up north it might be more like 95 or 100. And, you know, we Southerners are like, what, they can't handle 100 degrees? But it's different. It's based on climatology and what your body is acclimated to.
Trish, the National Weather Service also issues wind products year-round, but during the wintertime, it gets especially breezy across the western half of the Carolinas, and specifically in NWS-GSP's forecasting area. That's maybe not a winter weather type that most people think about, but it can definitely drive wind chills down and cause widespread power outages. So can you talk a little bit about the criteria for wind products in general?
Sure. Well, we've got the wind aspect, and we've got the wind chill aspect. And then, of course, we have the winter weather aspect. So when we have a winter event, lots of times we roll them all into one product rather than issuing a whole bunch of different products, because as you guys are probably aware, a wind product is handled by one set of products. It's called a non-precipitation warning, whereas the winter storm and wind chill products are handled by the winter storm products. So it can get very confusing. So we often wrap these in together, and so we can sometimes tweak our criteria to make it match what the weather is looking like. And again, just to make more sense to the residents across the Western Carolinas and Northeast Georgia. So for example, when we issue a high wind warning, that's when we're expecting frequent gusts over 50 knots or 58 miles per hour. That's not uncommon in the northern mountains in the middle of the winter, because we have the jet stream coming down. We've got some really tight pressure gradients that set up often. And anybody who's watched the weather at Grandfather Mountain knows it can get very, very, very windy up there. So you'll see those products a lot. The step down from there is a wind advisory. And that's really when we're expecting winds, 30 to 39 miles per hour with frequent gusts over 40 to 45 miles per hour. Again, we have the flexibility to adjust that. It's been kind of a wet season, so maybe we might issue a wind advisory at wind speeds just a little bit lower. We also know that once we get to wind speeds that are over 35 miles per hour, school buses have a real hard time driving in that. So we're trying to line up our products a little bit more with what the schools are needing from us. And that's part of the communication between us and those decision makers. So they let us know what they need, and we tell them what the weather is going to be. And sometimes it's just easier for us to issue a product based on those more widespread impacts. So when we take the wind and the temperatures into account, then we get the wind chills on top of that too, right? So once we're looking at wind chills below 0 Fahrenheit, that's when we're going to start looking at wind chill advisories, wind chill warnings. Again, it's going to be a little bit lower in the mountains than it would be in the Piedmont. But again, we're not going to, during a winter weather event, we're not going to issue a winter storm warning for 4 inches of snow and then a separate product for -5 wind chills and then a separate product for 40 mile per hour winds. We're going to all roll them into one product and then just outline it there in the text.
And so, Trish, one more thing, and we'll kind of transition out of the warnings. There is a few more that we've not talked about. And that's the ice storm warning. And we've had those occasionally here in the Carolinas. Can you tell us a little bit about that product?
Okay. Well, again, it gets kind of complicated with all these different types of products. But we have a winter storm warning and we have an ice storm warning. The difference is that a winter storm warning is considered, either a mix or a mostly sleet or snow event, whereas an ice storm warning is mostly freezing rain. The difference is, again, in the impacts. When we have snow, we don't have quite as many widespread power outages as we might with a freezing rain event, because the freezing rain is accumulating on the power lines, whereas snow doesn't always accumulate on the power lines. The difference is, like, if we could look back to December of 2018, that was pretty kind of an earlier snow event. So there were still some leaves on the trees that hadn't fallen off. And so we had more widespread and prolonged power outages just because, the leaves were brown, but they hadn't all fallen off. So there are some, again, impact-based issues that we're dealing with there. But freezing rain can often be a bigger hazard for travel than snow can, because if we can get the roads treated for snow, lots of times the road crews can keep up with it. But ice is a totally different beast, because you've got the power lines, you've got the tree issues, you've got bridges and overpasses. Sometimes you can't even walk. Whereas with snow, you get a little bit of traction just based on the snow itself. So ice storms are a slightly different beast. And we're happy we haven't had a big one in a while.
NOAA released their winter weather outlook not too long ago. And it all it takes everything into consideration, the La Nina state that we're in currently, as well as other factors throughout the year. Can you tell us a little bit about that outlook and how it might impact the Carolinas?
Well, the outlook, like you said, it takes a lot of big picture seasonal things into effect. And the outlook is developed by another branch of the National Weather Service called the Climate Prediction Center. And these are folks who are climatologists by training. They have a lot of experience in seasonal forecasting, and they look at all of this stuff and they produce this outlook. Now, for us, partially because we're looking at a La Nina year, We're looking at more likely we're going to have above average temperatures through the winter season and below average precipitation. Now, I want to be clear that that doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. If anybody remembers back in 2011, January of 2011, I mean, here at GSP, we had 6.5 inches that year, and that was a strong La Nina year. So it doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. We actually had somebody call the office and said, well, we're going into a La Nina winter. Does that mean we're not going to have any flooding? No, that doesn't mean that at all. It just means on a seasonal basis, the average temperatures will likely be above normal, and the average precipitation will likely be below normal. But here on the local level, we look out 7 days, and we're forecasting for these high impact weather events. And we're going to issue watches and warnings no matter what the seasonal outlook is, because you could still have an extreme event any time of year.
Very important to consider when we live in the South here that one snowstorm can bring you double your normal snowfall in a year. So even though on average we're likely to see a warm and dry winter, it only takes a 1 week long cold pattern to give you above normal snowfall. So keep that in mind, because what's normal is actually not much. So you can actually get a lot well above normal snowfall for a year just because you got one big snowstorm.
Yep. And it's really important for your viewers, your listeners, to understand that they need to be prepared for all types of high impact weather. Don't take a seasonal outlook of, above normal temperatures, below normal precipitation, and say, I can let my guard down. No. You always need to have an emergency kit ready. You always need to be prepared.
And so, Trish, talking about that, the forecast, it seems like, with tropics, we get a little sector of that. But with winter weather, we get a bigger sector, seeing these fantasy weathercasts that go out 10, 15 days in advance and kind of show these big monster winter storms developing. But honestly, tell us how hard it is to forecast winter weather here, and how those Fantasyland storms that some people like to post, hardly ever verify.
You can find a model run that'll say basically anything you want it to say. And what's the saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day, or even a blind squirrel catches a nut every now and then. So there may be some extreme forecasts out there, and maybe somebody gets lucky and it gets right. But the important thing is for people to rely on trusted sources of weather information. So don't just look at one social media post from Joe Blow out there. Talk to your, you guys have a huge Twitter following, and you guys have reliable sources that you tweet and retweet, whether it's your local favorite TV meteorologist or us here at the National Weather Service. It's really important that people rely on trusted sources of information. And in the end, when it comes to watches and warnings, we in the National Weather Service are congressionally mandated to issue those products. And then we rely on you guys on the media side of things, whether it's TV media or internet media or whatever, to get the word out there to the public. I mean, some people will get it through our website. But our interface is more working with the media and emergency managers. So we really rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. So again, we're the ones that are issuing the watches and warnings, but often it's you guys in the media that are communicating that to the public. So that back and forth interaction is really important. And when it comes down to some random social media post with some random forecast, anybody can be right every once in a while. And a lot of that is just clickbait. They want people to click on them to get likes or followers or whatever. And there's really no point in scaring people with crazy forecasts all the time. Again, go to your reliable, trusted sources of weather information.
Absolutely. Know your meteorologist. If you're finding weather information from someone you don't know who is actually posting it, it's some anonymous type of weather site, you may want to take that with a grain of salt. Exactly. If it's the National Weather Service, a company like the Weather Channel or AccuWeather, or a local meteorologist, those are the ones you can trust, especially if you're hearing the same or similar message from all of them.
Trish, we were talking about that. Obviously, winter weather gets everyone excited. But there's also some aspects here in the Southeast where we could see severe weather in the wintertime. We have seen, severe weather aspects. And even when you mention La Nina, you in the back of your mind, late winter, early spring, you think of potential of an active fire season. So there's other things that we're looking at in the wintertime besides snow, sleet, freezing rain, and high winds.
Yes. We live in a very active portion of the country. We don't really get a break here. There's not really much of a down season. Sometimes October, early November can be kind of quiet. It's actually kind of quiet out there this week. But certainly recently it hasn't been. We've had a lot of rain and some big flooding events. So there's always something that could be happening. So like you said, I mean, winter, we're going into winter weather. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be tornadoes at some point. February 6th of last year, we had a pretty big event back then, or this past year. We had tornadoes back in January of 2020. So tornadoes can happen any time of year. And again, that's why people need to be watching the forecast, be prepared for anything. And you mentioned fire weather. We've been lucky in the fire weather aspect, and that we haven't had much of a fire weather season in the past few years. It's been 2016 since we've had a really big one, and that was a bad one. So, to avoid fire weather, we've got to have a lot of water, right? So you get 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But that is certainly an issue before the leaves start greening up, the big spring green up. As we get into late winter, we still got leaves on the ground. It's not quite as wet anymore. We still got some big wind systems that are coming in that'll continue to dry us out. So yeah, fire weather in the early part of the spring is a big issue. This time of year also, in the late fall, it's also a big issue because all the leaves are falling down. So it's also always important to be monitoring fire weather conditions as well, especially if you need to do some outdoor burning. Check with your local officials to find out if there's a burn ban. Please do not burn a brush pile without checking the forecast. I have personal experience with this. A few years ago, our neighbors did not check the forecast and went to burn a brush pile. And they left, there was one guy there with a tractor to watch it, and it got out of control. And we noticed more and more smoke. We all happened to be home that day. There was more and more smoke coming by our windows. Our baby girl was up taking a nap. And so my husband goes, he looks, and there's a fire in our yard. So we actually had to call 911, and there were 2 different units that had to come out. We had a 2-alarm brush fire around our house. And then they're first concentrating on a propane tank. And, in the heat of the moment, you don't think about it. But looking back, if I had realized that if I had put the 2 and 2 together, fire, propane tank, I would have completely panicked. In that case, they got the fire out, but it could have been a devastating situation because our mulch was on fire. It was very scary. Our little boy was terrified. Little baby slept through it all, but you've just got to be careful. You've got to watch what you're doing and pay attention to the forecast.
So, Trish, what are some of the sensible safety precautions that the public can take? We talk about putting together a kit so that you can be prepared, but what would go into that and really tailored towards winter weather?
Well, it'll depend on what you're doing and what you need to be doing and your life situation. So if you're at home and we have a winter storm warning and you don't need to be anywhere, and hopefully not, you're going to want to have your standard a gallon of water per person per day in case you lose power and can't get water, especially if you're on a well. You're going to want to have any medications. You're going to want to have non-perishable foods, and make sure you have a manual can opener for any cans that you have. You're going to want to have extra blankets and stuff nearby. If you're using something like a kerosene heater or something, or propane gas fireplace or something like that, you need to be aware of carbon monoxide issues and always have a way to vent the carbon monoxide out. And if you've got the best thing is to have a carbon monoxide detector in your house, because that is truly a silent killer. Because people go to sleep and they never wake up. They have no idea, they don't know what happened. So again, have a way to stay warm, have a way to stay fed, and have plenty of water. If you have babies, make sure you have plenty of baby supplies with you. Again, your medications. If you need oxygen or something like that, maybe you need to have some extra supplies with you there. If you have pets, that's another thing. You need to have a way for your pets to have water and food, and maybe bring them inside. Or if you have like farm pets, make sure that they're taken care of. If you need to be out on the road for any reason, if you must be out on the road, we got a lot of first responders that have to be out on the road. make sure you have a bag of kitty litter or ice melt or something like that in your vehicle. Make sure you have an ice scraper. Make sure you have a blanket in case you get stuck. Make sure you have some food and some water. Make sure you have a snow shovel, maybe even. So there's a lot of different things that you can have with you to help you should the worst case situation arise.
And it's important to do that in advance.
Yes.
When, like, for example, current times when the weather's relatively quiet, advanced planning is the key to being ready when things happen, be them a weather disaster or something else. Get ready in advance. That way, for one thing, you can actually secure the supplies. They might be in short supply when we're close to an event and something bad's going to happen, a big snowstorm or whatever. Be ready in advance. And ready.gov is a good place to go and look for other tips for not just weather emergencies, but also other kinds of disasters too, earthquakes and so forth.
Exactly. And always have your phones charged up. Always have these charged. Even if the cell phone networks get clogged up, often text will still work. So if something were to happen and you get stranded, maybe you don't have a cell phone signal, you might be able to still send a text to a family member or something like that and ask them to ask for help for you. But always have your phones charged up. That's a big one too. Especially going into a big event, just keep it plugged in overnight and just have it there. There are lots of like manual battery chargers that you can get. You can get crank chargers, crank radios, and stuff like that. So there's lots of different options out there.
Well, Trish, speaking of winter weather, we'll kind of close with this. For those folks who live in Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, and far northeast Georgia, how can they follow you guys? What's the best way for our followers and listeners to get information from the Weather Service there with winter weather coming up? I know your website, you've got social media.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Well, like you said, our website, weather.gov/GSP for Greenville, Spartanburg, weather.gov/GSP. That's going to have all of our latest information, the most official information. We do have Facebook and Twitter at NWSGSP. Facebook and Twitter, social media is not an official source of warning information, okay? Because sometimes that can go down. Sometimes our meteorologists get overwhelmed and we can't always keep some of that updated. A lot of that auto posts. The other thing is that Facebook algorithms sometimes don't always show you the most recent posts. So we have stopped posting warning information on Facebook because we've had a lot of complaints from people getting old warning information instead of new warning information. So we'll use Facebook more to post precautionary and preparedness activities and actions. And we might use Twitter more for the actual warnings and advisories, those kinds of real-time, what's going on right now situations. We love to get reports from people. We don't know what's happening basically anywhere except outside our office. And we have these little bitty windows. We can't see very far. So it's really important for people to tell us what's going on out there. And that's not just winter. That's all year round. If you see a tree that comes down, let us know. If there's a thunderstorm out there and it's causing, there's flooding on your road, let us know because we don't always know what's going on at the ground. So get out there with a ruler, take a picture of the ruler. Those are the best. If you can take a picture of the ruler in the snow and then tweet it to us at NWSGSP, or if you go to our website, there are places that you can report your weather there. We really, really, really appreciate that information because that helps us to understand what's going on out there so that we can then adjust our thresholds.
That's all good information. Trish, we certainly appreciate you joining us, and fingers crossed. I know I like winter weather. I believe you like winter weather. I know Evan loves winter weather. Frank, I know you've had your winter weather in Pennsylvania, so you might want a little bit of a break. But
yeah, I'll take this La Nina winter. Hopefully it's at least 60 degrees every day for now through March. I'll be fine with that.
But for the rest of us who are wanting winter weather, we hope that we'll get some. And Trish, we thank you and your crew down at GSP for all you do. I know it's been a very busy year, and maybe we can get 1 or 2 winter weather events and then let you guys get a little bit of a break.
Maybe we can. And we really appreciate you guys because, like I said earlier, we really rely on you guys in the media, whatever type of media it is, whether it's television or social media or podcasts and videocasts and all of this stuff. Again, we rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. And we appreciate the efforts that you guys make to help in that regard.
We're honored to do it and honored to help you all out any way we can. And we thank you guys, our followers. Give us a like on this podcast. Let us know if you found this information valuable to you. And be sure to follow GSP on Facebook and Twitter and let them know what you are seeing this winter season. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, Hope you have a great evening, and we will talk to you soon.
Good evening and welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. We have a great panel for you tonight. We are going to be talking about the flood threat against your house, whether you live in a flood zone or not. We have some great material for you tonight that may have you rethink the next time you're looking at your policies. Joining us from Charlotte, Bill McGinty, consumer reporter at WCNC Charlotte. And in full disclosure, I was with him during the day, so I feel like I need to throw that out there as I will be interviewing him in a moment. From WPDE, we have Annette Montgomery, who's a reporter there, who's been doing some local reporting on this topic in their neck of the woods. And we're also joined by April O'Leary of Horry County Rising, and they are involved with this exact topic there along the South Carolina General Coast area. But we'll start more inland with Bill McGinty, who, Bill, just last week, you did a story that kind of tipped this whole thing off to us here at the Carolina Weather Group. So why don't I just have you, the reporter, tell us, in your words, a little bit about what you uncovered here in the Charlotte area.
Yeah. So one of my jobs here in Charlotte is the consumer investigative reporter, and so people email me. I run a franchise called Get McGinty, and if you have a problem, you email me. And so I got this email from this couple, and I actually got the email in the middle of the 4 o'clock news, and he said we're being flooded. Every time it rains, we get flooded, and it never used to happen. We can't figure out why. The city was working on the storm drain system. We're wondering if that maybe had something to do with it or not. So I replied back and said, just send me a couple of photos if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to see what you're talking about. He sent me back some photos. And when I looked at the photo, I said, I'll be out there first thing tomorrow morning. He showed me, he's got a townhouse, a 3-story townhouse, and the bottom floor of his finished townhouse was completely underwater, above the fireplace. And I said, this is from a rainstorm? I mean, this looks like a river came up. He said, it comes up and then it goes away. And as long as the rainstorm lasts, his point was that if we get 3 inches of rain over 3 days, not a problem. But if we get 3 inches of rain in an hour, huge problem. So it's basically a flash flooding issue. And so one of the things we were able to do was get a hold of the city of Charlotte, which told him they'd look into this sometime about 2021, before they actually would drill down on this and figure out what the exact problem was. And they gave him, I don't want to say the runaround, but for lack of a better word, the answer wasn't good enough for him, which is why he reached out to me. I reached out to the city. I sent them some of his home video that he took, on his iPhone. I sent some of the pictures, and I said, this is unacceptable. He can't live like this. This is his home. And so within a week, they had some digging equipment out there, and what they found was a couple of blockages in those pipes. And so just before we came on, and I mean literally just before we came on, within the last half hour, I got a text from him. They got some rain here in Mecklenburg County tonight, and he said, so far so good, fingers crossed, we haven't flooded. So maybe the blockage was the issue, maybe not. It's going to take a couple of more rainfalls before we know for sure. So I'm crossing my fingers that maybe we have solved this issue. But the bigger issue is his homeowner's insurance isn't going to cover this because this was considered rising water. And I don't care whether you live next to a creek, you live near a drainage ditch, you live alongside a river. If you have water come up from anywhere and it comes into your home, that is considered a flood, and that is not covered by your typical homeowner's insurance policy. If in a hurricane, which I used to live in Florida, so if in a hurricane, the roof blows off the home and you get a ton of water in, okay, that's water damage, and that is not flood damage. Rising water is water that comes in through the doors, through the garage, things like that. And that is a federal policy that you have to have. That is a completely separate policy other than your homeowner's insurance policy. I don't think, a lot of people know that, and I don't think a lot of people understand the risk they have to their home through rising water. Most people say, I'm not in a floodplain, I don't have to worry about it. I've seen plenty of those people, and I've covered plenty of those stories where they stand there scratching their heads wondering, what am I going to do now? Because their homeowner's insurance says, sorry, this isn't covered.
Well, that's some good update, though. A little breaking news there. That at least today it didn't flood, and as we're recording this on Monday night, I'm looking over here at the Mecklenburg FIN system, the Flood Information and Notification System, and they had just shy of about an inch of rain there in Mecklenburg.
So let me set it up, James, if you wouldn't mind. Let me, I talked about the rising water coming into his home, and you'll see it if we show some pictures and video here. But the bottom line is his townhome, if you can imagine this, runs this way, but the back of his town, the driveway runs down. And so you've got 4 townhomes, and the first one up at the street level is street level. But his is higher because the driveway slopes down in the back. And of course, because the driveway slopes down, you need a couple of grates down there that lead to rain runoff. And that's what was backing up. And it, of course, backs up to the lowest point, and the water came into his house. So I don't want to lead people to believe it came in from the street. It actually came in from the 2 grates that were in his driveway. But because he was down at the lowest point, water came up there.
And the grates are on private property, but are connected to city-owned drainage?
Yep. It's a stormwater drain. But think of what's out in your street. If you go out and you look at your street and you see those grates in the corners of the streets, that's a storm drain. And that's basically what he had, but flat in his driveway.
And people will probably know from looking at those, you'll sometimes see the little placard on them that says, do not drain liquid oil and such down into those, because they're connected to the streams and the creeks and the waterway.
100%.
Which in Mecklenburg County, as I think a lot of other places, but especially here in Mecklenburg County where we have the urban development, all of that infrastructure is needed for anyone who doesn't live here to drain off into our nearby creeks in order to keep that water flowing, ideally away from your house.
Ideally.
The gentleman you talked with, in terms of repayment, is the city offering anything in terms of mitigating this flood damage to his home?
Well, that's the next part of the story. Step number 1 was to get the flooding stopped, and to get them out there and to dig into the ground and find out what was the problem. Was it a blockage? Was it pipes that were too big flowing into a pipe that was too small and it just couldn't handle it, backed it up? So step number 1 was getting the flooding stopped. But to answer your question, that's where the lawyers get involved, and that's where the city's legal department gets involved. And they're having conversations with him that right now I'm not privy to. But, in my experience, and I'm just cutting him out of it, but in my experience over 31 years, watching people wait for repayment from some kind of a government entity, I'd say it's about 50-50 as to whether you're made whole or not. Can the city be held liable for the first flood because they didn't know there was a blockage? Should they have known? It's what did you know and when did you know it? And so as soon as they were alerted to the fact that there was a problem, okay, now maybe they didn't act swift enough, and maybe there's a lawyer, his lawyer, that will make a compelling argument enough to say, hey, wait a minute, we alerted you that there's a problem. So that's where it gets sort of tricky, James, is that what are they really responsible for? The first flood or the following 7? And that's a good question. And, I'm looking forward to following it. I'm curious to see where it's going to go. But all of it could have been avoided in terms of waiting for the city to reimburse and whatnot if there'd been a flood policy.
It really struck me. When I first heard this story pitched, I thought, he must live along a river or a creek or a stream, and he doesn't.
Nope. Yeah. Right in the middle of the city.
Bill, I want to come back to you in a few minutes because I know there's some more that you have to share, tips and tricks for folks wherever they live, things for them to consider on their homes. I want to bring in Scotty Powell, who's going to expand the scope and continue our conversation.
Yeah, thank you, James. Much like the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area, another metropolitan area that's really growing a lot of urban development is the Horry County area. That's Myrtle Beach, Conway, South Carolina. Tonight we have Annette Montgomery and April O'Leary with us. Annette, you cover this story a lot for WPDE. I came across some of your reports there. You guys see flooding maybe a little bit different than what Bill was talking about. Obviously, flash flooding, a big concern. But a big concern for you all in Horry County is when we see these heavy rain events occur. And this doesn't necessarily have to be tropical rains or tropical storm activity. This could just be heavy rain that's developed over North Carolina, anywhere between 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, and it kind of travels down the river system. Annette, you unfortunately have been covering these stories of folks who've been affected by also this water runoff and affecting many homes and many communities that are being flooded.
Yes, I actually know a lot of homeowners that are selling their homes just simply because of the flooding. I actually did a story last week with a woman who she moved into the house less than a year ago and wasn't told by the owners that it floods just from small rain events. And she said it's flooded so many times since she's been there that she wants to move closer to the beach, which is insane because where she lives is a lot further, but it seems like this community keeps seeing flood events. And the unfortunate thing, like Bill was saying, is that she doesn't have flood insurance and she bought this home with inheritance money. So she says she really feels like she's at her wit's end. And the county's telling her that, to wait for this buyout program, but she knows she's not going to get 100% of the value of her home. So she says, she feels like she's going to lose a lot of money, but she doesn't have another option at this point. And I've covered so many stories with similar families. Just another man, he's selling his home. But the concern that people have is when their homes flood, it's sewage water, it's things like that that's also in the water. So they're just very concerned for their overall health and their safety. So that's another huge portion that people might not realize, that these people are very concerned for their health as well.
And Nat, correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't just one community. There's several communities throughout Horry County that's experiencing this. Seeing a lot of videos out of the Socastee area, places like that are really experiencing this. We just went through a primary. I know that was a big topic of discussion among the city council and county commissioners. What did they have to say about this as a lot of their constituents are facing this flooding threat, it seems, almost every month?
Yes. Just last week, I spoke with County Councilman Cam Crawford, and he tells me right now city leaders are looking into, and county leaders are looking into this relocation program, but they're waiting on money from HUD. So currently right now, it's a federal government concern that they're waiting on in terms of money to get to the county. But he said the only solution they're looking at right now is the relocation program, which buys out these homeowners. And a lot of them that I spoke with say that that's a huge concern for them because they don't want to be bought out, not at the market value of their homes. But that's the most immediate solution they're looking at right now.
I want to get to April in just a second, but as Bill was talking about, Charlotte, a big metropolitan area, a lot of construction, a lot of concrete, asphalt, things like that, not a lot of drainage. Horry County also experiencing kind of a big boom, a lot of folks, businesses, housing developments moving into that area. So is that playing a factor into this flooding as well?
Definitely development, and I know April's probably going to speak to this too, but definitely a huge, huge, huge concern for a lot of the people living here is that a lot of these homes and developments are being built on wetlands. And a lot of these people that are moving from these other areas to Horry County, just like the woman I spoke with, I think she was from like New Jersey, they don't know about the flooding here and they don't know about the wetlands and how bad flooding happens just from rainfall. So a huge, huge, huge portion here and a huge thing that people focus on when they're speaking to these county councilmen is that, development cannot happen on wetlands. And that's something that happens quite frequently. I know I probably talked about what April's going to speak about, but yeah, that's a huge, huge, huge concern, development.
Well, April, I want to bring you in. You run Horry County Rising, and this is a nonprofit group. I want to say you're out in the field. I've been following your Facebook page. I've followed the pictures and the videos. You're actually out there with the folks who are being affected by this day in and day out with your rain boots on, high water, kayaking. I've seen a lot of things going on. Tell us about Horry County Rising and just kind of tell us some of the stories that you hear day to day.
Well, thank you so much. And thanks for not forgetting about families affected by flooding, especially to Bill helping to work with that family. That's a great model that I like to see in the media moving forward. But yeah, I flooded in Hurricane Florence. And prior to that was working in clean water protections. And I decided that I really thought that I could make a difference around flood mitigation and making sure our communities are more sustainable. Kind of seeing the trends and seeing the historical trends, both leading to loss of life, but also an increase in damages. And so I quit my position and created Horry County Rising. We are a social welfare organization trying to work with this vulnerable population around flood mitigation, but also trying to propel the government to have a plan. We really believe that there's some good components of a good flood plan, and we're really frustrated and concerned at this point, given that this is such a significant hazard mitigation issue, but also a public health concern, that we really need to have a plan that kind of defines what our priority projects are, a timeline for how to fulfill those, a funding source, a responsible entity, and really trying to explore all of the options that we have available to help reduce that exposure and reduce the catastrophic damages caused by flooding. And so, yes, we actually flooded twice this year. We flooded in February, and we also flooded in the first week of June. The last flood event is a community that actually was just built within the last 15 years. So, we're essentially very concerned about future land use because we're seeing more and more homes flood. And we were really hoping that we purchase a product that can sustain a 30-year mortgage. And maybe even possibly sustain families and generations of families. And what we're seeing is we're not even getting halfway there to that 30-year mortgage, that these homes that were just constructed 15 years ago on the ICW continue to flood, continue to be rebuilt, resold to another unsuspecting homeowner. So we see these homeowners, particularly around the Atlantic Intercoastal Waterway, repeatedly flood in the 4 or 5 times in the last 5 years. But we also are impacted by these significant riverine floods as well. So that's, events like Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence, where we saw historical river crests. Hurricane Matthew broke Hurricane Florence's record level by 3.21 feet. It was the largest, most historical flooding event to hit this area. We've been fortunate. We haven't had too many storm surge impacts as of late, but we certainly do see concerns with flash flooding, much like you talked about earlier, Bill, where our infrastructure is aging. It was based on this assumption that we would have consistent historical rainfall trends, and naturally these really significant events, these high peak rainfall events, contribute to those flash flooding impacts, and we see damages as a result of that as well.
April, obviously not mention any of the families that you work with, but just some of their stories. Can you tell us a few of those? I mean, I don't live near the coast, and I know coastal areas always hurricane threats there. We experience flooding up here in Western North Carolina, but we don't experience it like you guys do. I mean, it's just a constant, like you said, already 2 times this year, not counting all the previous years. What's their stories like? What are they telling you? I mean, I know you're the advocate for them, that you're going out and trying to spread the word. So what do you hear from these families?
The first initial response, I think, to any kind of catastrophic flood event is, how do I control this water? But, we're really trying to focus and shift that perspective and really kind of explain that this isn't a water issue. So to speak. Yes, we're seeing high peak rainfall events, more flooding, obviously as a result of rainfall events being more frequent and more intense. But, this is a people problem. It's just a flood if there's no capital investment in that area. We won't see catastrophic damages. So it's really about understanding what your exposure is and understanding what your risk is, and doing all you can to mitigate that risk and reduce that risk. Annette touched on it. A lot of families, we have about 80 families that are interested in that flood mitigation buyout project that should be available, but we're competing with 10 other counties, and there's only 35 million. So we're going to have a serious unmet housing crisis in the middle of a huge growth and population boom. So a lot of this is just really smart future land use. I also think we're a particularly vulnerable county, so we're among the top 5 hazardous counties. we should probably exceed those federal standards and those regulations, given that we're particularly vulnerable to flooding. We have a 100% probability of flooding if we get a hurricane, as indicated just with a tropical storm that we recently had. So, these families are particularly very vulnerable. We see a lot of financial stress. They lose their financial viability. So families that are typically getting ready to retire, or maybe just bought their last forever home and in retirement, that are on fixed incomes, or flooding. They just bought their homes again, within 15 years, and, they're being impacted every year at this point. So there's a lot of real concern about that vulnerability and, how that really decreases a family's financial viability, and there's very few options. Obviously, protecting yourself and buying flood insurance is critical. You can flood from a tree or a beaver or a stormwater issue, or, Eastern Carolina getting 8 inches of rain. So, at this point, it's really crucial that we do all we can to educate the community about these issues, but also work with our elected leaders and our government to really take this very seriously and, do real common sense approach, like have a plan.
Annette, one more question for you. You had an article or a news story out last week, June the 15th. Some flooded homeowners in the Socastee area actually planned a protest to make their voices being heard to officials. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I spoke with one of the women who helped organize the protest, and what she basically told me is these homeowners...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Tired of flooding and tired of, elected officials telling them that they're doing studies, and nothing is being done. So they said, they're doing this to make their voices heard. And I know April could probably speak to that as well. A lot of them they just said this is their last resort. They feel like they've spoken to county council members, they've spoken to elected officials, and they just feel like enough is enough. So they said they're going to bring out some of their flooded items and have them laid out for people to see. And this is just to have officials really see how these people are being affected and what it's doing to them emotionally and physically, their stuff. So it's July 6th at 8 a.m. in front of the Horry County Courthouse, in case anyone wants to go. But yeah, I'm glad that, they're doing this. I think it's important.
Well, Scotty, I think that we would be remiss if Jared and I didn't also hop into this conversation and talk about Charleston. I can see it. I can see Jared cracking a smile every time you guys mention street flooding, because living in downtown Charleston, this is also an issue that we face regularly, at least once every couple of months. And it just like I said, it's a combination of water table issues, salt water getting into the pipes, as well as just freshwater flooding. So it's kind of a combination of everything, and blockages and sewers, and just it's a mess. But there's a real social problem where if you drive around downtown, you'll notice a distinct difference between higher and lower income portions of the area. A lot of the higher income areas in these homes, they're well off the ground. They're at least 5 feet above street level. Versus if you go to the lower income areas, a lot of these homes are literally sitting on at street level. And both areas typically flood in heavy rain events. But unfortunately, one area sees significantly more damage than the other, just because of the way that the infrastructure is in that portion of downtown. So everyone has a plan. When the heavy rain starts, people start coming out and laying out sandbags. And that shouldn't have to be where we go to every time we have a thunderstorm, but unfortunately it is. It's a very serious problem. And Jared, you've had a little bit more experience in Charleston, and you certainly run the weather page that deals with all of the reports. So I'll let you jump in here as well.
Yeah, I mean, for historical reference, I used to live on Evans Street a lifetime ago, and I know that sewage water well. I know wading through that. I know losing a car to it almost, and so there's real property damage that happens, and much as what y'all are seeing in Horry County, we're seeing the same thing in Charleston. We have people building on wetlands. We have people building in places where they shouldn't be, and now we have new flood hotspots coming up. Meeting in Hugie Street used to never flood. Used to be it was a clean getaway. That was an escape route from downtown when many other arteries were closed. And now it's got the same problems. You're building right at the base of the Ravenel Bridge there, and now it floods. And that's just within the last year kind of thing. And Then it gets up 6.7, 6.8 feet, and it, floods all around the low-income housing right around the Citadel. And it's just like, and this happens, there's, no advisories, nothing like that, and, you get a coastal flood statement at 6.8 feet because it doesn't affect a large enough area, but it affects those people. And so, we've got, Evan is dead on when he said we have an inequality issue when it comes to this. And suffice to say, these problems that you're seeing there are endemic up and down the coast. You have, and you can't help but wonder, there's been scuttlebutt in Charleston about them just not insuring these places anymore. Mm-hmm. and that is when you're going to finally start to see some change, because when they won't insure them anymore, then you'll start, then people will be rethinking their views. We've got, we've got a major issue. It's just a tide, just a thunderstorm. We had a thunderstorm about a month or so ago. We had a thunderstorm set up just off the coast. Sold out a little bit, had a water spout with it, but the problem is on the north side of that storm, the rainfall rates have become so enhanced, it rained 5 inches in an hour. Wow. We're seeing more and more of those kinds of events. The Army Corps of Engineers is studying a seawall. They're gonna build a wall in the Battery, make the floodwaters pay for it, I guess. I don't know. But it's like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but that's not going to solve the problem, as Evan said, of the water coming up through the drains. And then you have the water coming up through the drains, so we have these things called check valves. And when the tide hits a certain height, check valve kind of clutches and fills the drain, and then no water comes in. But what if it rains on top of it? Then that has nowhere to go. So when you're trying to fight the laws of physics, generally speaking, it's not going to go well for you. And we're learning some very expensive lessons in Charleston right now. I mean, they're pumping millions and millions and millions of dollars into this, but sea level keeps going up. We keep getting these heavy rain events. I mean, us, Charleston, Beaufort, those areas, Horry County, Myrtle Beach area, all the way up, Wilmington, we've got problems. I mean, we've got big, big problems.
I don't know if people who listen to this show on a regular basis are thinking, I haven't heard Jared that much in like a year. Jared is really passionate about this, and some great points there, Jared. And that's what I was. I don't know, Jared, if in the years we've been doing this show, I've ever seen you that fired up.
I love it.
It's a big problem, and it's a big problem. It's just one of those things. It's just so self-inflicted, and it just keeps happening. It's like, that's not cool, man. That's not cool. I'll shut up now.
April, in this cycle of proposing, planning, and building, and we loop around again, in your experience, where do we start the problem solving? At what point in this cyclical wheel?
Your backyard, right? So you want to have a backyard perspective. You want to pay attention to your county planning commission. You want to review future land use projects. You want to educate yourself about the special flood hazard areas. You want to make sure you speak up, whatever district you live in, and work with your elected official and let them know your concerns about whether that project will increase flood risk or exposure. And I think, making sure you take advantage of public input opportunities at a council level. And then I also think, there's so much value in coming together. Like Horry County Rising really takes care of our own. And we provide a forum, but also a support network. So we're all learning from each other. And I think there's just something so powerful about that, because, every day we're growing and growing, and we're learning more and more. And, we took it from, just 80 people to 25,000 in 1 year. So I'm really optimistic. I have a lot of hope. And I think it's really important that when you're in this line of work, that you can remain hopeful and be optimistic. But I think it's really important to look at this from a vulnerability perspective and really make sure that we critically look at some of those socioeconomic vulnerabilities and make sure that whatever decisions that we make, that they are benefiting our socioeconomic factors and communities. So that piece is really crucial. And obviously trying to overcome those deficits. There's not enough money. We're always going to have more need than we do funding and resources. So partnerships and engaging with other stakeholders like all of you is really critical, and being engaged is critical.
Bill, I want to bring you back into the conversation because at the start of our program tonight, you were telling us about a gentleman here in Mecklenburg County who fell victim to urban flash flooding. You know that I recently bought a house, and when we bought our house, I looked at it, it's atop a hill, and water should flow away. But tell me, Bill, what other things as a homeowner do I and all of the other homeowners out there need to be considering to put ourselves in the best position we possibly can?
All right. First of all, let me apologize for my lighting because it got dark on me. I'm outside.
I'm just glad you're enjoying the beautiful Carolina weather.
Yeah, I'm not telling those stories, although it may look like it. But okay, so I don't care where you are. You should entertain the idea of a flood policy. They are not that expensive, and I will tell you, it's the first thing people tend to cut out of their budget. Now, I'm going to circle back around to something I think it was Scotty said before about when are they just not going to insure? Well, you know what? People need mortgages to buy some of these places. And so if insurance won't insure it, then you can't buy it. And so I think he raised a very good point there, that when insurance gets tired of paying for these bailouts and gets tired of, we used to say the same thing. When are these people along the beach going to quit building homes along the beach? When we know this area gets hit by hurricanes all the time. Well, they're going to keep rebuilding as long as insurance pays for them to rebuild. And so it's sort of the same problem here. I lived in Tampa. I lived in flood zone 3, so I lived at the very top of Tampa Bay, literally the bay. And so I was in flood zone 3, which meant A, B, C, so C. I was not going to flood. It had to get like 2 miles inland. But a Category 4 hurricane would push that water inland, no problem. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to be proactive. I was young. I had flood insurance. But as soon as our firstborn came along, I thought, all right, I got to slash the budget. What's going to go? And it was my $200 a year flood policy that went. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to need it. And as it turns out, I didn't need it, but I rolled the dice. And now that I'm older and wiser, I would tell people that even if your real estate agent who's trying to sell you something, or the buyer who is trying to sell you something tells you you don't need a flood policy, don't listen to them. You make that decision as to whether or not you need a flood policy. I've got a creek nearby here where I just bought this house a few months ago. I don't think it's anywhere near anything I need to worry about, but I'm going to get a flood policy. It's just good protection. I think as long as people want to live near the water, and Charleston is a beautiful area, you know what? People are going to continue to build near the water because it's tax revenue. It's a lot of money for the county and for the city. And so to put up those opulent properties and then sell them for mega bucks, you bet. They're not going to be around when the floods come up, but they're going to have their hand out when they want the tax revenue. So I think as long as people are willing to buy those properties and live in those areas, even with the risk, they're going to continue to do it. It's not anything that's going to go away anytime soon. The only thing you can do to mitigate this for yourself is to buy a federal flood insurance policy, and it's under $200 a year. Now, if you live right on the coast, it might be more, but I'm talking for myself here in Mecklenburg County. It's somewhere between $100 and $200. The other thing that April and I think both of you mentioned is that these homeowners that are selling these properties to people, knowing that they flood, not disclosing that, I mean, that's a legal issue right there. Now, if your home's flooded, what am I going to do? Fix my house, or am I going to file a lawsuit against the former owner? It comes down to how much resources do you have? How much money do you have in the bank, and where do you want to put those resources? A lot of people would just choose to fix the home and then get out of it again. But, you just really can't rely on. You should be able to, the seller and the real estate agents involved, but you have to protect yourself. And the only way, again, going back to, is a flood insurance policy.
Are there different tiers or different versions of this flood insurance that different people should be considering?
Yeah, I'm not in the insurance business, so I won't pretend like I am. But having looked at a lot of insurance policies over the years, just through the eyes of a consumer reporter, yes, there are. If you live along the coast, you're going to pay a higher premium to live there, and a lot of people are willing to do that. But if you live inland, if you live just anywhere near a creek or a river, and I'm not saying so that you have riverfront property, but if you live anywhere near it, and I think it's reasonable to ask, what's the 500-year flood plan? Most people don't think, 500 years, that'll never happen. Well, look what's happened just in the last few years.
Yeah. And I know here in Mecklenburg, and I can't speak for Horry County or any other municipality in the Carolinas because I think it varies. There are maps out there that hopefully you can get your hands on. You can here in Mecklenburg. You can go on to, I want to say county, could have been city.
Yeah, yep.
And
your
you
county
can see.
And city government. Yep. They'll make it all available to you, and you have to then take the ball and put it in your court and decide whether or not you want to spend a couple $100 a year for a flood policy. And it is worth it. It is worth it. And I'm going to be getting one here. We just moved in here a few months ago, and we're coming into the rainy season now. It is definitely something that is worthwhile.
I know when we bought our house, I looked at that map, and we were clear of the 500-year flood plain for the nearby creek. But I think after tonight's conversation, I'm going to take another look at that because it's not out of the question. And the thing that is striking to me that is timely to this conversation, just in the past few days during their regular coronavirus briefing, you had North Carolina state officials coming out and reminding folks that they can still sign up for hurricane relief programs. Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence. These storms are over 2 years ago, and folks are still needing help to clean up. I don't have to tell you that if you're watching or listening to the show and you're in that position, but I will say it's easy for me here in Charlotte to forget that there are still communities trying to clean up from those storms, those floods, more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, Jane, let me throw one more point and a lot of people think that, you know what, I'll just wait till I see a storm coming and then I'll get the policy. But a lot of these policies have exclusions, and sometimes they won't write 30 days before a storm. Now, nobody knows 30 days out when there's going to be a storm, but it isn't something that you should sit on your hands. If you're even thinking about it, you shouldn't wait, because a lot of insurance companies will not write policies the minute your area goes into a hurricane watch or a hurricane warning, or even a flood watch or a flood warning, or if rain's expected heavy and the meteorologist is saying, hey, I think there might, look for a flood watch. The insurance companies are going to use whatever they can to not pay you, down the road if they could. That's how they make money. That's their business model. They don't really want to pay out. And so you can't sit on your hands and wait for the radar to start spinning counterclockwise before you decide you want to do something. At that point, it's too late. You just got to hope for the best.
It reminds me of life insurance. We got life insurance after my son was born, and I think it had at least a 14-day, if not a 30-day kind of waiting period.
Yep.
I want to give each one of you a chance to tell us where we can find you or your organization on social so we can stay informed. But I also want to ask if there's anything else that maybe we forgot to ask or we didn't ask that you wanted to get out there. And I'll start with Bill on both of those points. Bill, how can we follow you on social and get updates on this and other stories like
that? The best way to follow me on social is I have a Facebook page that is station branded WCNC Bill McGinty. I put consumer stories on there and consumer advice from time to time. I'm not super active on social, but I should be. James, I see you grinning there.
Well, he will be. Don't worry.
Yeah, right. But you can also find, my consumer reports on WCNC.com. I just made up for it right there, James. WCNC.com and our WCNC Facebook page. They take a lot of the content as well. But I just think that it's better to tell your friends and family members if they live anywhere near a body of water that they at least investigate a flood policy. You might be surprised how cheap it is, and it's one of those things. It's like life insurance. You don't And I had a family member that needed the life insurance after signing up for it. And you know what? It made all the difference in the world in terms of childcare and things like that going forward. So, I know we hate paying those premiums, but boy, I'll tell you, when you see rising water coming up, you're going to be darn glad you did.
And I think those are some good takeaways, Bill, because I hadn't thought about that waiting period for the flood insurance. And we are just into the start of hurricane season with four tropical cyclones thus far here in the Atlantic Basin. Annette, how can we follow you?
You can follow me on Twitter at AnnetteMTV and then Facebook at Annette Montgomery WPDE. And like Bill said, I'm going to brand my station, WPD.com. You can find my stories there as well.
Right? Hey, you got to plug them, right? You got
Making a lot of bosses happy.
That's right.
April?
We have a Facebook group called Horry County Rising. Our website is horrycountyrising.com. And the only thing I just wanted to add was I just wanted to thank you all for doing this today because, these families, your home is supposed to be your sanctuary and where you feel safe. And these families lose that after you flood. And so I think the more we can keep having this conversation, the better. So thank you so much.
And we appreciate you all and your time tonight and your expertise in joining us here on the Carolina Weather Group. And we'll remind folks at home that if you're dealing with an issue or have something on your mind that's weather related, you can always hit us up here at the Carolina Weather Group. Or if you're in any one of these areas and you need to get McGinty or Annette, we need to come up with, do you have a franchisee name yet? We need to come up with one. If you need to get Annette, you can do that as well too, to have them help you out in some of these situations. So on behalf of the Carolina Weather Group with Jared in Charleston and Evan physically sitting in Asheville, but with Charleston in his heart, and Scotty Powell in the mountains, I'm James Brierton. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you back here next week for another edition of the Carolina Weather
Group. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 1st, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We hope that you're doing well on this Wednesday evening, hoping that you and your family are safe and sound during these crazy times that we're experiencing, and that's kind of the topic of tonight. We're going to be talking about coronavirus, COVID-19, and weather. We still have weather going on during this crazy time that we're experiencing throughout the country. And in fact, tonight, we're going to be talking to Ryan Vaughn, who was covering a EF3 tornado that struck in Jonesboro, Arkansas, this past weekend. So we're looking forward to that. We are streaming live right now on our many streaming platforms. So if you'd like to interact with us tonight during the conversation, just drop a comment in the Facebook Live or the Twitch or Periscope link, and we will monitor those throughout the show. And James, I'm going to toss it off to you because you have been working from home for the past couple of weeks, and we're starting to see more and more people work from home, and so I know it's been a crazy time for you and everyone involved in TV media.
It's been a very interesting time indeed, Scotty, because everyone has kind of moved very quickly, whether they liked it or not, real fast into the cutting-edge technology of 2020. Everyone suddenly knows what Zoom conference is. It wasn't but 3 weeks ago when we would be booking guests for the show saying, hey, we're going to send you a link to a Zoom conference, and then had to proceed to explain what Zoom conference is. We do not have to do that anymore with so many folks using Zoom conference or similar products. So we're going to be talking to Ryan here in just a moment about his experience this weekend with him and his team covering a very severe and significant incident in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We also have Brad Panovich on with us tonight from WCNC Charlotte, who is very comfortable in his home studio. You've seen his weather video blogs many a times, and now that is his TV space as well, too. And we're also going to be talking with somebody here in Mecklenburg County who does some paramedic work about what this means, the coronavirus means for their line of work, too, because, as Scotty mentioned, the weather is still continuing to happen. We had a line of storms roll through South Carolina yesterday, prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Charleston area. Luckily, we didn't have any tornado warnings to account of, despite having a tornado watch, but it was a much different story this past weekend in Arkansas. Let's bring in Ryan. You were actually working from home, and you had your other meteorologists back in the station. Just bring everybody up to speed if they're not familiar with what took place this past weekend.
Okay, so typically in a severe weather situation, we would all be in the studio. We were going into this, we were low wind severe weather threat. We knew tornadoes weren't out of the realm of possibility, but we were kind of thinking gusty winds, and I think everybody, even the Storm Prediction Center, kind of had northern Illinois pegged for the hot spot. Well, tornado warning comes out for one of our southern counties. And we had already kind of discussed that, okay, in the interest of social distancing, and we were already kind of playing that that role already was already kind of unfolding. I said, well, we've got a solid system here. How about I go here and you guys stay back there, and we wouldn't be there, and hopefully we wouldn't go into long form programming. And so the tornado warning came out for Woodruff County a little bit after 4:00. And at that point, you could draw a line and see that there was a chance that this was going to come into Jonesboro.
We have some video from your coverage. We're going to pop up here in a double box.
Oh, man.
Walk us through. This must be the moment that tornadic cell started producing in Jonesboro, if I'm correct.
Hold on one second. I just now lost. There we go. I'm back, I think. Yeah, that's this is where it was producing here. So what was going on? Zach Holder is in front of the chroma key wall, and we had already at this point had a pretty large tornado out of Jackson County. So we were watching this one pretty close, and the meso was going right over town, and we really just started getting some indication that it was cycling. And sure enough, we were concerned that it was going to, if it cycled through and it...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Jonesboro, and you see what unfolds here now. For Zach, he's in his 20s. He hasn't covered a ton of tornadic storms, especially like that in front of a weather camera. He did spectacular Aaron Castleberry. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was his first severe weather event ever covering broadcast wise. So it was hard to not get emotional. I've lived here almost 20 years, and outside of a couple years, I lived in Alabama, and to watch that go through the town that you've forecast for and covered for so many years, it was tough to kind of hold the emotions back on that one.
I want to ask
Brian,
you. Go ahead, Ricky.
I was going to say, talk about having to work with the delay and the live view delay or the TVU delay, and being able to hear Zach and the folks in the studio at the same time.
Yeah, that was tough. I learned some lessons. We had the delay, and stepping on each other and things like that was a little bit of an issue because when you're in severe weather coverage, you speak in half sentences. You can be sitting there talking about, okay, guys, this tornado is coming for, and you'll stop, and you're thinking they're done, and you step in. And so there was a little bit of an issue there in the middle of that also. So while we're all going through that, Southwest Power Authority feeds Jonesboro and Paragould. So even though I was 19 miles to the north, when they started taking power hits, I started taking power hits. So I lost programming. I lost what they were seeing, and then also was losing access to Max. So I had Max 1 up in here. They were using Max 2. Then they lost Max 2, so they needed access to Max 1. So after I lost programming, after I lost ability to have Max, and they needed it anyways, that is when I grabbed my phone, grabbed my laptop, and that's when I went out chasing, if you saw the coverage afterwards.
Ryan, previous to this weekend, had you ever done live TV from home?
Oh, live television yet from home? Yes, that past Thursday we had done all shows. We were kind of dabbling. We're going, okay, do we want to do this completely from home? Do we not? And so Thursday was a beautiful day. Zach was back at the studio, and so we did that. I went live from my backyard, and it went great. Everything went great. And so that's kind of where we were going into this, going, okay, this could work. I will say there was another time about 2 years ago. We had a just random tornado warning. No watch. I'm not even sure if we were in an outlook. Random tornado warning. Didn't produce a tornado, but it was about 2:00 in the morning, and master control calls. And of course, my weather radio and everything's going off. And I told them, I said, I don't have time to make it to the station. So I pulled Max up in my office and I said, hot up the phone. I'm controlling Max. I'll talk over it. And we did it then. So, I had done that one other time and no one really even knew then that I was at home. I just talked over it, went through about 30 minutes of a tornado warning, and that was done.
Hey, Ryan, looking at the weather outlook from last week, it looked like the severe weather was going to be maybe in Illinois area. How did you and your team go about preparing for this with, trying to keep as minimum people in the studio? What was the preparation like for the days leading up to the tornado on Saturday?
Well, we were going into anytime we have that we think there will be watches, warnings, or advisories, we mark that on the 7-day forecast as red. And we do certain things like put social media graphics out there specifically for social media. So we were ramping it up. We knew the possibility was there. Of course, you look at it. If that had been over an open field, yeah, it would be a big deal, but not this big of a deal. We knew the possibility was there for tornadoes. But not enough to risk everybody being in the same studio together. If that makes any sense. That morning, I can remember Zach, we kind of have like a little group chat going on with text messages. And I can remember that morning, Zach goes, I'm getting a little concerned about the tornado threat on this also. So, we knew it didn't sneak up on us, but it was still kind of a low end deal. We put a medium risk out a little bit farther down to the south into southeast Missouri. But it still didn't play out exactly like I think anybody thought.
I think one of the remarkable things about this was being able to show the images live. Talk about your camera network and how valuable being able to see that. Because I was watching it on radar in real time. I'll tell you what, if I didn't have that camera at the same time, I would have thought for sure it was producing it on the ground, but it wasn't yet.
No, it wasn't. I kind of thought that also when we have 8 cameras. I think 9 cameras across our viewing area. And that goes back to, that's a James Spann thing. I worked for 2 years down in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course got to know all the stations down in that area. And, James was really big on cameras back then. And it did just make sense. It's like, man, if you can get eyeballs in every single county, especially when you live in as flat of an area as we are in, it's going to be really hard for a tornado to sneak by us. So we have several cameras in Jonesboro. We have some to the west down in Batesville. We've got some up here in Paragould. I say some, one in Paragould, one up in Pocahontas, one in Walnut Ridge. We've got almost every county around us covered. Now after this, I want 2 or 3 more. But I've always been a big fan of cameras. This is actually our second tornado in about a year that we've caught on camera. So, and the other one was heading right from my house also. So.
Ryan, you talked a moment ago about the emotional impact of being able to see this tornado. Is that one of the roles that the Skycam network plays as opposed to just colorful imagery on radar?
Well, I had so many people. One thing that I always do is I go out to the damage path as soon as possible afterwards. And that night and that next day, over and over again, people said, man, we watched it and we knew it was serious. You can say all day long until you're blue in the face, hey, this tornado's on the ground, this tornado's on the, you can tell them, and they're still going to run out there and look at it. But showing it like that, everybody was taking cover. You're not going to be out looking about for it.
You also, as you just mentioned, went down to look at the tornado path after the storm. And you mentioned on James Spann's Weather Brains earlier in the week that that's one of the things you do. You are actually a community responder. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having that dual role that you play as both a broadcast meteorologist and a community responder.
Yeah, I'm part of the rescue squad here in the county that I'm in. So if you listen to the coverage, at one point I turn on the radio and I'm trying to communicate to our guys and emergency management and dispatch in this area. And then I was thinking, as we were driving down there, my son was going with me. And he said, are you going to put your turnouts on when you get down there? And turnouts, if you're not familiar with that, that's all of your gear that you put on when you start to get in the rescue and extrication for vehicles or rescue of tornadoes. And I really, for the first time, was thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I getting down here and I'm helping with rescue? Am I getting down here and telling the story of the tornado aftermath? Am I doing a little bit of both? So I was confused. It was one of those first times where I was thinking to myself, what are we going to be doing when we get down here? And of course, our news folks were already on the scene. Zach and Castleberry were continuing the coverage from a weather side of point of view. And I really did. I mean, you look at that, I thought we were going to be pulling dead bodies out all night. And we weren't. So
we had Damon Lane from KOCO in Oklahoma City on our show 2 years ago, and he talked to us about what it was like one day to be on television at the studio tracking a storm as he knew it was coming into his neighborhood. What was it like to be home with your family within earshot and having a tornado in your community while also trying to be a broadcaster?
Well, a lot of people have laughed about hearing the snapping. I was going, and what I was doing, I was trying not to go, hey, Jennifer, yell into the other room, or hey, George and Avery and Kate, get downstairs. I was trying not to do the yelling at your family, get the dog out of here, get the dog downstairs, that thing. So I was kind of meaning get in here so I can, lip sync to your, and so Jennifer comes in here and I said, get downstairs, get downstairs, get downstairs. And I point over at the television, and I wasn't sure if they were watching it in there. And judging by my wife's eyes, I don't think they were. And she looks over at the television, and by that point, it was tearing stuff up, and they moved real fast and went down there. But our wives do this, without us here all the time. In severe weather, they get tornado warnings here, and her job is already to get all the kids and pets and go downstairs. So I don't really know what I was doing, saying, hey, like I'm gonna step in and be the leader of this, because they've done this in the past. And so I realized that after the fact. I'm like, you don't need me to tell you to go downstairs. You probably already knew. But it was wild. And then when I was leaving here, we were having flash flooding in our neighborhood. And it was kind of wild, but I knew that they had everything under control here. And fortunately, I've got a 17-year-old that can handle things here. So I felt comfortable leaving in the midst of that also, once I knew it was going east of us.
Ryan, the tornado EF3, 140 miles per hour winds. I think this happened right around the 5 o'clock time frame. On a normal Saturday night, people would be out at restaurants, shopping. But with the coronavirus going on, thankfully, unfortunately, we had 22 injuries, but I feel like this could have been a whole lot worse if we wasn't going through COVID-19.
Oh, this would have been, we would have been pulling bodies out. Of those 22 injuries, only 2 of those were hospitalized. So you got to think of a large part of those were probably just scratched up arms and things like that. But, I just think I had just left the mall about 2 hours earlier. We went and picked up a cake right beside the mall, right where it hit. And I can remember going by Best Buy. My wife and I were even talking about it. We were like, wow, look at that. They've got a tent out front. What they were doing is, she goes, yeah, I bet they're, you pull up and you say what you need and they run in and get it and check you out. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool that they're still open. We even commented, talked about it before we were heading home. And so you had, just a handful of workers in the mall. The rest of the mall was closed. So if you look at the aerials, I mean, it just tore up the mall. JCPenney, the roof completely ripped off, and you really can't tell until you look at the aerials how messed up JCPenney was. And Dillard's ripped out. A Saturday at 5 o'clock, all those places would have been busy. You think of Cheddar's. I think that's a national chain that you guys may know about, but Cheddar's is a restaurant that would have been completely packed with probably about an hour wait with people sitting all around it on a normal Saturday at 5 o'clock. Instead, they had a couple of workers that were cooking to-go orders. You had Academy Sports. You had several restaurants through there. And it also went through, and I'm going to check the numbers on this, but I venture to say the busiest intersection in Jonesboro, Arkansas, if not the top three. I mean, definitely. So you just had an extremely populated area that if this had hit on a normal Saturday night where people aren't staying inside, it would have been very bad.
Ryan, you've had a crack at this before with, back in the day when you had that other situation where you were home and you had to broadcast real quick. And you've prepared some, and everyone's prepared, but last weekend was something no one has ever experienced before, and certainly to a greater degree than the last tornado that you covered from home. What did you all learn from that?
Well, I learned, the power hits, for one thing. I learned that we need an UPS system even here at the house if we're going to do that. I learned also that I want an over-the-air antenna, which I've already gotten now. But more than likely, even doing all of that, there's going to come a time where we just all need to be in. I know we're trying to take the steps to be socially distant and things like that, but I think if we have another severe weather event like this, we probably just all need to be in studio.
Ryan, talking about the coronavirus stuff for a second, what challenges did that present after the tornado with rescue crews, with the recovery aspect and things like that?
The scary part of it is, and it's really part of the reason why I decided that I need to start broadcasting from home, is that everybody forgot about it. So Saturday night, we're sitting there handing off microphones to each other. We're 6 inches away from the mayor talking to him and the police chief, and we're just helping people. It was like there was no virus. Late that night, we start thinking about it a little bit, and start thinking of, okay, we need to stay a little farther apart. We need, things like that. And then the next day, you get out and you get into the damage. You start helping people and you start talking to people, and everybody's just hugging each other and just happy that everybody's alive. And I had one lady come up and just give me a hug, and it was like, well, I'm not going to sit there and say, no, coronavirus. You're not going to say, well, I'm not going to go in this person's home and help them clean up because of the coronavirus. But later in the day, everybody just kind of starts thinking, well, this could be really bad. People coming in from out of state. We've got people that are older. We've got, just everything started coming around to where you slowly started seeing people taking more precautions. You slowly started, people are elbow bumping instead of hugging and crying and things. I did notice, in fact, Tim Marshall, I met up with him at the tire store, and that's the first time that I saw they were separating out the cleanup and rescue into groups of 10. They were telling all of them to stay 6 feet apart. So it took a while, but for a period, everyone forgot it. As I said, I'm on the rescue squad, and we 3 weeks back were handed masks, and we were supposed to be wearing masks and responding. Well, I wasn't rescuing people at that point, so I was just like, oh, I'm not doing that. So I don't have to follow any rules because I'm not doing that side of it, and I'm back on the media side of it. But I look back and I'm like, man, I hope 10 or 14 days from now we're not looking at this going, we all got a little too close. So
and that's it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. And you're right, it is weird. I mean, even me personally, forecasting on a day-to-day basis, I've kind of had to tell myself, hey, this is still important, but it feels less important on a day-to-day basis with everything going on. So I want to bring in Corbin here real quick to kind of talk about maybe something that you guys experienced too, Ryan. And it was trying to shelter people during severe weather and with the whole coronavirus situation going around. And Corbin, you kind of work in the emergency management field a little bit. Talk about what scenarios would play out and what problems play out with sheltering people during severe weather events while this virus is going around.
So obviously that's one of the things that we really want to look into. Is sheltering in general is never a good situation per se, especially in severe weather events. And we're all very aware that, life goes on even though the coronavirus is our main focus right now. So one of the main things obviously is social distancing. There are some guidelines out from FEMA as well as DHS or DHHS that say, basically each person needs anywhere from about 50 to 80 square feet. So that's going to limit how many people we can put in a building and create shelter for. And especially if we're looking, 6 feet apart, so we don't, sneeze and cough on each other to limit the coronavirus spread at this point. So that's some of the things we're thinking about and we're actively working through in the Emergency Operations Center. I think in North Carolina currently at the last count, there are 46 emergency operations centers active. So it's definitely something that's on the forefront of our mind.
What about masks and stuff like that? Has that been given any thought? I know CDC's been reconsidering some of their thoughts, and Los Angeles tonight recommended their citizens wear masks when going out and about. Is there any benefit to that? Is there any downside to that?
So that's obviously another one of the hot topics from the CDC. It's one of those things that's changing every 12 hours. For emergency responders, the protocols in North Carolina just changed to where we were only wearing masks on suspected COVID-19 patients. Now we're wearing masks on every patient encounter. And now, you're starting to see some direction from the CDC and from Pence's, from Vice President Pence's coronavirus task force that may say different. So there's conflicting stuff out there right now, but just for the everyday person, wearing a mask all day long doesn't seem to have an effect yet. But we'll see what the data shows as the days come.
Corbin, we learned today that a paramedic with medic tested positive for coronavirus. You mentioned a minute ago that more people might be wearing masks as they go out and tend to emergency responses. Did that decision to have everyone wearing masks as they're responding to calls come as a result of that positive coronavirus case, or more in line with the CDC updated guidelines?
So just to clarify one thing, I'm a paramedic relief supervisor in Cabarrus County, but I did see the news about medic's case in Mecklenburg County as well. And that was actually put out yesterday by the North Carolina Office of OEMS prior to, I'm assuming, that case testing positive. But you got to remember, so an N95 is to protect the provider. A surgical mask also protects the provider, but it's better to kind of put on the patient because it's going to prevent them from spreading their germs, just like a surgeon in surgery.
Patty, I think you had something.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Corbin. I'll ask you and Ryan both. Ryan, you live in Tornado Alley per se, the Arkansas area, kind of prone to tornadoes, especially this time of the year. As the CDC and as we hear about the doctors, we're talking about we're going to continue to kind of see that spike happen over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Do you think this will become more of a concern, Ryan, when you're talking to your folks? I know I'm not sure about your particular area, but I know places like Kansas and Oklahoma, they have these public storm shelters. How do you think I don't want to say you guys have fear of tornadoes because you're more used to them than we are here in the Carolinas, but how do you think preparing for severe weather days as well as dealing with the coronavirus, how do you think the psyche is going to play on people out in your area, Ryan?
That's a great question because we have had some of the public shelters closed. And because a lot of them are, some of them are in basements of hospitals and stuff. And you say we're used to them. Saturday night has scared a lot of people, and the storm anxiety is going to be really, really high. And I don't really know how that's going to go. As far as public shelters, even some that are open, it'll be interesting to see. Or even, there's a lot of places where, like our house, we have a basement here. Not everyone around us has basements. So we've always just, hey, come on over, take shelter. Will we all continue to do that? I think in a tornadic situation, I think you throw it out. I know that may not be the right answer, and I'm sure my doctor friends may say, I don't know, but I don't know.
Corbin, to you guys are dealing with the COVID-19. We're getting into the Carolina severe weather season where maybe not as many tornadoes, but we still have this threat of severe storms. And you're trying to message the threat of severe weather, but also trying to communicate about the COVID-19. So how are you guys in emergency management spectrum are dealing with the preparation of severe weather and dealing with the ongoing virus?
So one of the things we have set up in Mecklenburg County, the Emergency Operations Center there, is we have a decision support services line set up with the National Weather Service, which we set up in all like of our special events and things like that. We do have the ability to have the National Weather Service in the EOC with us, just a phone call away, a request away. But it's something that our Joint Information Center that deals with all the public information is looking at as well as we progress into our summer season, our storm season per se. We're going to start messaging, obviously, coronavirus, COVID-19, but also our severe weather messages as well. Before the coronavirus hit, we did participate in the nationwide tornado drill day at fire headquarters and everything like that. So we're still trying to do our normal stuff as well as focus on COVID.
Let's bring in Brad Panovich, who is a broadcast man at WCNC in Charlotte. Brad, if you were to go to air tomorrow for a tornadic situation, do you have something in mind that you would tell people in the event they either needed to leave a manufactured home to go to a sturdy shelter, or even afterwards if their homes were damaged?
I found it was interesting. I read the press release that I think the governor of Kansas sent out. I think it was yesterday or today, basically saying, you got to prioritize the threat. So if a tornado is coming, that's your most immediate threat. So you need to seek shelter. But if you are going to seek shelter in a community setting, try to do the social distancing the best you can. But it's one of those things. If there's a train coming at you, you get out of the way of the train.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
You worry about all these other things secondary. So I think that what I would tell people is, do the best you can, but please avoid the tornado because that's the most immediate threat and most likely going to cause you your life. But I was glad to see Ryan's work, which was spectacular because it kind of gave me a little relief that, hey, we could do this remotely from a broadcast standpoint as well. But just like Ryan, I think if we knew a couple days ahead of time that we might have a moderate threat day, that we probably are going to send one of us into the studio, likely me, and we'll keep everybody else out of there. But the fact that we can do this remotely with somebody in studio is great. The whole reason I had this monitor behind me was I was thinking ahead, like if I have to track storms at home, I wanted some kind of graphic behind me where I could be in front of it. So I think that potential is there as well. But it's the first time in a long time, as a meteorologist, I'm like, I hope we have a super quiet spring. I'm just like, I do not want to have the added worries of severe weather. And I've already been thinking about hurricane season as well. I don't want to have to deal with any hurricanes. I just want it to be quiet because I think it's the last thing people need to worry about right now. But we know, it's April. For us, April's the peak of severe weather season. Hurricane season's around the corner. So at some point in the next couple months, we're going to be dealing with severe weather and coronavirus at the same time. And hopefully we'll be a little more prepared by then.
The else to think about, guys, through all this is I wonder what the viewership numbers are, and I wonder what the connected people numbers are. Are people using Netflix more? Are people watching these streaming services more and maybe not watching actual television? My cable box will override with the EAS if something happens, but Netflix and things like that won't. So it'll be interesting to see if more people pay attention, less people pay attention. You're not at work, so maybe you're more connected.
Well, it's a good point, Ricky, but I think one of the things, what happened in Jonesboro is a good example. I think the fact that everybody's in a home already is a good start. At least they're there. One of the things that I love what Ryan did during this event was, tell people to call people. The thing is, as a broadcast meteorologist, you can never assume everyone's watching you. They're not. So, but you can connect other people to the people that are watching you by telling them to call people, DM them, text them, do whatever, amplify your message, and that will wake people up and get them, away from Netflix and maybe flip on the broadcast network. But this is where digital and social media is really important to us as broadcast nets. It's a way for us to reach people when they're not watching us. And so hopefully they'll flip us around. The thing I worry about, Ricky, honestly, is that, and we've already seen this, our internet and digital systems overwhelmed with so many people at home. Are the WIAs going to be bogged down? Are the cell networks going to be clogged up? Are we going to be able to push out this information because there's so many people using all this bandwidth right now?
Yep, good point. James, I think you had something to say.
Yeah, I had a question for Ryan. And, so often in interviews, we end the interview by saying, what else did you want to share? What did we not ask you? And while that's exactly what I want to pose to you now, because we are trying to think of everything, but inevitably we're not. And unfortunately, you had a situation where you've now experienced one of these scenarios that we're still fearing. So let me ask you, what did you learn that we're not even thinking of?
Well, two things. This wasn't my first time to have a tornado in front of us on live television, but it was the most populated, and you just have to remind yourself to keep your emotions in check. It's tough, and you can say it a million times. Oh, I would, but you really have to stay calm, because it's going to continue moving forward. And so that's one thing that, for every broadcaster, as Brad said, telling people to call people. And that was huge. There was a lot of people I didn't run into anyone that said they didn't know it was coming. It was either I was watching you guys, your app went off, or my mother or sister or whoever called me and said it was coming. So nobody knew it wasn't coming, but you got to spread out the tentacles and get everybody working for you, more or less. But from the side of this whole new thing with social distancing and everything, is in the cleanup process. Even though we're all wanting to hug each other for all being alive and making it through it, we just got to be smart through this whole thing.
Corbin, what about you guys from an emergency response paramedic scenario in your experience? Do you think if we got into a weather situation, the response might look slightly different, or the advice coming out from officials to the public might look slightly different?
It may look slightly different, but obviously we're going to prioritize life and safety first before everything. So everything we do is to save life. And if that means, that we have to put people at risk of getting COVID-19, then that's probably something we're going to do in that situation. Whereas if it's a sheltering situation, it's a little different. We can, open more shelters per se for less people. Instead of a shelter we put 300 people in, we may just put 100 people in and then open 2 additional shelters, something to that effect. So it's something that, it's taken into consideration, but ultimately that life safety is the priority of every first response agency out there.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot to weigh. Brad mentioned a minute ago an analogy with a train, and Ryan, you mentioned it as well too, in that, in some sort of silver lining, not having people out at the restaurants and the malls and the supermarkets may have done you guys some good.
That is a huge lifesaver. Not having the people on the road. We still had people on the roads, but not having large numbers of people out there was it saved lives.
What other agencies? We're talking a lot about weather and medical and first response, but the hospital systems as well too, I think, could be a concern. Brad, what's on your mind, I guess, when you think of this strain on the entire system?
Well, when you have so many people in the healthcare, emergency management, everybody working on this COVID-19 pandemic, if we have a mass casualty event or some kind of huge, you worry about how the resources are stretched so thin already. And I even think about it from a health standpoint. It's like, this is not the time to have a broken arm or leg, because you are not a priority at the hospital when you go in there. And in fact, going to the hospital puts you at more risk than, treating yourself maybe outside of the hospital. So that's what I worry about. If we have a big event in a populated area, and I'm sure that's what Ryan was worried about on Saturday, is like, this thing's plowing through his main metro. It's like, man, how are we going to handle this with all this other stuff going on? So I think that's a big concern. And that's why I think just people in general have to be very cautious over the next couple of months. We don't need to have unneeded visits to the ER for things that, we could prevent. Like, I've even talked to my kids like, hey, let's not jump out of the tree, okay, for the next month or so. Let's not try to jump the bike over the rock, because we're probably not going to be able to get into the ER. So from a weather safety standpoint, don't take that added risk. If there's lightning outside, let's just go inside. We don't need someone to get hit. If there's severe weather, let's be overly precautious and safe in this situation, because we don't want to have to go to the hospital or ER in this situation when they have a whole mess of another concern to worry about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the trick there is going to be getting people to maintain that attitude for a prolonged period of time. Scotty read an interesting article today, and I'm going to go to him in a second to summarize, talking about weather data and observation. And I feel like now is a good time to bring it in because we're talking about the strain on the response system, but also the strain on that data system. Going back to what Brad was talking about could the systems be overwhelmed, the emergency alert systems, or even the data observations? Scotty, that was something that you were reading about today, right?
Yeah, so the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, came out with an article today talking about COVID-19 and how it could affect some of our weather modeling, weather forecasting. I can maybe toss this to Brad here in a little bit, and Ryan, maybe they can tell you a little bit more than I can. But basically, there's all kinds of observations. You know, we run satellite radars. If you're familiar with the Carolinas, it seems like one of our radars is always down, and so it takes people to go out and fix those. And with the strain and the social distancing, the folks may not be there to get that. There's also another concern with the airplanes that are taking off, just everyday flights. A lot of these airplane companies have weather observations on them. They send temperature, humidity levels, wind speed, wind direction, and all that's kind of fed into our systems and kind of help us with our weather modeling and our weather forecasting. So with the less flights that are going out right now, with people not traveling from COVID-19, and just the strain on the staff to get out and fix these instruments that we use every day in the weather community, we could start to see some concerns with that as we get longer and longer into this COVID-19. Brad, I know you love to talk about weather models and how we get all that data in. I know you've actually done some weather school talks about that, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But can you kind of tell the public a little bit about how we could start to see more inaccurate weather data as we get through this process?
Yeah, so I actually posted some graphs the other day. This is called what we refer to as AMDARB data. It's basically aircraft data. And I'm going to try to share my screen here. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try to do this. You guys can see my screen. Oh, maybe it's not going to share. I'm going to share it here, hopefully.
Not yet. Otherwise, is it something you tweeted? Like a double box?
No, it's let me see if I can bring it up. It won't let me share it. But what it was is a chart basically showing the lack of upper air obs from aircraft. People don't realize that every commercial aircraft that takes off and lands collects, data for us. And so what has happened is that we have actually, let me see if I can share it. There we go. You guys see it?
Yeah, we got it.
So what you're looking at here is, I made it a little bigger. This is the GFS model, and that red line is the drop in observations from aircraft going into the GFS model. You can see pre-COVID, which is earlier in the month, we were getting about 15 to 18,000 observations into the 12Z GFS. As of this morning's GFS, that is down to like 2,000. I mean, that is just a tremendous drop. And the best way I can explain this to people that have seen hurricane coverage, you may have seen me talk about how we often like to get the plane out in the system so that we can get better data for the models. Well, this is what these planes are doing. When we have that lack of upper air data, some of the accuracy and the guidance can drop by 20% or so. And it's just not the US. That's just US data. That doesn't include European data, Asian data. I mean, in that article you're referring to, Scotty, all those aircraft, I was amazed how much some of the European airlines added to this. It was crazy, the drop in upper air observation. So this is going to be a real task that we're going to have to watch and see how much this impacts severe weather. Day-to-day weather, it might not have an immediate impact on us, but I think for high impact events like severe weather outbreaks, tornadoes, flooding, this might have a pretty significant impact, because the difference between something being 20% more intense or less intense is pretty significant in the weather world.
Brad, do you think it would impact high-res models more, or models like the global forecast system?
It seems like it'd be more the global forecast, because the upper air data is really key for, big, long wave troughs and ridges. You're looking at long wave pattern. I think the CAMS models are going to do fine. Thank goodness we have the GOES 16 and 17 sounder data, and now we have the polar orbiting data. The only problem is you need clear skies for good sounding data. from the polar orbiters, but that sounding data, back after 9/11, we saw a similar drop in this aircraft data, but we didn't have the satellite data that we have now. So I think the satellite data is actually offsetting some of the issues, but this is going to be a much longer period of time that we'll start missing this data. It's only been, about 2 weeks now. I think we start getting 3-4 weeks, and now the long wave pattern across the whole globe will be totally impacted by this lack of upper air data.
Well, you've been teaching us some stuff now, and I think, James, part 3 of our episode tonight was about teaching folks about weather. Do we want to transition over to that?
Sure thing. Real fast, let me ask Ryan one last question, and then we'll certainly go to that, and I appreciate the transition. Did you guys, Ryan, have any issue with observations during or in the aftermath of your storms with everything going on coronavirus related?
You talking about from weather observations? Yeah, Jonesboro Airport took a direct hit, and there's going to be some interesting things come out of that because KJBR did take a direct hit. You can go back and look at the data and see the winds backing as it was coming in, and the interesting thing is, it looks like power was knocked out. It looks like the altimeter was knocked out, but was in kind of a separate area from the actual ASOS. So we probably, like you said, with the weather service being stretched thin and social distancing and stuff, we probably won't have observations from Jonesboro for quite a while.
That's interesting, and I think that's going to play into this bigger picture as we're just trying to use whatever we've got available, and everyone's trying to do their best and safely to restore all of this. As Ricky mentioned, I know Brad Panovich here at WCNC has started to do some at-home weather classes. Brad, how did this come about? Why is it an important thing with so many kids at home that you guys saw a void to fill?
Well, yeah, Ryan could speak to this as well. We do a ton of school talks throughout the year. I think last year I added up, and I thought I did a lot last year. I did 76 last year. I know some folks, like our good friend Ed Piotrowski down in Myrtle Beach, I think he does like 200 a year. I mean, this crazy amount. And so initially when this happened and all the kids were stuck at home, I thought, man, I had to cancel a bunch of my school talks. I do a 1-hour presentation where I go out, and I had a ton scheduled in the spring for 2nd and 5th graders here in North Carolina, which is weather is part of the curriculum in those courses. And so what I did the first couple days we were out, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do my 1-hour presentation at home, and I'm going to stream it. And I did it with my kids, and it did pretty well. And then my general manager in the station said, hey, let's do this every day at 1 o'clock. I'm like, every day? I was like, an hour? Like, no, we're going to do small, one topic at a time. Let's break that hour thing down to one topic, and we'll do it every single day. And so I got the rest of my weather team involved. And it's put another thing on my plate, but I enjoy it. I mean, I produce the thing from home completely. I do it all out of this computer right now that's in front of me. And we send it out every day at 1 and on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook, our app, and our website. And the cool thing is our YouTube page, we have a playlist built that James put together that archives all these. So if kids miss them or teachers miss them, they can go back and watch them again. And it's been a lot of fun. I think we created a monster, though. I have a bad feeling. When sales starts asking questions about it, I'm like, uh-oh. What did we do here? So we've already had that inquiry.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, what did we do? Now it's going to have a sponsor, and we're going to have to do this every day for the rest of our lives. But I think it's really important because the cool thing about weather, I'm a weather geek. We're all weather geeks, right? We love it. But to me, it's one of the few sciences for a kid. It's just not something in a textbook. You can teach it to them, and they can immediately go outside and apply the principles of atmospheric science to what they actually see every day. So for a lot of kids, this is their first real science that they see, because a lot of times, physics and chemistry just looks like something in a book, but atmospheric science is actually something they can see, touch, and feel. So I think it has a real big impact on them. And in these tough times, it's actually been kind of a nice thing to be able to do and have the kids tweet pictures at me of them in front of their TV watching it on YouTube or watching it. The funny thing I'll say, the Twitch stuff has been great. I've had so many kids on Twitch reach out to me who, don't normally watch the weather. Like, hey, this is pretty cool. What games do you play? So it's like, everyone wants to wants me to game with them online, and maybe me and my son will team up and we'll get in there and get a server going, and we'll start playing some games with some people online. But
last
it's been
week,
fun.
Last week we played one of the virtual storm chasing games
Yes.
on our Twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really. I think that'd be fun. I would like to play like NBA 2K with like some other anchors at the other stations. I think that'd be cool to have a little like tournament in the market.
Broadcast Met iRacing.
What's that?
Broadcast Met iRacing.
Yeah, or something. You know, I think that would be cool. I think viewers would eat that up. We could stream it online. It would be great.
You're giving those sales folks some more ideas.
We'll get our sports guys to do commentary. It would be awesome.
Corbett, I have one question for you before we kind of wrap up. As Brad was talking about, he does a lot of hands-on things with students. You guys in emergency management, you guys do the same thing. So has this kind of affected you all with your outreach to the public?
Yes, it's affected our outreach substantially. We're not really doing much face-to-face right now. You'll notice if you go to like the Charmec EM, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter account, you start seeing some videos pop up from the Emergency Operations Center in areas like that, where we're trying to do some education, but just obviously not face-to-face like we normally do. I think last year we did anywhere between 30 and 50 face-to-face talks with everywhere from school-age kids to older adults to talk about emergency preparedness. So it's definitely affected that, and we're seeing that effect, I think, just across about every industry at this point.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that in terms of fire prevention and first aid trainings, and that would be school-age kids. But you guys also, would you normally be doing office visits? Is that something that is done too, for like professionals in office parks?
So we have a public information officer, and she goes out and does a lot of talks. One of the most recent age groups has been like older folks in not retirement communities, but maybe apartment complexes over the age of 50 to talk about emergency preparedness and what they can do just in a general emergency, a weather event, having 72 hours worth of supplies on hand, just general things like that.
Let's not even talk about supplies because we know those are scarce right now. But James, one thing I want to do before we close out, I do want to bring on Dan Whitaker. You guys may have seen him pop up from time to time on our show tonight. Dan is our newest panelist here for the Carolina Weather Group. So Dan, for those who are watching tonight, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Hey, thanks, Scotty. So I have been involved with weather as a kind of weather geek and weather follower since 2008, and have really I'm strong on the storm observation, visual storm aspects, storm spotting, storm chasing. I'm kind of in the field, in the storm type of guy. So nice to be able to kind of join everybody and represent that angle when I can. And it's definitely great listening to all the different kind of pieces to the conversation tonight. Honestly, I have kind of one thought, that kind of reaches out to a lot of the different things that were being talked about from tonight, which is, as a person who enjoys the spectacle of nature and following everything from nice day cumulus clouds to supercells in the Midwest. For those who want to experience more outdoor weather during this time when we want to travel less and we want to do more staying at home, short of tuning into Brad Panovich's weather lessons to get some real world observation, is there a way that anyone wants to kind of speak to that would be a good way for people to do that right now?
Definitely so, Dan. And we are happy to have you on the team and can't wait. Maybe we can't wait till hurricane season, but we can't wait to see your footage out there. Evan, I wanted to bring you, I know you had something you want to mention, but you also did a little chasing of yourself today, but not storm chasing.
Yeah, I do my little cheesy snow chasing. It's really not nearly as complex as the stuff that Dan does. But as long as you drive high enough up on a mountain, you'll eventually run into snow. So I went up to Craggy Gardens today. Parkway was closed at about 4,900 feet, but I ended up running the rest of the way up to Craggy Pinnacle at 5,900. And it was beautiful. About 3 inches of snow up there, real windy. I'll share a picture since I can see James yearning and
Just
trying to share a
searching
webcam.
I was trying.
Yeah, so then that's what it looked like up on Craggy, right near the Craggy Pinnacle Tunnel. It was real pretty. But you're right, Scotty. The one other thing I wanted to mention tonight before we close is that we've talked about a lot of the challenges that have been presented to us over the last couple of weeks as we suddenly get thrown into this new coronavirus situation. But there are some opportunities and some good things. If Melissa Griffin were here from the South Carolina Climate Office, she would be talking about CocoRoss. I know we just finished up March Madness, but this is an excellent opportunity for people to be joining CocoRoss and submitting precipitation reports every day because everyone's got to stay at home, right? So why not get up at 8 a.m. for work or school and check the rain gauge? So she would want us to mention that. And just because it's not March doesn't mean we can't do it. But go join CocoRoss. We'll tweet out a link later tonight.
That sounds good. That's a great point, Evan. We definitely, I think I've read a tweet, North Carolina's second in CocoRoss reporters. So that's pretty cool. And I know South Carolina's up there as well. So the Carolinas representing really well. So anybody have anything else before we kind of close up shop tonight? All right. So I appreciate you guys watching tonight. We hope that you stay safe out there. Continue to practice those best practices of social distancing and kind of just staying inside. Eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get back to normalcy and be able to enjoy what we've not been able to enjoy for the last 3 weeks. So we're thinking about everyone. We hope that you stay safe out there. We appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group tonight. Be sure to follow Ryan and his folks if you're ever out in the